Was there something in my walk, how I talk, giving off the wrong energy? Was there something in my stride, too much pride, telling you to back down? Slowly, slowly you became my enemy. But you can't seem to get enough of me. So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. Was there something in my walk, how I talk, giving off the wrong energy? Was there something in my stride, too much pride, telling you to back down? Slowly, slowly you became my enemy. But you can't seem to get enough of me. So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all.
All right, everyone. Well, it's finally here. We are live for the Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. I'm Blake McCandless, and of course, we will have our All-Star booth, or many from our All-Star booth, in the booth. Some of those drivers, unfortunately, are in the race today. Sean Butler and Kevin McAdams, they have abandoned us, but we still have Jacob Hitz, Travis Brown, and a little bit later we'll be joined by David Schildhouse. And guys, there's been a lot of buildup. We ran a lot last night. We were here for about 5 or 6 hours, and, well, we're about to do the same here.
Second verse, pretty much same as the first, I think, is how the night's going to go here at Rockingham. 44 drivers is the way it looks right now to set up and get ready to go here from the Rock for a long time. 500 laps, 508 miles. We're in for the long haul tonight And if things go like heat number 1, it shouldn't be too bad. If things go like the rest of last night did, we're going to be here for a good long while. So grab a drink, get comfortable, folks. You're going to need it.
Well, grab a drink, and you may have to pre-plan for this. Get your snacks, plan a few bathroom breaks in here, because Travis, this ain't going to be just some official race. This is 500 laps, a slow, tough racetrack. These drivers going to be tested tonight.
Yeah, I'm prepared. I've got me some beverages of non-alcoholic variety tonight. Got me some burgers. I grilled some burgers. And I'm ready to stay here until probably the wee hours of the morning if this goes like it went last night. But I'm really excited. I'm excited to see how these guys play the tire strategy. I think we're going to see a lot of blown tires early. So we're going to be in for a show.
We certainly are. And again, we're glad that you're joining us. We had 13 drivers transfer out of each of the heats tonight. So we took 39 from those. We ran 2 LCQs. We took the 2 winners from that. And then our 4 provisional drivers, Garrett Smithley, Anthony Alfredo, Landon Castle, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. are going to be joining our field of 45 tonight. Guys, I got to go do the drivers meeting, and I'll kind of turn it over to y'all. But, yeah, I guess we didn't really plan for this segment, so y'all go ahead.
All right, so Travis, we saw some tempers yesterday, some beef, as you call it. That first LCQ, certainly the dramatic finish of the night. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happens again here, especially when there's money on the line this time around.
Oh, I'll be surprised if it doesn't happen. I think we're going to see even more tempers. I think the intensity is going to pick up towards the end of this thing. Obviously, these guys are going to have to ride early, just with the tire situations. But I think once we get down to the last 100 miles or so of this one, all bets are off. We're going to see some guys send it.
For those of you that would like to donate to the Dale Jr. Foundation, the QR code in the bottom left corner of the screen, right underneath the ticker. Scan that. You can donate there to this great foundation. Help the cause out here. And that's why we're here to race here from Rockingham. How about Parker White? I think may have had the fastest car yesterday in that first heat. And, of course, right now he sits P1 atop of the charts. And Michael Cosey Jr. was second in that heat. He's right behind him. So not much has changed as far as lap times are concerned.
How about Zwack up there in P3 in practice? He obviously made the show. He had some speed last night, but I didn't expect third quickest out of him.
Now, so we did do the heats and LCQs last night, but we did not save those positions other than, okay, congratulations, you made the field. So after the drivers' meeting, everybody has to re-qualify. They get 2 laps like normal, and that sets the field of 44 for tonight's race. So these guys, they have to race 500 miles, but they also have to make sure that their qualifying times are good enough so they're not back in the hornet's nest on the opening drop of the green flag.
Exactly. So I bet there are some people kicking themselves tonight for how they raced towards the end of those heats when they were in. Because I don't remember if it was heat 1 or heat 2, but we saw a wreck inside the top 15 or top 13 on the last lap in at least one of those heats last night that involved obviously people who were going to make the show. So there's probably some people sitting here watching, wondering what could have been.
I believe that was at least in the third heat. But man, this is gonna be something else. Here from the Rock, and I think Blake is just about wrapping up his driver's meeting, and then he'll be able to point us in the right direction. Different man in the tower tonight. It's Mooncar admin Benjamin Easterday, who is high atop the scoring pylon today. Not the scoring pylon, but the man with the plan. He is the David Hoots for tonight instead of Justin Malillo. Justin's just here to kind of, I think, point and laugh and kind of enjoy the night off. And Blake will be back and forth, commentating, dragging us through this, as well as being the voice of reason, I guess. The making the final call. I don't know what else to call him, but
He's wearing many hats tonight.
yes, kind of like last night. There may be points where he may just like not talk for a good 5 minutes. He's probably working on something else, but you know, these things happen, and that just means that the rest of us have to pick up the slack. So,
We're going to qualifying.
yeah, all right, Blake's back. Pretty good timing there.
All right, hi everybody.
Yeah. Here we
All
go.
right, so
qualifying.
hopefully we're giving some good advice there in the drivers' meeting.
What was it?
Just don't be dumb. Just a couple of procedural things. Don't be doing stuff on the restarts, all that. We'll try to clean that up because we had a little bit of that last night. So, just trying to get the fellas to do their job. Have you mentioned that QR code in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen?
That was like the first thing that I mentioned because it was the first thing that I saw. So yes, I did mention
there you
that.
go. Great job by our graphics department and Zach Johnson, our producer, for making that.
The party of one that is our graphics department and our everything here tonight, Zach Johnson.
All right, so here's qualifying. This is I would say qualifying was very important yesterday. I don't think it's very important today. We have 500 laps, so I think if there's one race these drivers are ever going to run in their sim racing lives that where qualifying matters the least. I know we're not supposed to say that. We got qualifying on the screen, so we're supposed to tell you how important it is, but I could not imagine a scenario where qualifying is going to matter least than this race.
The only thing I can think of is the start and then the early restarts, because we saw a lot of misshifts, a lot of stack ups last night, and those seem to affect the guys in the back way more than the front. So that could be something to look out for. That could be a talking point if we wanted to hype up qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, I think qualifying could matter just because you could get yourself caught up into the weeds a little bit and make contact. And whoa, that is a young picture of Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the broadcast. But
He ain't young. That's just clean shaven. I mean, what? That's from one of his Xfinity starts, probably like a year or two ago. Yeah.
that's still 2 years ago.
He just shaved the beard. It looks like it takes off a couple of years,
Like 10. It's all right.
That lap will slot Dale into 10th right now. So this is the other part of this that is a little bit different. Instead of heats determining starting positions, because we had our 4 provisional drivers, we wanted them to be able to qualify. We're re-qualifying for this main. So that's why you see Earnhardt Jr. in 12th. Right now, Smithley in 14th. I think Landon Castle has made his lap. He's in 24th. And you see right there the sim seats number 23, Anthony Alfredo. That's the thing, that our provisional drivers, too, guys, they are active sim racers. Castle, Alfredo, Smithley, and then I can't think of anybody that might actually be able to go out and have a chance to win and drive these cars better than Earnhardt. So these guys they're no slouches. They're going to be right up there with these top competitors on the sim side as well.
How about Daniel Silvestri, top of the board here?
Yeah, 25.3, which honestly for this setup I think is pretty quick.
Did not talk about him a lot in the heats and stuff yesterday. Obviously made his way in, but good start.
Yeah, and also we did make a little tweak on the setup. We had to move the weather later in the day and kind of make the car just a hair tighter because this place chews up tires so much that the tires literally couldn't make it past about 50 or 60 laps. So we did add, we did try to give these guys a little bit more so that they can go about 70 or 80 laps is kind of the mark we're looking for on a full tire run. Now, we're not going to see that at the beginning. We're going to completely clean off the racetrack. It's going to start with absolutely zero rubber. So we're going to see guys blowing tires on the first run at like lap 40. But that'll only be for the first run.
So I've got some insight.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I also had a lung come up out of my throat there. Landon was down in the shop working on the old late model.
Okay.
So it's going to be a photo finish. He joined the server, went back down there, said he was probably missing qualifying, but he was going to head up. Now, he is not on the track yet. He's in the server.
Do we have to call him again?
Well, I called him once, and he's aware of the situation. I'm done calling him.
We don't
for
want
the
Travis calling him anymore.
night. Yeah. We saw that went, so.
Well, he's got just 10 seconds left here in qualifying. Justin Mons, the only guy that hasn't set a lap yet, coming around to complete lap number 1.
Callie, this whole field is so close.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's within 0.2. 20th back to 30th is about 7/100ths of a second. And that's going to do it for qualifying. You see the track resetting, and this is our queue and the driver's queue.
And Blake just dropped off the face of the earth here because he's telling the drivers, okay, you've got 5 minutes to pretty much do whatever you please.
Yeah, I was
Go
going
to
to
the
say we can kind of
bathroom,
rotate
stretch it
here in the
out.
booth because I know we probably need it in here as well to go to the bathroom or do whatever we got to do. Anybody want to volunteer to go first for that?
What are we doing?
We're taking this opportunity to, go to the bathroom or do whatever you got to do before we start.
I mean, I could go assemble another burger.
I think I'm going to take an opportunity here since we do have 5 minutes. And Schildhouse has popped into the chat, so I think he'll be on his way here momentarily to help bail us out as well.
Maybe. He might just be in the dugout right now of his softball game. All right, so a couple of drivers electing to take this time to run a couple of laps. The session is carried over from qualifying. When we get going here in a couple minutes, we kick it forward. We're going to reset the sim to 3:30, so you'll see the sun go down a little bit, and you'll see all the rubber get swept off of the racetrack. Going to be really sandy up here in Rockingham. Yeah, so basically it's raining. We qualified, and we're just going to pretend that it rained, and we're going to fast forward through that, I guess. Since we have to pretend this is real. And the winner tonight, I think, gets $150. You'd think I'd know that because I'm putting on the event. And yeah, that's the case. $150 to the winner tonight. We got a prize pool of about $540 overall, so the winner will get $150 of that, and we kind of spread it out evenly. Again, 50% of everything that was put into this event going to be donated directly to the Dale Jr. Foundation. So we appreciate everybody who has made a contribution. You can obviously scan the QR code on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen and be a part of that as well. We invite you to contribute because this is for a really good cause. It's for a great car, a great track. I know I'm biased. The reason we even put this on is because of how fun and tough and challenging this combo is. So I'm just excited to be here, Travis. I think we're going to see a really good race if the heats are any indicator. I think I'm by myself right now. I think Jacob and Travis both abandoned me.
No, Blake, you're not. Don't worry.
Oh, hey, it's Josh Mendoza.
Hi, how you doing? What are we doing right now? What are we up to?
We're having a race right now that I thought you wouldn't be available for.
I'm not available for it. I'm actually about to go to bed, but I wanted to tune in and see what...
By the way, I know you are not, in typical Josh fashion over here at eRacer, you are not in the United States while an event is going on the eRacer Twitch channel. So tell everybody out there where you're consuming this race from.
I am currently consuming this race from Barcelona, Spain. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to be up for all of it, but I'm hoping if I leave it on my computer, when I wake up tomorrow morning, it'll still be on. So
I was about to say you might be able to catch the tail end of it if you take a long nap.
Perfect. Awesome. I see. Jacob, are you back?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, there you go, Blake.
All right. Well,
Gives Blake
Jacob,
a
you
chance
take
to
over.
escape.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So
All right.
have fun.
Oh
So
my
how's
God.
Spain?
It's
I have
good.
no idea what you talked about, so.
I just came in here and Blake tried to guilt trip me for saying that I wasn't going to be available for the race, but I'm available to hop in the booth. But no, it's good. We're having a good time. Not getting out as much as I wanted to because I got a ton of work that I'm taking care of, but having a good time, enjoying life. And my favorite part of all this has been being able to do the little bit of sim racing, race controlling from Spain again. It's been sorely missed, and I am so glad to get back in the Spanish race controller seat.
I like you have a name for it and everything.
Well, it feels like old times back in 2020. The only thing we're missing right now is the eNASCAR Pro Invitational Series, and then I feel like I'm right back there in 2020, hanging out with Garrett Smithley and just having a blast, leading a bunch of laps on Fox. So it was good times and good memories. Of course, we had the Firecracker 400 that we ran that year when I was here in Spain, helping Landon and Parker put it on. And that has plenty of memories, and the legacy of that carries on into, obviously you guys are watching on the eRacer page right now. This event is completely put on by Blake, and we take no credit for it. We're just happy to host it for tonight.
Wow.
But what?
You're that ashamed of it.
That is not the case. I don't want to take credit for something that we didn't do. We're just here and happy to host it, and extraordinarily proud of what you put together. But I'll let you guys get to your stuff here.
All right, Josh. Well, we appreciate you stopping by. Go have a good nap, and again, maybe if you wake up at the right time, you'll be able to catch the tail end of it if we're still alive at that point.
I hope so. Thanks.
All right. Well, guys, they are gridding up. We're ready to get the show on the road. This is your starting lineup. Daniel Silvestri winning the Roasted Gems Coffee Pole Award. And I believe he'll get some free bags of coffee with that. So Daniel Silvestri will take the top spot. Matt Bussa will start in second. Parker White, Ryan Doucette in row 2. Daniel Buttafuoco, Sean Butler in row 3. Michael Frisch, Matthew Zwack, Ryan Andrew, and Adam Cabot will round out your top 10, Jacob.
David Brown and Spencer Burns are in 11th and 12th. Dale Earnhardt Jr. He lines up in 13th with Tommy Ryan to the outside. Brian Blackford and Garrett Smithley in row number 8. Kevin McAdams, he was in the booth yesterday, on track today. Blake Reynolds to the outside. Then Blake Sasser and Aiden Kirker. Blake?
That's your top 20. Ryan Daly, Michael Cosey Jr. He has a knack for winning these big 87 races on eRacer. He'll start 22nd. Brendan Meal in 23rd. 24th, Ronnie Osmer. 25th, Adam Martin. 26th, Craig Arvanitis. Philip Snipes, 27th. John Ellis, 28th. Landon Castle, he'll start from the 29th spot. Next to Anthony Alfredo. And boy, they have a little bit of beef. You can't plan this stuff out.
The rest of the grid will fly through it quickly. Cosmonaut Eshu, Brad Kress, then Toll Owen, Gil Chatelaine, Kevin Champagne, Desi Desitel, Justin Champagne, Justin Mons, Michael Stroll, Philip McCandless, Bennett Allen, Danny Thompson, Jake Poulin, Landon Huffman made it. He's on track. 44 cars in total.
It's gonna be good, boys.
Here we go. Pace cars out. 508 miles set to go at one of the toughest tracks to do it. Green flag is in the air. Daniel Silvestri will lead him to the line. And we are green flag racing here at The Rock. All right, Silvestri will come around to complete lap number 1. And guys, pretty tame, pretty calm, funneling up single file up here through the top 15 or so, but they are still stacked double wide around Blake Sasser, Kevin McAdams. A lot of cars already starting to venture up to the top of the racetrack and try to test out this top lane, which, by the way, again, there's no rubber on the bottom or the top of this racetrack at all. Completely green track.
Well, and we know what Kevin's strategy was yesterday. It was just ride around, take it easy, don't abuse the tires, and then kind of let that tire wear come to your advantage later on in the run. He needs a green flag run in order to really do that. Here comes Craig Arvanitis down on the inside, makes the pass, and Blake Reynolds looking right behind him.
Reynolds going to try to make a move here. You go, Travis.
I was just going to say, Blake, it looked like he was struggling a little bit on that first lap. Cosey had to cut him a couple of breaks.
Thank you, Travis.
Oh, no, he was.
Wait.
He was absolutely sideways.
I think we've had either that paint scheme. Is the 18 beat out of hell, or is that the paint scheme?
That is the paint scheme.
That's the paint scheme.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
that was some really interesting looking damage.
Yeah, that is something that we pointed out on the broadcast yesterday, Travis. But I know you were consuming a couple of beverages that may have hindered your memory of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
All right. There you see Spencer Burns riding around in about that 9th position, and this is really no shocker that right off the bat we see a little bit of two wide drivers kind of trying to test a couple of different lanes, but for the most part, everybody kind of single file, just riding it out, getting right to the bottom, which I think is going to go away at a certain point, but at least for the early part of the run, I don't think anybody's really gonna test the waters too much there on the top, but we're definitely going to rubber in that bottom really, really quickly.
Yeah, we never really saw that outside line really get in throughout the heats and the LCQs yesterday. I think as this race goes on, we'll kind of start to use that Steve Park line a little more and a little more and a little more. I still think the bottom will be preferred throughout this deal, but you never know. We'll find out.
Well, I know as somebody who's run this car at this track a lot, and again, I'm very jealous that I'm not running right now. Steve Park got out of victory lane in 2001 and said that Dale taught him how to drive this place, and then he stayed off the brakes. And honestly, with these cars, that's great advice. You want to lift early. You don't want to use a lot of brake. This car really likes to roll through without a ton of brake. And, yeah, that's kind of how you want to drive this place. And I know, at least when I'm driving this place, I'm lifting at the start-finish line. And I'm sure many of these guys, at least in the early stages, trying to do the same to save these tires with a completely green racetrack.
I'm telling you, just outside the top 30, these guys are throwing haymakers back here. There's a big gaggle of them in the back half of the top, well, I guess 29th, 22nd, right behind Kevin McAdams, 24th on back.
Yeah.
And then just outside the top 30, Bennett Allen almost ran over Brad Chris because they are stacking up.
It's a traffic jam. Like Kevin is the cork in the bottle back here, and just nobody can seem to get around. Here comes Snipes.
Kevin's mad at somebody.
I think Snipes for sending it down into the corner pretty deep. It's awfully early to be making a move like that, but he gets the spot, and that kicks the door open for Blake Reynolds. Here comes the 39 of Kirker as well.
Man, they are already getting after each other on the radio. And again, I think the biggest point was, this is lap 10 of a 500-lap race. Why are you dive bombing? And guys are kind of exchanging some blows right here over the game chat.
Hey, Michael Frisch, he disappeared, and then Zwack fenced him when he reappeared because he didn't know he was there. And Frisch has got a lot of right side damage.
Wow.
And again, these guys don't have any fast repairs. That right side scratched up, but again, we know these cars are relative tanks in a way. Unless you lose a wheel, you're pretty much in a good spot. So,
yeah,
I would say Frisch. Yeah, you could definitely see a little scraped up there on the right side, but nothing that's going to hinder him too bad. Plus,
he got lucky because he hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
you got 4 hours to fix damage. So if you do get a little bit, you could probably fix it more in this race than about anything else you'll run.
Well, and these things have the aerodynamic of a brick. Like,
Yes.
they're just full on. If you can beat the hell out of it. Now, it can get a little bit of damage and slow you down a little bit, but I think you're going to be okay, especially if you're beating in the sides. Beating in the front end, that might cost you a little bit, but overall, I think he'll be okay, and, I'm sure he'll go in for the pit stop, 10-second optionals, take it, and he'll be right back on his feet.
We've talked about him a lot. Philip Snipes is on the move up here. He's moved up to the high side, and he just blew by Brian Blackford.
Now, remember, that was who Kevin was yelling at earlier for, oh, yeah, let's dive bomb at whatever. So Snipes obviously being aggressive early, but he's got a lot of track position out of it. He's made up a lot of spots here early on in the race.
And Blackford is doing the complete opposite. He started 15th. He's now in 25th. He has really fallen back here in these opening couple of laps. Snipes isn't even the biggest mover of the race. That belongs to Anthony Alfredo, it looks like. Alfredo started 30th. He's up to 21st. Another contender for that is Ronnie Osner. Bennett Allen, where in the world is he? I'm blind.
He is
I know
in
he started
29th,
all the
but
way in the
up
back.
41st.
Wow, so he is our biggest mover then, and Allen, who started at the back.
Well, he's getting challenged on the outside right now by Michael Stroll, but McAdams, free falling through the field. But again, McAdams, I cannot emphasize enough to those of you watching out there that with the fact that there was no rubber on this track, these tires are going to be they're going to blow after about 40 or 50 laps. Now, the reason we did that is that the groove will develop a lot more natural than if we had started with a little bit of rubber on the bottom. But that's going to be the sacrifice, is these guys about 30 or 40 laps into this run, they're going to be just begging for dear life with that right rear tire. Now, that's going to subside, and eventually once there's rubber laid down on the track, the second run won't be like that. But I think some of these drivers are anticipating that huge drop-off that's going to come here in about 10 or 15 laps.
And we saw it all day, all night, last night. Throughout the heats and the LCQs, there's a nice little battle up here. Cozy involved in that. Arvanitis, Garrett Smithley on the outside in that 15. Oh my!
I got pretty close right there. I tell you what, Alfredo, though, is still on a march through the field. He is looking to try to get around. That is Garrett Smithley. So another one of our provisional drivers, and Smithley trying to back off and stay a little late. I'll tell you what, Smithley, I watched him put a couple of practice laps down, and I'm not going to lie, I was a little concerned with how he was driving through that, but he put in a lot of practice today. I think he figured it out. Starting 16th is really good in this field, and I think he's just trying to be patient. But Alfredo, I think he's just trying to get the track position right now.
I'm almost done with my burger.
What type of condiments are we talking or looking at on that burger?
What's on it?
Just mayonnaise and cheese.
That's it, just mayo and cheese?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, what else?
I'm not a big mayonnaise person.
Really?
No.
yeah, I'm not either.
Why?
But before I used to be like avoided at all costs. Now it's just like I can handle a little of it. But if there's like 5 pounds of mayo on the sandwich, come on.
Well, I got chips with it. What kind of chips do you guys like with your burgers?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really eat chips that often. I like the Jimmy John's kettle cooked barbecue chips. Those are pretty solid though.
Oh yeah.
So I like salt and vinegar with my burgers. Yeah.
Salt and vinegar. I've not been able to get behind salt and vinegar chips.
Really?
Yeah, I just not a fan.
Well, back up here, we've talked about this little group a lot. Kevin McAdams is still dropping back, but it looks like, just as I say that, he's starting to mount a charge because I think he's tired of almost getting run over down into the corners.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's going to be the balance of this race is, you gotta be able to move around. You got to be able to save your stuff. And maybe McAdams is going to make this first run last a little bit longer here when we go probably 15 or 20 more laps into this thing. But all it takes is one caution, and he's falling back to 30th. And I'm sure at this point, we're 23 laps in, everybody's going to come down and get tires. Now, tires going to be a big issue tonight. We have 11 sets on pit road. You have one with the, obviously, including the set you started on, you get 12 sets overall. So you're going to have to conserve a little bit. You're not going to be able to just come down and get 4 tires every single time you come down pit road.
Speaking of issues, David Schildhouse joins the program now. Hi, David. How we doing?
Hey, I'm driving.
Oh,
my
cool.
God.
Oh, wow.
On the phone. It's not webcam audio quality, it's phone audio quality.
Yeah.
How was softball?
Bad, because nobody came.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, we took some batting practice. There was about 7 or 8 of us. Ryan Vargas showed up, which was probably the biggest surprise of the night.
Well, I'm happy for it. Well, happy that Ryan showed up, not happy that you weren't able to get the game in. But I'm sure, I don't know, how long it's the drive to the field? As we actually, up front, we got a battle for the lead going on right now. Parker White, who was so strong in his heat yesterday, as he went on to win, trying to challenge Silvestri, who has led the opening 26 laps of this race. But White mounting a charge as good as we've seen from anybody, and there is a long line of cars right behind him. You got Bussa in third, who's going to take a peek at Parker White. And of course, I was going to say Michael Cosey Jr. That's Ryan Doucette, because all their damn cars look the same. But that is Doucette right up there in the 4th spot.
Yeah, just the numbers are different, and you don't always look at the numbers first. You normally look at the paint scheme first. So, and Cozy, he's way back in 18th right now. So,
I guess we're lucky
not
there's
even
only
like they're
2 of them in the
close.
field.
right, and not like 7.
Yeah. But they've really kind of broken away from the rest of the field. You got Daniel Buttafuoco, who leads the line of cars in 5th. And we're kind of just watching what this lead pack is going to do. Again, we're not even a 10th of the way into this race yet, so a long way to go.
Man, back here in the back, they were 3 wide briefly, and then Bennett Allen caught the wall. He was 3 wide with Stroll and McAdams. He didn't hit it hard, but he about bounced off of it.
McAdams going to lose another spot here on the outside as Allen working that 95 up to the top. And I'll tell you what, the groove's kind of widened out a little bit quicker. We haven't had a test or a practice where we've had this many cars on the track at the same time with a green racetrack. So you can definitely see the rubber already starting to darken on the racetrack, and that groove is starting to widen out already. So I think that bodes really well to what we might see for racing tonight.
And props to these guys for being able to handle it. As you mentioned, they're not used to this number of race cars on the racetrack at the same time. They've been able to manage it pretty well thus far.
Yeah, I was about to say, opening 30 laps green. I wasn't shocked, though, with the quality of this field. We got some really good drivers in this field. I'm not shocked that we're seeing kind of what you would expect out of a really long race. Guys kind of taking it easy, cutting guys breaks, stuff like that.
Yep.
We're starting to get to that point that we're worried about tires blowing.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think goes first?
Well, I mean, in Heat 1, I don't know if anybody remembers far back enough for Heat 1, but we had a pretty solid green flag run in there, and we had people, like, I think they were crashing for a solid 10 laps, and we didn't have a caution because the tires blowing out and people going 30 mile an hour slower on the apron. So it's coming. The question is everybody going to survive? Is everybody just going to stay out and keep powering through it? This is a little bit different than what we saw in that first heat because we had 2 cautions early yesterday. We've been green all the way through, so they haven't been able to whittle some laps away behind the pace car.
It'll be interesting to see again. I'm starting to see a lot of drivers.
Oh, we got a wreck out of 2. John Ellis into the inside wall.
Still green.
Bennett Allen
yeah.
had a problem in front of him. He checked up, and I believe it was Justin Champagne couldn't get checked up and turned him.
Yep.
He's going to get back on track right in front of about 5 seconds in front of your race leaders. It looked like the way he was kind of moving that car around, jerking it around there on the bottom, is that maybe there was a flat tire. It looks like the left front is low on that, at least in my replay. Maybe that's not how it actually looks, but it looked
I
like
think he's okay.
He's handling that car like one of the tires is just not complying right now, and that may very well be the case. But again, he was on the apron, so we will keep it green.
He's back up to speed now, and it seems like maybe he can't quite hold it in the corners the way he would want to, but...
Well, you were just talking about it, Travis. There you have it. We're getting into that trouble spot with tires, and the first victim falls true to it off of turn 2.
Oh, Bennett Allen, he is really struggling. Oh, and he just got run over down into 3.
Oh,
he
nail
had
on
the
the wall.
40.
Still green.
Saved it, though, and keeps it rolling on the wall. Again, a great call, I think, to keep it green, but my goodness. Bennett Allen not very happy. And I would say understandably slow. He just got ran the hell over going into turn 3. David, you care to comment on what you just saw?
It's unbelievable. I haven't seen action like this in many, many years. We're here on Interstate 485, and there are cars blowing tires left and right. We've been going at it for about 20 minutes now, and it's still green. They haven't thrown the caution on the freeway yet, but the more laps we make here, I feel like we're getting closer and closer to the big one.
All right, David, we just saw Matt Bussa take Daniel Silvestri around the outside and takes the lead. What do you think about that?
That's very impressive. Hard to do at Rockingham, but, if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Matt Bussa. You get that good run off the high side, and you really just use that momentum. You might have hurt his tires doing it. You have to make that compromise. Is it worth using up the tires to get that one spot? But for Bussa, obviously it was worth making that choice. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I hope it sounds good.
Turn 2. Call it.
Still green.
I mean, yeah, I was kidding, but I wanted David to call a wreck that he couldn't see.
I was looking around.
I thought for sure somebody got turned.
I couldn't find it for the life of me.
I was looking to see what David would come up with.
Oh, trouble! In turn 6, there's at least 3.5 cars around. Tires flying everywhere. The fans are on their feet. Back to you in the booth.
Wow. All right,
there you have it. Okay, so, in case you didn't figure out right now, there actually wasn't a caution as we take a look at the 5 car riding along right there, trying to work his way up through the field. He's right behind Brian Blackford, who was my pick to win this race. So that is Michael Stroll right behind him, but Blackford was my pick to win that I called on Twitter a little bit earlier. I feel like this race, going a little bit longer, this just fits right into his wheelhouse. Landon Huffman's yelling about somebody blinking in front of him.
Bennett Allen just got the wall again. I think he might be the first victim of a tire failure. Yeah, he's on the apron down into 3.
Yep. I think he's talking about Kevin Champagne because he has been blinking probably for the last 10 or 15 laps now. So I think that's what Landon was talking about. And here comes Bennett Allen onto pit road. Going to Rusty's it on down in here. And he's in his box.
He had been struggling for about 15 laps. He had hit the wall a couple of times, gotten sideways a few other, got run over, I think twice as well. Not a good start to this one.
Hey, are they still racing?
Yes.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, they were racing. Now I think they're surviving because I think the tires are really starting to catch up with them now. We're starting to see drivers funnel off onto pit road already, guys. Doucette, they've already had a tire issue, or they're just deciding to pit. Anthony Alfredo is going to make his trip onto pit road here in the 23 SimSeats machine. So I think we're going to start to see a lot of drivers already try to make their way onto pit road. There you see Alfredo making his way down.
Once one person stops, it's going to be busy. Here comes Silvestri. He's onto pit road. The guy that was in second place, Spencer Burns, is flying, locking it up. There's no way he didn't speed. There's no way.
Brad Kress is slowing down. Now, of course, we're seeing everybody struggle. We're seeing everybody get on the pit road because their tires are going away. If caution comes out right now, though, all these drivers and you're losing about 2 laps because of how long these stops are. Pit road speed's really, really slow. You're only going about 40. And you got to think these are 1987 pit stops. They're a little longer than what, a 12 or 13 second stop.
Smithley, Kirker, they're on.
Oh, they're 3 wide and 4. Oh, they're stacking up 4 wide. Castle on the bottom. My goodness. That got hairy. I think Doucette came off of pit road. Yeah.
Yeah, Doucette has a black flag. So, oh man, Landon, look out.
I ain't so sure Garrett didn't speed on his way in.
Garrett Smithley?
Yeah. He was hauling. He's sitting in the box. I don't know. It's a 4-tire stop. We'll see if it lets him go. But he was moving. He almost looked like he was going faster than Burns. No, he did not speed. Never mind.
No, he didn't speed. He got it slowed down perfectly. He was really close, though.
Neither of them sped.
Oh, somebody pulled low in the backstretch. Arvanitis.
Pitting. as well as Justin Mons. He's on the apron, washing back up in front of the racetrack.
All right, so this is what we're going to see. And again, this is only going to happen on this first run where guys can't make it 45 laps on tires. It's going to be better the second run. We got rubber laid down on the track, but this is going to be, unfortunately, just starting with zero rubber, this is what's going to happen. We're going to be able to make it about 60, 70, 80 laps the second run, but the first run...
Meatball flag for Arvinitis. What?
Blown tires. I bet he blew a tire.
Yeah, blown tires. Yep, that's what it was for Arvinitis. That's why we saw him pull him down on the back straightaway.
Huffman's already leaving, so yeah, they blew tires.
And I think Landon did it as he was coming to pit road as he got on the brakes.
All right, remember, so
still with the black flag.
You can run on average about 42 laps if you're counting 12 sets over 500 laps. This is right at that marker. Now, of course, we're going to be able to go longer now with rubber on the track, but here you see your race leader. Is that Matt Bussa, who is still on cruise control and doesn't look like he's headed for pit road anytime soon, and he's moved up to the wall. He's moved up to the high side already.
Parker White's got to be coming soon. He about dropped his lunch coming off turn number 2. I mean, that thing was that thing was out of here, and he was able to wrangle it back in. He is he's in trouble.
Doucette getting off of pit road after service. Spencer Burns was screaming about something on the radio. He's splitting them 3 wide off of turn 2.
Oh, Arvinitis got turned.
Yeah, got turned by that Silvestri.
Well, he got turned,
but he saved it.
Yeah, he got turned about 90 degrees, saved it, but my goodness, I don't think that's how you want to start your run on the third lap of your second set of tires.
No.
And my goodness, we just see such a contrast between... This is what this race is going to be all about. The drivers who are saving or just coming out that are going about 3 seconds faster than drivers who are trying to hang on old tires right now.
How about this? 3 wide, almost up off the corner. Dale Jr. in here. He has yet to make a pit stop. And he is in a hornet's nest. Justin Mons on the inside. There's Landon. He goes by. And Dale just says, all right, get me on out of here.
Well, Huffman and Justin Mons are on fresh tires, but there's nowhere to go unless you want to try to make it 3 wide. Huffman going to try to do that. I believe that's Owen on the top that they're trying to get by. No, that's Tommy Ryan, and they're going to be able to do that. But you see the huge difference in tire fall off at the beginning versus what these guys who are still hanging on are doing. You see Ryan Doucette on pit road.
Zwack is coming in.
Zwack's going to pit from the 5th position, yeah. Actually just fell back to 6th. He lost it to Michael Frisch. Dale, oh, that was close. Almost contact made.
Easy now.
With Tommy Ryan. Not trying to jinx anything there. By the way, the fastest lap of the race award, Kevin King told me to name it. I'm calling it the King of the Race Award because you're going to get the fastest lap. And I can guarantee you we're not going to see it set for a long time. The sun goes down, the track cools off. We actually get rubber on the racetrack. That's when you're going to see it. I doubt we're seeing it this early in the run.
Guys, I'm an idiot.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Travis.
I've been looking at the wrong car as Garrett this whole time. There is another 15 car out there.
Oh. You were looking at Blake Reynolds, weren't you?
Yeah, I was looking at Blake Reynolds. He didn't speed either, I don't think, but he was hauling into pit road.
Yeah, he didn't either. The track temperature, by the way. Oh, trouble, turn 3. Kevin McAdams is around. Into the outside wall. Tommy Ryan in it as well. McAdams gets it on the apron, and we stay green yet again. But Kevin goes for a slide. He had yet to make a pit stop as Frisch is on pit road. And Kevin, well, he's going to bite the bullet. He's going to come in as well.
Oh, man. Now he, again, 90 degrees down the track. Gets it on the apron. No caution. I think Tommy Ryan is blowing a right front tire. That is the case. Tommy Ryan has a flat tire. He's getting on a pit road.
Cosey's coming to pit road as well.
Yep. Here comes Ryan. He makes it. Junior's coming. Very casual over the microphone. Hey, I'm coming to pit road. Just letting you know, coming to pit road.
Yeah, guys, I'm coming.
Oh, man! Arvinitis. Oh.
Yeah, Arvinitis nearly ran into the back of the filter time machine.
The penny car can't do that to Dale. Come on.
So David L. Brown right now still your race leader. We have probably about 15 drivers that have yet to come down onto pit road. So we're still waiting to see everybody cycle through. Again, we had drivers pit as early as about lap 42, and we're on 57 right now. Yeah.
Daniel Buttafuoco slid through his box.
Oh, that's going to cost him time. He was in second.
So here's the list. David Brown, Ryan Andrew, Blake Reynolds, Brian Blackford, Landon Castle, Cosmonaut Eshu, Philip McCandless, Jake Poulin, Danny Thompson, and Tol Owen have yet to make a green flag pit stop. Everybody else has been on pit road at least once. As how about your race leader getting split 3 wide in turn 3? Look out.
I think by the way Castle's car is reacting, he's either close or he's about blown a tire. He was wiggling that thing around. He might be coming down on a pit road here.
Of course not. Staying out for another lap.
Man, he's barely able to control that car on the straightaways. He is sawing at the proverbial wheel.
Ryan Andrew coming in, and oh my, look at that.
Oh, golly.
Traffic jam.
Here. But they're going to make it 3 wide. And he goes on by. God, I am amazed. Again, in testing, about the furthest you could go was 45 laps in this opening stint with no rubber.
Oh, man. They are 3 wide up there with Ryan Daly in front of.
Look at Cozy.
Oh, Daly almost
Ryan Daly.
Deshotel.
Oh, Butler's going to make it 3 wide off at 2. Butler's in the fence. He keeps it going straight. He scraped the wall.
He's good.
I thought he was going to get shot back down into traffic, but he just scraped the wall. No caution yet. And they are 2 by 2 behind him. Brian Blackford going to make his trip onto pit road at lap 60. Or what is 60 for him? 61 for your race leaders. Doucette there on the top again. Doucette had a speeding penalty, so it's 4 laps down right now in 44th.
Oh, and she's in the wall.
So Doucette saves it. Again, just a handful, or just about a handful, that are still on the racetrack that haven't pit. Ryan Doucette pit on lap 51 and is on the lead lap. So these guys, this runs into that territory. If you're staying out this late, you are giving up so much time when it eventually swings back in your favor. Or you get tires, but obviously you'll have a huge advantage over everybody else when you come out.
Blake Reynolds is coming in P2.
So Reynolds going to come down. Castle's still on the racetrack. So is Cosman. So is Philip McCandless. Danny Thompson, Towel Owen, Jake Poulin. And I believe that's it. Yes, your top 8 are still on the racetrack, have not pit, but that's it. Everybody else has made at least 1 trip down pit road.
Here comes McCandless.
And McCandless, what a thrilling thrilling LCQ that he ended up advancing through.
Now they are 3 wide right behind him as he tries to pit.
Oh, golly.
That was dangerous.
So McCandless safely gets onto pit road. I got to say, regardless of what's going on, I am so impressed by Landon Castle. Started at the back in 29th and still is out here on the racetrack, who admittedly said before this race, I haven't run the sim in a really long time. At least raced the 87 cars in a long time is what he told me. And I'm impressed that without many laps of practice, he could last this long on a set of Goodyear Eagles. Here comes Jake Poulin.
Cosman just blew a tire. Same with Poulin. They're both on pit road.
Landon
Castle's coming in.
Castle's going to come down.
David Brown and Thompson and Tol Owen are the only 3 left.
And again, Brown is running.
Castle.
Yep.
And Castle gets it slowed down. David Brown is running about 28.4s, 28.5s, which is about 2 seconds off what they were running at the beginning of the race.
Yep.
For the 87, so I see something in the chat. We should have no pit lane speed limit. Again, maybe I'm thinking the next event that we do, if we do one, we're going to try to find a way to make that work. Unless we could get Jake Pullen to code it or Kevin Inarelli or somebody like that. We're going to try to find out how we can make no pit lane speed work. It'll make our race controls job really hard because I think we just have to spam the clear the black flag button.
Just lean on the button and don't accidentally hit the caution flag button at the same time.
All right, so only 3 cars have yet to pit. Tal Owen, Danny Thompson, and David L. Brown. That's it. Everybody else has made their way on the pit road. As far as black flags are concerned, I think it was just Desitel who was held in their box.
Yep.
And Jake Pullen, McCandless, Cosman now 2 laps down because they gave up all that time staying out as long as they did. Now they're going to have really fresh tires and start picking their way through the field, but you can see the big difference that having old tires does. And Brown about to get run over here by Adam Cabot. I can't believe that David Brown might make it 70 laps here. I mean, that is just insane.
Yeah. He's staying out for yet another. Now, Matt Bussa has passed Danny Thompson and Tal Owen to take second spot now. He is 16.5 seconds back as those two are now both pitting now that they've been passed. So Brown is coming this time. All 3 of them.
All right, so Thompson looks like a flat tire early. Is they're going to make sure they get that Buick slowed down safely to get into the pit lane. He's able to do just that. David Brown, your race leader, right behind him. Looks like a little bit quicker, hard on the binders, but is able to get to pit road. Did not blow a tire to result in this pit, but David Brown felt the fall off coming, and so he will give the lead over to Matt Bussa. And that is how your first pit work. Guys, we've gone green through the entire first pit cycle.
That insane.
That's impressive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look who it is.
Boom.
Hey, I'm home.
Ryan Doucette is running down Matt Bussa. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Bussa's on the fresher tires by 2 laps. Whoa, Bennett Allen! Oh, hang on! Hang on to it, Lightning. Turn right to go left. He saved it.
What a save.
I don't know how many times he can get away with something like that because, my God, he has been sideways so many times tonight.
Yeah, Allen Pitt, oh man, nearly squeezed Doucette on the wall. Allen Pitt on lap 39, so he's about 12 laps older tires than who's around him. He's finally gone a lap down through that cycle. My goodness, you see the likes of McCandless, Ionescu, or eNASCAR, however the heck you say it. I know we went over this last night. Castle, they are just flying through the field on new tires.
Gosh. Spencer Burns trying to get around this lap traffic. Almost got turned by Arvinitis. And Arvinitis then slaps the fence coming up off the cliff.
Oh, pulling. Justin Champagne, a little bit of contact there on the front straightaway with Jake Pullen. Pullen was mad at Philip Snipes saying, why are you blocking me? I'm on a fresh 20-lap fresher tires. A lot going on here. And again, this was going to be the result of all these different pit strategies that we have, which is exactly what you want to see, I think, in a race that's this long. This is what we love about these long races, the difference in strategy. David, are we at the desk yet?
Yes, we are at the desk. I've got all my drinks set up. I'm currently recovering from a very demanding non-softball game. You know, I think it's story time.
Oh boy.
Listen, I got a lot to catch up on here. We're on lap 75. I thought at worst I'd be back by lap 100. So I feel like I've done a pretty good job of getting here in a reasonable time. I apologize. Take it up with somebody else. It's not my fault.
By the way, I just wanted to mention David Brown just said his right side tires, his right front tire was 5, his right rear tire was 1. So he somehow made that last and literally went right up until he could blow that tire.
So 70 laps. If you drive like David L. Brown, you'll still have a right rear tire, barely.
Did we make picks on who we think is going to win?
I made mine known on Twitter before the race, but if y'all want to, I mean, we're already on lap 76, but we still have a long way to go.
Yeah.
But y'all can go for a pick. I don't care.
Could always do a ones to watch thing later on, or drivers.
I don't like that. I don't like when they do that because they do it with like 14 laps left in the race, and it's no-brainers.
Like, we're not going to do it on the final restart or anything. Like, all right, coming to 2 laps to go. Let's do our picks.
Well, when do you want to do it, Jacob?
Halfway.
All right.
I mean, I made my picks, pre-race. I went with the pre-race odds on Brian Blackford. I feel like I could get a turn at plus 1,500.
Running 26th right now, so
What you saying there, Jacob?
rich strike. That's what I'm saying.
Now, Blackford did pit late. He's only on 18-lap-old tires, so in front of the leaders, but he will be faster than Matt Bussa. Or actually, they ran identical lap times last time. Never mind. Got a battle back here on the back straightaway. That's a 39 of Aiden Kirker. Got his way in through the heats yesterday. Blake Reynolds on the bottom trying to move by. Reynolds, honestly, I thought we'd see Reynolds a little bit higher, being one of the few Coke Series drivers in the field. Started 18th, running 18th right now. Figured he'd be running a little bit further towards the front than what we're seeing him right now.
Oh, Garrett Smithley.
Yeah.
He about lost it. It looked like out of 2.
Tolo in there as well.
Okay, no, he didn't. Never mind. He just lost all of his momentum.
That's back in
Travis over here freaking out. I'm looking at the same thing you are. I was like,
yeah, well, so I cut back and he was way slower, and I just thought, I assumed, and well, you know what assuming does.
Yep.
makes Asu me.
I actually got 4 of our provisional drivers within about a second of each other. You got Alfredo in front of this group, and then you have Earnhardt and Smithley. And they're all pretty much racing for position. Alfredo in 15th, Dale's in 18th, Smithley in 19th. Castle is way behind them because he stayed out so late on tires. He's in 38th, 1 lap down.
See, I just want to see Castle and Alfredo pit together once tonight.
I was wondering if we were going to have beef. They started right next to each other. I mean, Landon rolled off from the back of the field in 29th. Alfredo was 30th. I was wondering if we were going to see a little bit of beef there because they've exchanged some blows on Twitter a couple weeks ago, if you weren't caught up with that.
Oh, I forgot about that. I saw that late at night. I thought it was funny.
Whoa, man, Alfredo.
So he started talking about him, and then he about did the thing.
He came over the radio right before that, too, and then he got really sideways.
I think Alfredo's pitting, yeah. Yeah, I think he's going to come down and pit again. He pit on lap 41, so Alfredo going for more of the, I'm going to split this up into 41 or 42 lap segments, the entire race strategy.
Desautel's pitting. She's blown a tire.
Oh,
Looks
man.
like the right front.
I bet you Alfredo, I bet you he's got Zach Novak in his ear. They were a big fan of short stopping because that's what we did Monday, and it screwed all of us, so I'm never listening to them again, but I bet you that's what they're doing here.
Spencer Burns just came over the chat and said, oh, yeah, this baby's about to blow. So I don't think he's very confident in his tire right now.
And he's on 42-lap-old tires, the same distance as Alfredo.
Now, this is a 124-degree track right now. It is going to cool off significantly. It's, what, 4:12 in the sim, and yeah. All right, so more rubber on the racetrack, and some drivers are still electing to go for a strategy where they're going to split this race up into 12ths. Here comes Spencer Burns down pit lane.
That's a lot of math.
I mean, I'll give Alfredo credit. You can push a lot harder if you know you're only going to go about 41 or 42 laps per stint. You can push a lot harder and take advantage of those tires. And I'm sure somebody did the math, and if this works out, now, if we go 500 laps green, I don't want to drop a monetary value, but I would donate a lot more to the charity than we would get, because I just do not think that I would be shocked if that happened.
Here, I'll put my neck out there. All right, if we're gonna play the game of what ifs, I'll put my neck out there. If you're not gonna do it, Blake, I will put my money where my mouth is. If this race goes 500 laps green, I will use my Prime Gaming sub to subscribe to you.
Oh wow, thank you, thank you, David. Although you could take the value of that Prime sub, which is $5, and donate it to the Dale Jr. Foundation.
Maybe I already did.
Well, there you have it.
Aiden Kirker's pitting in this time. That 39 machine. Running 14th, 44 lap old tires, and here he comes.
Trying to look at the lap times and see what the fall off is.
The Champagne brothers are really racing each other hard. Now Justin's going to be top of 3 wide down into turn 1. Desi Desatel is on fresh tires.
Yeah.
So interestingly enough, I'm trying to see how. So Alfredo is going to be 2 laps down on this strategy. He's in 43rd right now. He is blowing him by. He goes right by Buttafuoco for 4th. See another change right there, the 24 machine. You see Sean Butler right now. He's running in 5th. He's had a solid run as Sean Butler.
Yeah. Really
Which is no shocker, because he loves to run these cars. This is his favorite car and favorite track, apparently. So no shocker to see him running well in that iconic Pennzoil black and yellow 32 Ford. Synonymous with winning on the iRacing service, Sean Butler.
Matt Wishart is requesting official run time at every 100 laps. Don't know why.
Time.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I was just...
Tell him to get a clock.
I mean, we're at...
David, I meant to
Alan's
ask
on
you,
the apron.
is your refrigerator running?
Uh-oh.
I sure hope not, because I just got done being outside. I don't want to go chase it.
Ryan Daly on pit road.
You know what? I'll honor that request from Matt. Right now, we are at 40... So Bussa's going to come around this time. He's your race leader right there. That is 43 minutes, 23 seconds for 93 laps. So I would say it's a pretty good pace right now. We are almost 20% of the way there.
Wow.
Yeah, I kind of put that tweet out there. These drivers, I think it's really going to hit them how long this race is when they hit lap 100 and they realize, oh my God, there's 4 more of these. I think that's when it's going to hit them.
Oh God, can we get a Zach update?
Zach, we doing good, pal?
He's going Xfinity fast. He's fine.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
There we go. Fast as Xfinity X-Fi, it comes back.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. We'll go with that.
Proud premier partner NASCAR.
Got one coming to pit
Xfinity
road.
X-Fi.
Ronnie Osmer's on pit road. Adam Martin as well.
Bennett Allen ran all over the 87 cars. He tried to get to pit road. That's Adam Martin. Bennett Allen has just had a rough go at it here tonight.
Really has.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? This is what this type of race is for, you know? Can you get a rebound out of it? Can you keep the car together when things are looking bad? Yeah, and again, you have such a long way to go. I'm still shocked we have 44 cars that are still running, and really not one of them's been destroyed at all.
Yeah. There goes Landon. I think Landon just pitted. Yeah, he did.
He did.
Don't
I'm
mind.
looking at an overhead shot right now, and the amount of rubber that's on the apron is just insane.
Insane.
Can't imagine what it's going to look like in 400 laps.
You're going to be able to build a new set of tires with that rubber.
You can't really, let's see if you can see it here at 3 or 4. Yeah, it kind of shows up a little bit. Yeah, you can see all the, look at all that rubber that's on the apron.
Yeah.
Like when you comb through like a husky and you end up having another dog at the end of it.
Yeah, there you can see it. Look how much rubber is down there. I mean, that's insane.
That is a lot of rubber.
It looks like they just ran a Moon Car 24 there. See Huffman picking through the field. He last pit on lap 92. Recently off of pit road. That's why he's blowing by cars at this pace. He's 2 laps down, though, at this
39th.
moment. Matt Bussa has lapped up to 21st right now. And Bussa faster right now than Kevin McAdams, who pit on the same lap, who was running 20th right now. Now, McAdams was really conservative on that first run. I think he's picked up the pace a little bit here. Landon
Wide front straightaway. Here comes Landon. Oy.
And that was past McCandless, and they have beef.
A little bit.
I don't mind mentioning that. I'm not going to pick a side because if I pick one, I lose my brother. If I pick another, I lose my limited ride.
I've never seen somebody bellyache so much after making the race.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, McCandless 28th now, 1 lap down. And I think just took it a little too easy on that first run. We can get a Dale Jr. update. He's running 11th right now. Starting to work his way back up. Was about in 25th. And just through the pit cycle and pitting late. And is up here in the 11th.
So White is in P3. Here comes Tommy Ryan in 15th.
I hope I briefed Ben yesterday on if the 88 car is in the lucky dog, you throw a caution rule. Unwritten rule.
He knows about it.
I like
now.
to think that he knows that.
We're smart event organizers here. As they're working to 3 and 4, a lot of cars right around McCandless, Poulin, Cosey trying to make his way by. He's running 9th. Got a good mix of lap traffic and cars on the lead lap right here. Blake Reynolds goes by Cosey. That's for 8th. McCandless and Poulin in front of him. They're a lap down. And then you have Meal in front of him, who last pit on lap 43. So a good mix of strategies right here on the backstretch.
Garrett Smithley's coming in this time here. Wherever he's at.
Oh man, it's getting exciting back here with Bennett Allen again. There were a couple of guys.
Turn 4, David. Garrett Smithley's around. Caution. Garrett got turned around by David Brown. He had no idea Garrett was pitting and rammed into the back of him.
Oh,
Caution
thank
is
God.
out,
Now I don't have to sub to Blake.
Oh man. and I'll give him credit. David Brown says over the radio he wasn't sure that Smithley was pitting, but we even heard it up here in the booth. And Jacob, you even said Smithley coming in this time. So I guess just a miscommunication right there. Of obviously the 83. We're going to see it one more time here. Just runs over Garrett Smithley because he just didn't know he was coming down a pit road.
Yep. Here's the aftermath. There we go. So he's calling it out here. Coming off 2. I'm pitting this time.
And he's doing the courteous thing. He's going low down the backstretch. He's trying to make it clear. That's what you do. He's a real racer. He gets
and
this.
Here comes David Brown.
Was that a mouth trumpet?
It was an attempt. How about Barrett Allen? He missed that. Or Bennett Allen. I can read names.
They got lucky too, because there was a gaggle of them coming right at him.
Yeah.
They were the ones I was watching.
Pit road. It's a very busy place.
So how does this impact the guys that just pitted, like Landon Huffman?
Oh, it certainly does.
Well, we only
does impact them.
passed, right?
Now, so we had a pre-race meeting about this very rule, that there is a lucky dog, but we are not going to wave around like in the old days. So if there are drivers right now who are on the racetrack who are going to basically be at the tail end of the field and would normally get the wave around, well, guess what? This is 1987. You're going to have to do it the old school way. So if these drivers stay out, they are going to be at the tail end of the lead lap. Is how that's going to work. So we're not giving wave arounds here. This is 87.
Danny Thompson.
So Landon Castle, he's the first driver 1 lap down, and now the lap cars are coming in, and most of them are pitting here.
Castle's the free pass then.
It may have been Silvestri.
I thought it may have been Parker White So I really wasn't sure based off of where everybody was at. And of course, iRacing doesn't tell us who the free pass was. But how about David Brown? Well, he was the leader for a moment, so it's back to Bussa now. But cause of the caution, wind up back out in front. How's that work out?
Pretty
He
good,
said
I
he didn't know
guess.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brown came back down. He said we didn't know we were pitting the first time. So, and again, we're going to go old school 87 style. So lap down cars will be on the inside line.
Yep.
Lap cars at the tail end of the field will be in front and technically control the restart. And then you'll have the lead lap cars, the rest of them on the outside.
And what's the mix of tires amongst all those different groups?
That's a wonderful question, David. I'm glad you asked it.
Yeah, me too.
I have no damn clue.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty evident on the restart when the cars that are at the tail of the lead lap in front of the leaders spin the tires and go slow, and the leaders have to not run them over.
All right.
Oh, Dale
Dale's
Earnhardt Jr.
bad.
speeding on pit road. I don't know what official just screwed up right there, but Dale Jr. going to the back of the field.
You can't
So
do
the guy-
that.
The guys
Now-
that stayed out here, Michael Stroll, and are going to go back on the lead lap the old-fashioned way. Parker White, Daniel Silvestri, Anthony Alfredo, Michael Stroll. Their tires, Silvestri, 22 laps old. White, 5 laps old. Alfredo, 22 laps old. Stroll, 16 laps old. And those 4 are going to line up in front of the leaders, plus all the lappers, most of them just pitted down on the bottom.
So they're going to
This
be on
smells like a
couple
caution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bussa is the leader, but he is restarting on the outside of row 5. This could get interesting with drivers who need a caution right now to get back on the lead lap.
Here we go. Good launch from Silvestri out in front.
You're gonna have a lot of slow lap traffic on the bottom.
Landon's
Huffman
gonna
gonna
make
make
it 3 wide.
Oh, they're 3 wide right in front of your leader.
Oh, Huffman! Oh,
Oh, look at Bussa cutting through there.
oh my gosh. Aiden Kirker, white knuckling right now. In the
In
middle.
the middle,
3 wide.
3 wide, boy.
Sean, P4. Around the outside. Here comes Cabot. He's 5th.
3 wide off at 2. Kirker again. He made it work. There goes Matt Bussa. He's trying to get by everybody, and it looks like he's going to be able to do almost that. Gets by a number of cars.
Wide again. Cozy up the middle. Where did he come from? He's P8.
I'm not sure how many lap cars came down or were trying to do the whole typical wave around, get your lap back type of deal. This is what is interesting about this series, about this race, is these are old school rules. So if you're a lap down, you can stay out and save a set of tires, but what if we go green for a long run? You're killing yourself, and I kind of like the call from a couple of those lap down drivers like eNSU, like Castle, who just said, you know what, I'm 1 lap down, but I'm still going to come down and pit. I'm going to forfeit trying to get back on the lead lap and get a quick caution to set myself up better for, passing some of these guys who maybe tried to do that and just weren't able to make it work.
Yeah, only 4 guys tried the wave around deal. And the way that's worked out, Parker White's the only one that's still on the lead lap. Everybody else is back a lap down.
He had the freshest tires. He said his were only 4 laps old, so that makes sense.
Yep.
4 laps old, and
Just-
he got the restart up front. He was essentially the race leader when the
He just pitted the lap before the caution or the lap of the caution. So his tires pretty much had no green flag wear on them when we got the restart.
Well, and guess
So
what?
he
I'm
was the
sure
real
there's a
winner.
lot of drivers whose crew chiefs are in shambles right now. We still have 390-ish laps to go. So you know what? You got a lot of time to make up for something if you're trying to claw your way back into this. 20 cars right now on the lead lap. And then 21st, Daniel Silvestri back to 32nd. Ronnie Osmer is 1 lap down. Excuse me, Tal Owen in 31st, 1 lap down.
Yep. Osmer just went 2 down to Bussa.
Travis, what are you seeing?
Seeing cars,
Wow, that's good.
That's good.
lots of them. Taking it all in. Honestly, that was not as chaotic as I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to be in for a quick yellow.
I like how we have
tires.
such little confidence in all these guys. Like, we know it, we've seen it a million times, and then they don't do it.
It's
Yeah,
not
like-
bad. It's just, I feel like even last night, we've seen more 3 wide tonight than we saw all night last night.
Yeah.
And it rarely worked last night.
No, last night you had more pressure on you. You didn't have a long race. You needed to get it done. There was more desperation last night. I think we've seen guys cutting each other a break here, giving a little more room than they might otherwise. Now we get into the last, 100 laps, last 60 laps of this race. You're not going to see given that type of room. See what we saw in the heats last night.
My God, Kevin McAdams ran up on David Brown there.
You got a gaggle of cars right there with Brown on the inside. You have McAdams, McCandless, who was 1 lap down. You have Earnhardt Jr., who he sped, but he was kind of saved by the fact that half the field was a lap down. He got put at the tail end of the longest line, but the lines were pretty much evenly split, and he restarted, I believe, in 18th. He's in 17th right now, so that speeding penalty put him at the tail end of the lead lap, but it didn't really hurt him that much. And now Matt Bussa, who's your race leader, who has shown some amazing pace tonight, he's going to go to try to chase down Parker White, who right now is on the tail end of the lead lap and would be on the lead lap. Right now, Daniel Silvestri has the lucky dog position because we're not racing back to the line. If we could get that put in by the next event, that'd be great. Jake, Kevin, whoever. And so right now, Silvestri in that lucky dog position.
Oh,
We get a caution.
Michael Stroll hard into the wall. The 87. Adam Martin also got collected. It all started with the 5 of Michael Stroll, who's actually in the 8. He got hooked by Justin Mons hard into the outside wall in turn 1. Collected the 28 of Thomas Ryan as well. Woof.
All right, we're going to see this, a little disagreement here. Mons saying he held his line.
That's the 87, and he gets clipped right at the end when he ricochets back across the track.
That's
Yeah, it gets hit.
unfortunate.
He gets hit in the right rear, but again, that's a case. Mons, do I think he held his line? Yes, but it's also lap 118 of 500. Are you gonna hold your ground this early in the race? Apparently, Mons says yes.
Landon here, oh, he makes it.
Mons said that he did it 2 laps in a row, and he held his line. He taught him a lesson.
Yeah, sometimes you got to learn that lesson. Now, what does this do for drivers? Do you pit here? Do you
Split strategy
make it on the 3rd or 4th tire set? Because you got to think you have 11 sets on pit road. Some drivers have used 3. They might get on their 4th set here.
Well, Sean stays out, as well as Blake and Cosey and Frisch. A lot of the other leaders, including Bussa and Doucette, are on pit road.
By the way, is there any way in ATVO I can check how many tire sets they have left?
No.
Oh, okay.
You basically just have to guess by how many times they've pitted. And even that's not accurate because they could have just
Well, at
pitted
this
out
track,
tires.
yeah, you're not pitting and not taking tires, though, at this track.
That's true.
For the most, I mean, unless you got damage to fix. But you know who this really helped a lot? Parker White.
Yeah.
Yes, Parker White gets back on the lead lap. Did it the old-fashioned way. Didn't need a lucky dog. Did it the old school way. Daniel Silvestri will get the free pass. You have 21 cars on the lead lap. And again, if you're a lap down, you kind of have the question, do you pit here or do you start at the front of the lap down cars on the inside and try to maybe steal one here? I see, looking at the lap cars, Burns is going to stay out. So is Alfredo. Castle going to come down pit road, though. Castle, I feel like, is using a lot of tire sets early in this race.
Why don't we, if we can, talk with the driver of the 32 that stayed out here? Mr. Sean Butler.
Why'd you do it, Sean?
Yeah, interesting strategy here.
Well, if you look at who's up here, me, Blake, Cozy, Frisch, Kevin's up here. We kind of orchestrated that. We want to have as many sets of tires available to us at the end of this thing as we can. So we didn't really go all that long on this run. So we're like, yeah, let's keep a set of tires in our back pocket and stay out.
Wow. Sean Butler confirming collusion here in the Rockingham 508. Unbelievable.
You got to do what you got to do. How are you, David, by the way? I haven't talked to you since yesterday. How's it going, man?
I know it's been a long time, Sean. I'm really it's good to hear your voice. Good to talk with you.
Oh, stop
what did I tell you last night? This is your bread and butter, right?
You did. You told me it was my bread and butter. Make the toast because it's your bread and butter. That's what you said. So
absolutely. And look at you out front in that inferior oil machine. Good job.
Wow, unbelievable. I know it's E-Racer. I know they have a thing against Pennzoil cars, but I don't see any Valvoline cars anywhere. So we gotta have to kind of fix that. But Superior Oil is out front for now until the new tires
All
get
right,
here.
well, don't become toast here on this restart. Best of luck, Sean.
Thank you, guys.
How do you guys like your toast? I like it hard or kind of soft and fluffy?
Excuse me?
Huh?
Like,
I like it toasted. That's how I like it.
yeah, but like you can toast it like to a crisp, or do you like it still kind of bread-like?
I tell you what, toast in the oven
Well, yeah,
is lit.
yes,
Yeah,
it's very
yeah.
good.
Yes.
And you can kind of
get
it's like eating a buttery cloud.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah,
you go to
oh, yeah.
grandma's house, and it's like just perfectly crisp but not burned, got butter on it. Man, I want some toast now.
Yeah, all this.
Just
Okay.
garlic bread out of the oven. Oh,
Oh man!
All right,
Get
here
some of
we
that
go.
to the booth.
Field
Yeah,
is
please.
stacked up,
green
and
flag.
we got about 14th on forward, or I'm trying to look. 12th on forward is on old tires, and you got lap cars on new tires and lead lap cars on old tires. This is about to get crazy right here.
It just takes one on the inside to get loose, and then it's calamity.
Oh, Buttafuoco go 3-1
Buttafuoco.
on the back. Oh my gosh, they are inches off each other. How did they not wreck?
Give it time.
And he is rolling right now. Buttafuoco on those fresh tires.
Oh, Landon. Huffman. Just chopping people off.
Earnhardt wants no part of it. He's saying,
it's like there it goes. Kevin's in it.
Oh, no.
Alan. Oh, look out. Who is that? That's Toll. And he makes it. I don't even know if he hit the brakes.
It's a parking lot off too.
Justin Mons was the first car sideways. He got into Matthew Zwack. And Zwack actually got turned by Justin Champagne.
We have cars that went down into the infield to miss that
Yes,
on the old pit road.
they went to the tunnel. Here's the replay. Just Champagne runs him over. And then Kevin gets turned by Allen up into the wall. Allen then gets run over by the 23. That's Blake Sasser.
Like they're all going to live to talk about. It doesn't look like race-ending damage for any of those cars, but still, damage to the tires, losing track position. I mean, Kevin was an innocent bystander in that. The 41 was an innocent bystander because Zwack got shipped down into him. That's Rockingham racing right there.
Cautions breed cautions.
I'm sure Kevin is just very cordial on voice comms right now.
And surprisingly, he has not really said anything.
You want to talk to him?
I mean, he's had
Sure.
kind of a rocky start here.
On board with Huffman. Woo!
Nice job.
2 laps down in 30 seconds. The C's part. All right, Kevin's in the box. Why don't we talk with him, Kevin? What happened from your point of view?
From what I heard, because Justin's up there watching, Champagne got in his whack, and I checked up for it, and I mentioned to the guys that Bennett Allen was going to be the death of me at some point in this race, because he's just had run-ins with everybody, including myself, and he just didn't check up for the wreck, and had to overcorrect to keep it from going to the inside, so I kind of just pinned it up against the wall, and then everyone decided to pile in. We only have a minute of damage, and these cars are tanks. So once I get it fixed, I think we'll be okay, but just tough on track position. I'm going to keep the tires on it, most likely, as long as they're not too dead, but it's got a long way to go.
Do you think people are racing too hard this early?
I think people are racing like morons, but you know how strong my opinions are on things. I think for a lot of these guys, it's their first endurance / full length race, and they don't know how to handle themselves. And it's quite clear how often these guys are having to pit that's the case. But the cream will rise to the top. I saw a couple of the fast guys had some penalties, but I think at the end of the day, the people that know what they're doing will end up being in the front regardless of the extracurricular activities that cause these cautions.
Appreciate you not mincing words, Kevin. If you were able to drive all these cars for all of these drivers, do you think you would win this race?
I think we'd have a clean race. I know that much.
There you have it.
That's perfect.
Kevin McAdams back in the 22nd position, trying to fix the damage. Thanks for your time, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, haven't checked on the Canes game all night, and they still have not scored. Shame.
Has the other team scored?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Only
problematic
once,
then.
But that's enough.
Hey, the Phillies are leading 3-0. I'm happy.
Can I get a Cleveland Guardians update?
Checking right now. Cleveland Guardians. Where in the world are they? Hold on.
Cleveland.
They are postponed. They will play May 19th, which is tomorrow, in a doubleheader.
Perfect. Well, can't break my heart tonight. That's great.
Yep. Well, okay, they're playing the Reds, for goodness sake. I think.
Oh, it's an interstate battle.
Yes. They're playing the absolute worst team in baseball. I think you're fine.
It
right,
is
well,
the Guardians.
Sean Butler's still your leader up here at the front. Still on older tires, though. We'll see how that works out. We got a number of lap cars who are on fresher ones, as well as lead lap drivers. Green flag back out in the Rockingham 508 on lap 129 of 500.
Sean is gone. Oh, man. Garrett got loose. Here comes Landon Huffman to the inside. They're fanning out back there.
Now, Huffman is he's a lap down, but he's 2 laps down. But he's on fresher tires, and he's going to try to get the 1 lap down. I'm trying to see how many lapped cars have better tires than Sean and are going to try to unlap themselves here. But then you have to worry about Daniel Buttafuoco, who's on fresh tires, and he's caught right up to about the top 5.
There aren't any that are 1 down that are close enough to Sean. Like, Castle's got fresh tires and McCandless, but they're way back there.
Well, and Buttafuoco right now going to look low on Landon Huffman. He's going to send it in there. Oh, man, almost contact made.
We never would have heard the end of that if he had hit him.
No, we wouldn't have. And now Huffman going to look to the bottom, 3 wide. Potentially on Frisch. No, he's going to back out. And Buttafuoco will take advantage. Now Buttafuoco will go 3 wide. That is way on the top. Who is that? That is Ronnie Osmer. Almost 4 wide.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
They're going to go 3. Here we go. Oh, Buttafuoco had to move. Man.
Oh, jeez.
Made it work.
That was about 4. So now you get Huffman and Buttafuoco on fresh tires trying to attack. You see Butler right there up. He has lost the lead. Blake Reynolds has gone by to the race lead. And even Michael Cosey Jr. has passed Sean Butler. So Butler losing a couple of spots. Here comes Huffman once again up the middle, or on the bottom, I should say.
Somewhere. Got it. Oh, and Sean tried to put Cabot in the fence there off 2.
You know, I think the patience that we saw in those first 100 laps, that's gone. Now, you put a number of drivers a lap down. You have these varying strategies. I think the proverbial top has come off.
Well, the desperation factor has gone up now. If you're a lap down at this point, you got to figure out how to get back on the lead lap because all your strategy just went out the window. And I feel like in this race, it's going to be hard to get a lap back.
Oh, lead.
Daniel's not shy to throw the bumper in there. He was doing the same thing with Huffman, Cabot, trying to take advantage of it to his outside. Buttafuoco wants the lead of this thing.
And here comes Cabot on the outside. He's not going to waste any time.
They each have 16 lap fresher tires than Blake Reynolds, who's doing a masterful job of kind of playing the lanes here at Rockingham. Oh, Cabot going to go to the top side, 3 wide.
Oh, how's this going to work?
Oh, Cabot, he made it work.
Yeah, it could be more committed to the throttle up there than Blake Reynolds could be.
And now Huffman has the best chance of anybody to try to get a lap back, as the leaders now are side by side, and he's on the same tire strategy. So if it's going to happen, he needs to get in front of these guys and then pray that there's a yellow.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out the way these guys are racing, but...
You also have Alfredo, who right now would be the lucky dog if a caution were to come out. Cosmin Ionescu is way behind him. Or Ionescu, however the heck you say
I respect
it.
you for continuing to try and you can just call him Cosmin.
Or he's the house car. He's got a beautiful Rockingham 508 paint scheme.
Of course he does. I wonder who painted it for him.
You know, it doesn't really surprise me at all. We've had a little bit of chaos here early on, and Michael Cosey Jr. is up here running in 4th in a special event.
That's my pick to win.
Not shocked.
Is Earnhardt going to push him to the win here like he did at Daytona? In the Firecracker?
I don't know.
Not sure about that.
Will I get to scream at the top of my lungs if he does?
Ryan Andrew done a nice solid job tonight. He's running up in 10th. He's got a lot of lap traffic in front of him.
Here's Landon.
And Adam Cabot has just, golly, he has launched into the lead.
And Botafuco just let Landon go by there getting into 1.
Well, I think Bussa recognizes, yeah, Huffman's on a mission. Bussa's in a really good spot. He just has to save right now.
Bussa?
Bussa?
Bussa's in 13th.
What the heck? Oh, I'm sorry. That's Botafuco. My bad.
I know who you are.
Cars look pretty. Yeah, cars look pretty similar. That's my fault there.
That's all right. We know what you meant.
One's got a 35 on the door and one's got a 44 on the door, but other than that,
Exactly the same.
yeah.
It's actually got a 13 on the door.
Oh boy, they both can't see.
Well, I went off of the scoring pylon, which says 35, not off the door of the car.
I think Botafuco's backed it down a little bit. I think he's dialed back his pace because he knew he was tearing his tires up. He's going to let Cabot get out there, use his stuff up, let Huffman try and get his lap back. But I think Daniel realized he's got quite the gap back to him, to Parker White, Blake Reynolds. No need to push it right now. Look at this gap. This is a ton of cars. Oh, my God. Who was that?
What in the world?
That's the Kool-Aid car.
That's the 40 of Brendan Meal. You know, I'm surprised. You go back to David. There's a lot going on here.
David Brown, you were saying?
Yeah, I was going to say, so David Brown, Blake Sasser, and a number of drivers came down. They pit that last time. They're on fresher tires, but they're not really trying to pace themselves and go up and pass a lot of guys. I don't know if maybe they took fuel and they didn't take tires. We can't really tell. But I think there's a couple of them that did take tires and just aren't really pressing the issue right now. So trying to think ahead and maybe save and try to trap some more cars the next cycle. It's Landon Castle side by side. That is not for position. Castle right now
trying to recover after he got spun out.
Done a solid job of that. So we have 30 cars that are within 1 lap of the leader. 31st on back is 2 down, back to 40th. And you have Justin Mons, Craig Arvanitis, Desi Desitel, and Michael Stroll is 26 laps down out of the race.
Yep, Stroll's parked it. Got one on the wall, Arvanitis, I think. Yeah, Arvanitis just ran over Adam Martin getting into turn number 3. Slide and save for Martin, still green.
Oh, somebody
man,
sliding
Landon.
3 and 4. Golly.
That was Smithley. He got turned, but he got run over by Ryan Daly.
He did a heck of a job not crashing that car.
Yeah.
I tell you, Garrett's frustrations are going to start going up. He's been hitting the butt a couple of times now, and that gets to you as a driver. You don't like that.
No, you do not. Ryan Doucette making a move on Ryan Andrew. Goes down to the inside. He'll get 10th, or at least thought he had 10th for a moment.
Trouble, maybe no. Bennett Allen again.
Oh, gosh.
3.
Yesterday it was Art. Today it's Bennett.
Yep.
But no good, very bad, terrible race so far for Bennett Allen, who, I mean, all things considered, it's not that bad.
Well,
No.
I mean, he's gotten on air a lot. How about the car in front of him? That's multi-time Firecracker participant Jill Chatelaine. I thought I saw that name in the running order. That's so cool to see Jill show up for this event too. He supports everything that eRacer does, and even for this event as well. But that's cool. He's doing a good job. He's running up there in what, 16th place, something like that.
It's going to be about 4 or 5 a.m. I think where he is in Switzerland when this race is over. So he is sacrificing a lot to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And the Hurricanes just tied it up in the last minute. Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go.
All right. Hell yeah.
Playoff hockey. How much is it killing you to not be there at the game right now?
You know, it's I mean, I got to go Saturday, so I kind of got my fill for a little bit, but I wish I was there. Freddie Kraft's there, but he's rooting for the wrong team.
Typical.
Yeah. All right, so hey, if they go into about 9 overtimes, I think I might be able to catch the end of it.
Huge.
Heck, I could probably drive down there at that point and make it. It's about 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
Ronnie Osmer, my goodness, Osmer.
Oh, man, 3 wide. Oh.
A lot of activity.
Right there with Doucette.
Oh, my God, he turned Alfredo!
They saved it.
Kept it.
Wow. Kept it going, no caution.
Oh,
I like the call there to keep it going straight because none of them did a full 360.
Holy cow.
Oh, man, that stacked up the field, though, and that has destroyed Ryan Doucette's tires. And Alfredo, I'm sure, who is, I'm sure, pretty hot under the collar at the moment.
That's a big mistake from Doucette. You wouldn't normally see that out of somebody, you know, with his experience.
He's still the lucky dog, barely, though. That has allowed Jake Poulin to reel him in. And Poulin's now just 0.3, make it 0.2 away from battling for the lucky dog spot.
You know, I would say that, but Doucette kind of wrecked me in pro doing the same thing. But I would agree. Doucette, I think that's the only 2 mistakes he's made in his life, was the one on me and the one he just did on Alfredo. Alfredo was able to save it. I got destroyed, and all of my hopes and dreams of ever making Coke. But
yeah, but look at what but you're still in Coke. You're in the booth.
Yeah, you know, a lot less stressful.
Some would say that was better.
In some ways it is. Less stressful up there. That's probably the biggest thing.
That's just, I mean, just a classic overshoot of turn 3, which is so easy to do at this track. I mean, it's easy to overdrive both ends of this track, but turn 3 especially, he just overdrove it. He realized it, tried to keep it off of Anthony's left rear.
Alfredo is dying. He's on 69 lap old tires right now.
He hasn't pitted since before the last caution. Remember, he pitted right before the first caution.
He wants to pit now. I think he just broke down. He's coming in.
You have to at this point.
Yeah. I mean, he was just dying. He would go into the corner, start in the bottom, and then be up by the outside wall.
You know what? Ronnie Osmer is running and this is another reason we moved the in-sim time later, is there's a shadow that forms at the top of 1 and 2 that kind of gives it a little bit of grip. It's really hard to run in these cars because they just don't take to the top very well. But Ronnie Osmer right now is just running at the wall in 1 and 2 every time. He's getting up into that shadow. Oh, my goodness. He kissed the wall that time.
I have a nominee for the Drew Parker headache of the race. Bennett Allen. Going into number 3. This was the final straw. Going into 3, sends it on in there, gets in the back of Ryan Daly. Daly comes over the radio. Hey, don't do that. Sorry, but yeah, my nominee goes to Bennett Allen. We'll see how well that plays out the rest of the night. But
I don't want to hand it out too early, though. I mean, we're not even a third of the way in, so somebody could have a much worse day than Bennett Allen. He's an early. Yeah, he's running ahead in the primaries right now.
We'll do it like the Oscars, and we'll unveil all the nominees and then the winner post race.
Actually, Ronnie Osmer, after running the wall, he's going to come down and pit. So Osmer in 2 laps down, going to come down pit road. How is the journey to try to get the lap back going for Landon Huffman? He got it back
a couple laps ago, yeah. He was begging for caution, so that way he could only be 1 lap down. He obviously didn't get it. But
Yeah, he wanted to see that yellow when Doucette and Alfredo got together.
Yep. Here's the lucky dog battle. That's Meal and Jake Pullen. Pullen had it for the moment after Alfredo had his issues and had to pit, but Meal takes it away. And he's on 53 lap old tires, Pullen on 54 lap old tires.
Now, Buttafuoco, remember earlier, Cabot launched into the lead, was running and setting a blistering pace, and he is getting reeled in right now by Daniel Buttafuoco.
Remember I said Buttafuoco backed his pace down.
He did.
Once he let Huffman go, and this is the end result of that. This is what he was hoping he was going to see. Now Parker White and Buttafuoco, both teammates, are reeling in the leader of Cabot. Cabot, that's a terrible feeling when you know you're like, man, I got this. I'm doing good. Hell yeah, these guys are disappearing in the rearview mirror. Well, just give it a couple laps because here they both are. They're probably going to swipe it from him pretty quick.
Yep.
Working in tandem to try to chase down the Monday Night Racing Season 4 champion, Adam Cabot.
Ooh,
I'm sorry. That wasn't intended to bring up a poor memory, but while we're at it, no, I'm just kidding.
Let's flash back to Monday night at Watkins Glen.
Hey, I
We got a wreck down at turn 2. Brian Blackford's around.
Oh,
that's
no,
Blake's
that's my pick. Who did he get hit
87.
by?
He got hit by Adam Martin. That might be another nominee for that Drew Parker headache of the race award. That's a couple he's been involved in here tonight.
Martin was 37th,
Didn't
two
these
laps
two
down.
get together earlier?
They might
Tonight?
have.
Is this payback?
I can't quite tell you that. I'm not sure.
This race has been so long already, I don't remember.
Yeah, and we're not even a third of the way in. You see right there, nothing Blackford could have done. He almost beached it there, but
I don't think that was. I mean, you'd have to be pretty angry to wreck Brian Blackford. He's like the nicest guy on the earth.
yeah, I think just a miscalculation on where that left front was. Not going to hurt Blackford, though. I mean, I don't think he got any damage out of that. The tires are pretty damaged, though. But I think his car's
busy place.
Yes, it is. And this is how the strategy is going to unfold. Who is going to come down? Who is going to stay out? Who's going to save a set of tires?
Landon only 1 down now, so that worked out for him.
Don't think we're going to be seeing any 2-tire calls tonight. I think Philip McCandless showed us last night and a couple others that that doesn't work.
Unless we get a really late race pit stop.
Race off pit road going to be won by Daniel Buttafuoco. Sees Whack taking service. Let's see up here who elected to stay out. We have a long line of lap down cars. Pit road is going to open for them this time. This is where it's going to get interesting. If you're a lap down, do you try to stay on the tail end? Bennett Allen's going to elect to do that and try to take 1 lap back. So I think Bennett Allen might start at the front of the field, which if that's the case, we might be ready to hand out that Drew Parker headache of the race award.
Oh boy.
I think he's got a song for a situation like this. Bennett Allen may be with a damn house band here, and not too long if he can't hang on to it up front.
Hey, Travis.
Yes, sir.
I got a food question for you.
All right, let's hear it.
Where do you stand on this whole smashed hamburger thing?
So I actually haven't tried it, but I have an uncle who makes them, and he swears by them. So I'm gonna hold off on commenting until I try it.
right.
Why do you ask? Do you have an opinion?
I'm looking on DoorDash right now, and I was just perusing some of the offerings, and there's this one that's like their whole business is built around smashed hamburgers. And I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like you're missing out on something with a little flat hamburger on a big ass bun. Like I don't see the value.
So out in Colorado, I went to a place. It was called the Skirted Heifer, which sounds like a gentleman's club, but it's not.
Sounds like a girl I used to date back in college.
This is a charity stream, Travis.
Yeah, it's not. It is a burger joint. It's like this little burger joint. Like there's hardly even any room to sit in there. And Dale just mic'd up and said, "We got a damn long way to go." Right. But anyway, the burger, they put a lot of cheese, and the cheese like overflows the burger, and I guess that's why they call it the skirted. Sorry, the race chat's pretty funny. And it looks like a skirt on the burger. I don't know why. Oh yeah, because it's smash burgers, but they're really good. If you're ever in Colorado Springs, Skirted Heifer, pretty good.
We're in Rockingham. Here's the green flag. Daniel Botafuco leads us down for the restart. Green flag.
Tires restart zone, gets it kicked off, and so Allen going to start at the front line of the lap down cars, and nearly every lap car behind him is on fresher tires, so they are going to be trying like heck to get around this 95 car.
Can't say heck on a broadcast, Blake.
Dang heck.
Oh, Alfredo! Oh my gosh.
Alfredo has had one eventful night here so far at Rockingham.
He's trying.
Oh my goodness!
5 out of the way. And that's one way to do it.
Golly, Bennett Allen.
Oh, Alfredo got the exit. Oh, Cabot. They saved
four
it.
wide. Oh, he looked 4. Was that Jake pulling down there? Everybody just trying to get around, get the heck out of the way for the 95. Man, if I can't say heck, I sure am going to be paying my fines to the FCC after this. Maybe I'll get more creative someday and come up with another word, but my goodness, Bennett Allen free falling through the field, and everybody trying every way they can to get around him.
Meanwhile, Michael Cosey Jr. is taking the lead away.
Oh, one car to the fence in 3. I believe that was Tal Owen. He keeps it up there. No caution.
Upside down, Ryan Andrew.
And who was the other car?
Bennett Allen.
Look out.
Right.
Look out.
Oh, Ryan Andrew was running top 10 at one point not too long ago.
Well, AJ, that was a humdinger.
And Bennett Allen was taken 3 wide, and I don't think he anticipated Ryan Andrew making his way up on the outside. And the flip count is at 1 here at Rockingham.
I'm surprised it took that long, to be completely honest.
Do we have a sponsor for the flip count?
We do not, but I'm not against somebody in chat donating right now to sponsor it.
Yeah, that's a tough spot because Bennett Allen's looking to the left of him to see the car that's there, and by the time you look back up, Ryan Andrews there committed to that. It's a high risk to move. I know why he did it, but he paid the price for that one. I mean, he was coming with such a run. What's Ryan Allen Andrews supposed to do there? Like, you can't back out of it. You have to take that run.
Man, it took me that long to realize that was Ryan Andrew and not Toll Owen.
They look similar.
Oh, yeah, that car looks just like Toll's car.
Yep.
Especially upside down.
All right, so yet another caution, and Michael Cosey Jr. is the leader.
That's my
They've had
pick.
a lot of different leaders in this race. Surprised it's taken Matt Bussa as long as it has to try to get back to the front, but he's been in a lot of traffic. Had a lot of guys who were just kind of chilling at the back end of the top 20 here and just kind of biding their time.
So should I get some wings? Should I get a burger? Should I get a sandwich? What should I get?
Hold on. I just heard Dale Earnhardt Jr. giving advice on trying to find your credit card that you lost in the race chat. What is happening?
I heard that too, and that's why we were silent. We were listening.
It's like, wait,
Talking
what?
about losing his credit card in his bed or something. I don't know. This is I think we've reached a point that these drivers are they're tired.
Oh, come on. It's only been 172 laps. They can't be tired yet.
Yeah.
Not even 10 o'clock on the East Coast. I like this review. I'm still on DoorDash. Here's a review for a spot. This guy gave him 3 stars and said, taste of the food.
Wow. That's incredible. Great insight.
You're still talking about credit cards in the driver's chat. I wish y'all could hear this. All right, so 1 to go. Yes, this time. Cozy's still your race leader. This has been a pretty eventful race so far, I'd say. We went about, what, the first 100-ish laps green, I would say?
Yeah,
I can't remember exactly when that first caution came out, but it was around...
Like 106, I think.
What I'm looking at, it was... Yeah, it was around like 120 or so. Or 104.
Those are...
It's a big range.
Yeah. Numbers can be hard sometimes.
Amen, brother.
Still just as many cars on the inside and the outside lane. Who was the free pass that last time? I believe it was Poulin, I think. Got back on the lead lap.
Yep.
So right now, Landon Castle in the lucky dog spot, but he's 5th here on the inside.
Green flag.
Green flag back in the air. And a big jump there for Cozy. Going to take advantage of being that leader. Osmer here on the bottom on old tires, so he's going to kind of stack up that inside lane. Parker White, Daniel Buttafuoco able to get on by clean. And boy, there's a lot going on in the exit of turn 4 right now. Champagne left to go high. Reynolds a big wiggle. And now Huffman going to go to the bottom, 3 wide on the front stretch.
Cosman backed out of it. That was smart. Yep, okay, go ahead, take the spot. We'll see you.
There are about 326 laps to go. I'd like to remind everybody.
Huffman and being bottom of 3, name a more iconic duo.
Well, he's a lap down, too.
Well, he got one. He needs to get the other one, do the same thing.
Oh! David Brown almost got turned by Bussa. Now, Landon's racing Landon. Huffman is trying to catch Landon Castle here to get the free pass spot. So that's why Huffman is all over it right now.
I think Huffman's showing a great example of if you're just going to drive 100%, you can pass a lot of these lead lap cars. They have no reason to battle you. They're gonna save their tires and look for the long run. So Huffman is kind of throwing that out the window, and he's done a great job trying to get by. He's still a couple of cars behind Castle right now, who runs just in front of Justin Champagne, who's in 5th. A solid run for Champagne. But Castle trying to hang on. It's a Landon and Landon show for the lucky dog.
We got a sponsor for the flip count.
Really?
Fender Bender 9000 says they donated $10 for the flip count.
All right, well, what's the name of it?
The Fender Bender flip count.
Yeah, I feel like Fender Bender is the perfect
Yeah, that's
name.
a perfect name.
New leader, Parker White. He was a lap down not that long ago. He did that strategy.
He must have gotten it done quickly over Michael Cosey.
Yes. Yeah, it was only a couple laps after the restart there that he got back out in front of him.
I'll tell you what, White, not that I'm shocked that White is very fast and has been throughout these heats and throughout this race, but I didn't think he'd be quite the front runner that we've seen and as accustomed to driving these cars because, you know, there's just a lot of people who run these cars and some people just aren't as familiar with running them on tracks that aren't Daytona or Talladega, and I would have probably fit Parker White into that category, but he has really shown some speed here at the Rock.
Parker White's a really good sim racing driver. Like,
I would agree with
good.
that.
And I'm not just saying that because we're teammates.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that either. We'll give you a full field rundown here. Parker White currently runs in first. Michael Cosey Jr. second. Daniel Buttafuoco is third. Adam Cabot fourth. Justin Champagne runs in fifth. Sixth to Blake Reynolds. Daniel Silvestri in seventh. Michael Frisch is in eighth, working on Matt Bussa right now, who runs in ninth. And Kevin Champagne, Jacob, rounds out your top 10.
Sean Butler sits in 11th. David Brown in 12th. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is all over the back bumper. He's in 13th. Garrett Smithley sits in 14th. Then it's Spencer Burns, Matthew Zwack, Kevin McAdams, Ryan Doucette, Brendan Meal, and Gil Chatelaine in P20.
You want to take the next one, David?
No, I don't.
All right, 21st, Blake Sasser. 22nd is Brian Blackford. Jake Poulin, last car on the lead lap. He is in 23rd. Landon Huffman, one lap down, scored in 24th. So is Landon Castle in 25th, which, by the way, changed for that lucky dog spot as Huffman goes on by Landon Castle. 26th to Cosmin Yaneshu. 27th is Tal Owen. Danny Thompson is 28th. Philip McCandless is 29th. And Aiden Kirker runs in 30th.
31st is Anthony Alfredo.
There you go.
Ryan Daly back there at 32nd. 33rd to Adam Martin. John Ellis, 34th. Bennett Allen hanging on to 35th. There's no quitting him. 36th, Philip Snipes. 37th, Brad Kress. 38th, Tommy Ryan. Ronnie Osmer, 39th. 40th to Justin Mons. Craig Arvernitis in 41st. Ryan Andrew, 42nd. He's back on track after being upside down. Desi Desatel in 43rd, and then rounding out the field, the only car that has called it quits, number 8 of Michael Stroll.
By the way, I have a great announcement to make.
Yeah.
Caden's win.
Wow.
Oh!
Hockey.
They stole one.
That's incredible.
That really
What,
is.
ties the series at 1?
No, it's first game, so up 1-0.
First game. Yeah, okay.
That's big. Established dominance early.
Yeah, you don't want them to take home ice, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to take home ice. It'll probably melt.
Thank you.
Not if you have a freezer.
Well,
It
yeah.
depends on the drive.
You know, I bet Kevin McAdams is a little on edge right now.
Why do you say that?
Say that. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was a lap down. He's in 17th. My bad.
Hey, Blake.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he's on edge, though.
Yeah, I mean, I was
that's
about to
true.
say,
That's
like,
true.
he doesn't have to be a lap down for that to happen.
Like saying, I bet you Kevin McAdams has an opinion about this.
Justin Mons is not happy. Oh, we got a caution.
It's behind the leaders. It's in front of the leaders. It's the 55 who was with the leaders. How about Osmer? He got loose. And maybe got some help from Aiden Kirker. And Anthony Alfredo nowhere to go.
Yeah, that was Ronnie Osmer, who was just sitting in the middle of the track. I was looking at the other 55. Alfredo, I mean, you're exactly right. Just an innocent, could not have done anything to avoid that wreck.
Again.
But again, I don't think he got too much damage out of it, though.
Wait, Alfredo hit Osmer? That's his tire guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Well,
Yeah, that's 2 Hour Motorsports employees hitting each other. Love to see it.
Do you love to see it, really?
No, not really. I mean, I know they don't. That's irony.
Now through that, Landon Huffman is back on the lead lap. He gets the lucky dog.
Wow. All right.
So Landon's gotten 2 laps back in the last 2 cautions.
Yep.
I bet you he's feeling higher than a kite right now after that.
Well, yeah, look at all these drivers. We've had a couple of lucky dogs, but nobody's really... I mean, Huffman came from 2 down, got 1 back the old-fashioned way, and then just got a lucky dog. So Huffman showing that the rest of these guys who have been a lap down for a while, that might be their fault, because there's something obviously Huffman's figured out to do it that these other guys just haven't.
Yeah, he's going balls out. Travis, why don't you get him on the horn and ask him?
I don't know if that's a good idea. Last time I called him, it didn't go well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's under caution. He might be willing to talk.
Well, he was texting me earlier, and he was not happy. But I'd imagine now that he's back in the lead lap, his opinion's going to do a 180. And this is going to be the greatest thing ever.
All right, let's see if pit road's going to be a busy place. It is not for your leaders. This is really interesting.
Yeah, 27 laps on the tires. And these guys are going to stay out. That's a surprising call. Maybe they think we'll get another caution within the next 20 laps or so and give them a shot to pit. But you also got to keep in mind that we're not even 2/5 of the way there yet.
Well, again, as far as the tire limits are concerned, you started with 11, and we wanted it to be kind of a balance, right? We didn't want everybody to pit every single caution because then, tire saving doesn't matter as much. But we didn't want it to be too little that you're having to, stay out there all the time on old tires. And I think 11 has been a good balance for the amount of cautions that we've had, but it's definitely on these drivers' minds that they've used a couple of sets and they do not want to risk it. However, the flip side of that is if you do come down pit road and we get a super long green flag run, you're going to be in an amazing spot and try to make up a lot of ground on these people. So I love the contrast and strategy.
Strategery.
Yes.
I think if nothing else, it serves as a proof of concept for the rest of the field that if you're a lap down, here's the template you got to follow to get your laps back. I mean, we've seen Parker White do it. We've seen Landon Huffman do it twice. It can be done. You got to go hard.
Well, this is a perfect opportunity. You have a bunch of leaders who are on old tires. If you're a lap down car, you can get fresh tires, start at the front of that inside line. You can blow by the leaders and get a lap back. So this is a great opportunity if you have those set of tires to spare. Now, a lot of them here at the front don't, as they work in the kicking the tires restart zone. Green flag in the air, and Michael Cosey Jr. is off, just like he has been every time he's restarted up here at the front of the field. But a lot of drivers staying out on old tires on this restart.
Case study. That was what I was trying to say. It was a case study for how to get your laps back. I mean, a template works too, but a case study, that sounded smarter.
Oh, Alfredo's 3 wide in the back with McCandless and Ryan Doucette. And remember, he spun earlier. He used a lot of sets early, and he was going to dump to 28. What a save between the
23 on 23 violence, and that collects Parker White.
Oh, no.
Parker White was up against the outside wall and got hit by Alfredo coming back up the racetrack, and he has damage and nosed it into the wall after spinning it. He couldn't save it. But 23 on 23 violence there between Sasser and Alfredo. Alfredo lifted, and Sasser sure as hell didn't.
And I'll tell you what, I bet Alfredo is not happy right now. Not only has he been involved in a couple of spins, some obviously right there ran into the back of Tommy Ryan, who was on older tires and slower, so just wasn't anticipating that. Gets run over from behind afterward, trying to check up for him. A great job by Tommy Ryan saving that race car. But remember, Alfredo was on that strategy of splitting the race evenly, and White not quite able to save it. So he used a couple of sets of tires. He just used another one. And yeah, I think
Man.
Alfredo, he's used a lot of tire sets now.
I guess you could say in a fair and just world, I mean, Anthony did touch off the contact, even though the guy saved it. But he did touch off that contact, and then he got some of his own. But still, he said, man, we had it saved. Just hit the brakes. Don't run me over. And it didn't happen. And you feel for Parker White, too. He nosed it into the wall. I think he'll be all right. It didn't look like it was too hard of a hit, but you don't want to take front-end damage at any point in this race. I feel like Alfredo's hit everything but the damn lottery so far tonight. We're not even halfway.
He might be in line for nominee for Headache of the Race award. Not him causing the headache for everybody else, but he's got a headache after this race.
I tell you what, so there's been a lot of driver communication under these cautions. And somehow Dale was saying, I should have put about $400 for somebody to win in a Buick. And Kevin McAdams replied with, it's not too late.
Yeah. Top Buick is Bussa, P6.
I probably would have raced if that were the case.
I also like that Dale says this while driving a Chevrolet.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is the reason that the Buick is important is not only these 87 cars going back in time and having the Chevy, the Ford, and now the Buick put in this sim. Everybody wants their little piece of legacy content, whether it's on the open wheel side of things, whether you want an old school Gen 4, whatever you could think of. The way that is going to happen is supporting this legacy content, whether that's the Chevy, the Ford, or now the Buick as the new car. If there's the interest there, they will see that, and who knows what could be on the horizon. So if you want to see more legacy content in the sim, it ain't just the Chevy or the Ford. Maybe go consider supporting the Buick. It's a great race car, by the way. It's really great to push on the super speedways.
So I've got a Huffman update.
All right.
You know how I said his opinion would change? Well, he went from saying, oh, this isn't fun to, I'm going to win this race. It has 24 hours of moon car vibe. Go Rats.
All right.
There you go.
Go what?
Rats.
Oh.
Car 2014.
Yeah.
Team. Yeah,
Cambodian camel rats.
The worst team in the history of the Moon Car 24, actually. Well, when Huffman was in the car, it was the fastest car in the field. It was just the rest of the team was inexperienced, we'll say.
Philip will agree with you on that.
Is that where the beef started?
Yes.
Okay.
That is
This goes back to Moon Car 24?
Yeah, that's the beef between Philip and Landon. Started all the way back in at Martinsville. Another charity race, and now it's been re-upped. So apparently, if you just don't want beef between Huffman and McCandless, just don't have a charity race.
Golly. Nothing like charity to bring drivers
Parker
together.
White, under caution, nearly ran it, slammed into the back of the field. Alfredo and White went to miss. And this is where we have starting to get more cars on the outside lane. These single file restarts can get a little bit hairy here. Green flag back out.
Oh, man.
19th is the first driver on fresh tires. Oh, my gosh. We are 3 wide. We are 4 wide here, 1 and 2 there.
John Ellis. I don't know what happened to John Ellis, but he got
I wonder if he missed
hit.
a shift.
It almost looked like he missed a shift because he stacked him up big time.
He's almost missing a car after that lap.
Brendan Meal missed a shift on that restart.
I was behind those guys yet. That Meal missed the shift.
They are still 3 wide back here. Daniel Buttafuoco on new tires, rather. Middle 3 wide. Is he going to take it to the bottom? No. He's got Bennett Allen right in front of him. Blake Sasser right behind. They're 3 wide way in front. Oh, and Alfredo gets into Meal. Meal saves it on the apron.
What a save by Meal. Kool-Aid Man said, oh, yeah, he saved it.
Alfredo's kind of been rolling through the center, and he's found a couple cars with his nose of his Chevy.
Adam Martin got punted by Matt Bussa coming down the back straightaway. Nice little chicane from Martin, but he keeps his foot in it and only loses 2 spots.
Oh, Cosby Cosman and I believe Kevin Champagne
Kevin.
just knocked the heck out of each other up here.
Oh, and Cosmo locked up trying to make the corner.
Golly.
That's not the first time we've seen Cosman and a Champagne get together, right?
No, far from it.
The proverbial lid has popped off here at Rockingham at lap 201. Still 300 to go, by the way.
Yep.
Not even halfway there. I hope you didn't have anything else planned to do with your Wednesday night if you were one of these drivers, because I wonder how much these guys are consuming liquids. You know, you need to hydrate. I'm sure they're sweating.
Oh my God!
Somebody in this field's got to not have air conditioning too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, remember there are some people in this world named Landon Huffman who figured out after they qualified for this race that it was 500 laps.
I got plenty of that. I don't know how much more clear I could have made the name Rockingham 508, but apparently people didn't think that either that's 508 miles or, 500 laps. I was kind of shocked at how many people today sent me a message saying, wait, is the race tonight actually 500 laps?
That is
unreal.
Apparently that's my fault. I clearly didn't market something correctly, but I thought I made it pretty clear that this is a really long race.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned through Mooncar and organizing events, iRacers, let me be careful how I word this. Reading comprehension is not the best when it comes to iRacers. You can organize an event a month in advance, and the day of, when you're doing all those last minute things to make sure it goes off smoothly, you'll get 160 messages from a ton of different drivers wanting to change or just having questions that could have been answered 30 days ago.
Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna name names. I had somebody ask what track the race was at.
Oh my!
Yikes!
I'm telling you.
Listen, for this race, Blake, here's the thing. They saw you post it. They saw Rockingham, they saw Dale Jr., and they stopped reading. That's all they saw.
They saw Dale Jr. and stopped reading, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest.
Our race control tonight, Ben Easterday, he got to hear me before the 2021 Mooncar 24. I had one of the biggest come-aparts of my life in Discord before that race because I got one too many messages, and I finally snapped.
Oh, Osmer's into the wall in 1 and 2. He's on fresh tires trying to get a lap back. He's 3 down, but he is moving on fresh tires. This is the opportunity. If you're a lap down right now and you can afford a set of tires, this is when you can get back on the lead lap. Landon Castle got back on the lead lap last time, and now Cosman is in that lucky dog position right now.
Well, I'm going to go do something these drivers can. I'm going to go create some space for some more beer.
Show off that you can go to the bathroom here?
Wow.
Yeah. I ordered Taco Bell, by the way. I resolved that issue.
Wow, all that looking and you settle for Taco Bell.
Well, listen, Cozy's my pick to win. Cozy loves Taco Bell, so I'm going to get Taco Bell.
I love Taco Bell, but I feel terrible after I eat it.
Well, I know I'm going to feel terrible, but you know what? That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
I'm a big Del Taco guy now.
Well, I don't know what to do with that information, so I'm going to go pee.
All right.
You know what? I had a revelation today, and it was because of Travis. That going and eating at a Mexican restaurant by yourself is amazing.
It is phenomenal.
Yeah, the service is fast. Usually the food's a little bit cheaper. You don't have to share your chips and salsa with anybody. You don't have to worry about double dipping or somebody taking like half the thing of salsa if you're not eating it immediately.
So when I'm traveling to like a race or something and I'm by myself, if I'm Waffle Housed out, which is rare, but if there's not a Waffle House in the area or I'm just not feeling it, I will find the local Mexican restaurant and go in there and proudly sit by myself.
Yeah, and I did it today because it was my birthday, and I thought, you know what, why not? And did not regret it one bit.
You should have told them it was your birthday so they'd come out.
Yeah, but like how much, if you're going in by yourself and you're like, oh, it's my birthday, and they're going to come out and sing their song and give you a little slice of cake, like, I don't know, I feel like that's just a
They'd probably give you the whole meal for free. They'd feel so bad for you. That's the thing. Like, I go in there,
Yeah.
I get so much pity. Like, when they look at me and they're just like, how many? And I'm like, 1. The look on their face is always like, aw.
I just felt bad for you right there, the way you said that.
Yeah.
Yes, happy birthday, Blake McCandless.
Thank you, thank you. It's also
Phil
Philip's
as well.
birthday. Yeah, I was about to say it's Philip's birthday. He's in the field tonight. You probably wouldn't know because he's back in 28th right now, but he's there.
Oh, that's cold.
All right, so I feel like we've kind of gone through some waves. We've had the chaos on the restarts. We've had some tame moments. I think we're in one of those. We've kind of settled back into the race at this point as we are starting to approach the halfway point. We're not quite there yet. Still got a little ways to go till we reach it, but I think we've kind of settled in at this point.
How about P2 here? Matt Bussa on the outside of Justin Champagne. Lap traffic ahead.
You're on even tires. Bussa has just been so strong. Has been kind of caught back in traffic for a while. He's moved up into second, and it may not be too much longer before he has the lead. And Michael Cosey Jr. right now, who has it for now. You have Osmer, who's on fresher tires, trying to get back to 2 laps down. But he's not going to be able to do it if Bussa passes him and takes the lead.
Well, and he's really not going to be able to do it if Osmer gets loose like that again. It comes down in front of the nose of Bussa. That got close there off, too.
Shout out to my mother in chat saying, happy birthday to my favorite person ever, Blake. So.
Does that mean you're changing your name to Blake now, Travis?
Favorite person ever. That's a pretty good compliment, Mrs. Brown.
Wow. I thought I was her favorite.
And here I thought this has been a bad birthday. My birthday's made. There's a lot going on around Landon Huffman, David Brown. Oh, golly, Huffman drifted into that corner.
Osmer bounced it off the fence off 4. So that ends that battle there.
Huffman has he's gotten on the lead lap, but that has not changed his approach. He is full sending to try to get to the front.
Gas to. He's in a hornet's nest.
What?
Somebody said David came up a little short.
I'm upset.
Person.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
I'm upset. You know, it's low-hanging fruit, and that's a short joke too. But honestly,
Easy for you to grab that, right?
yeah, just go to hell, Jacob.
Oh my God. Hey, David's one of the most grounded people I know. He doesn't deserve this.
We're not doing this. No, this is not turning into everybody shit on David's height. We're not doing that.
Oh, man.
I drove a long way to be here for this broadcast. Damn it.
I'm seeing some smoke right now, guys. I'm trying to find out where that's coming from.
Blinking?
It's coming from my ears. I'm pissed.
It might be. I know the 24 has had some bad blinking issues. Kevin Champagne.
He's
So I wouldn't be
P9.
I wouldn't be shocked if it's at 24. He's been blinking like a Christmas tree so far in this race.
Yeah. Or just somebody's just drifting around the racetrack.
By the way, guys, we are doing this event, and this whole thing has been done in joint with the Dale Jr. Foundation. So we encourage you, of course, these drivers donated to be a part of this race, to be a part of the heats yesterday. We had over 120 drivers sign up. If you want to, there's a QR code on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You can scan that, send in a donation. We've raised over $1,000 through this event for the Dale Jr. Foundation, which has been awesome to see. So we appreciate everybody tuning in, all the drivers who support it, and, of course, all of you who have been a part of the audience tonight. We still got a long ways to go. So you got a while to think about how much you want to donate, I suppose. All right, I hope that'll get us away from the short jokes, David. I tried to do it.
No, Chad is just being merciless right now.
Didn't get Chad away from it.
They all have the same bad dad humor. Like, literally everybody has the same bad joke. It's kind of funny.
So Aiden Kirker has gotten in front of Cozy. Kept his lap back the old-fashioned way. He's 1 lap down right now. He's running the high side. So is Bussa. Cosey staying on the bottom. And that's the other thing we've seen is this track has really worn in. I'm seeing a lot of different lines here. And now Cosey going to go up to block Bussa, but Bussa, contact made for the lead. Bussa laying on the door of Michael Cosey Jr. off of turn 2. He may have it here, but that was close quarters for your top 2 runners, and Bussa going to get the job done into 3. Bussa to the race lead. That could have been bad.
Fourth on back is in a pack right now. Blake Reynolds, Adam Cabot side by side, then Champagne and Frisch side by side. Then it's Sean, and then there's Kevin Champagne right behind them. These guys.
Spencer
are all
Burns
over
3
each
wide.
other.
Off a turn 4, nearly contact with Kevin McAdams. You know what? Shout out to Zach Johnson because we're sending him all over the damn place, and he is getting it all very well. So, yeah.
Oh, Ryan Andrew into the wall there. Everybody has to drop down. Here comes Burns on the apron 3 wide.
Oh my God.
Ooh, they were 4 wide. And Ryan Andrew, yeah, way back there now.
Not bad for a car that flipped over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he had to all that time loss was because of the toe. It doesn't look like he got too much damage out of it. He just got flipped on his lid, quite literally.
His whole world got turned upside down.
We may have brothers with beef, as I think Justin and Kevin Champagne nearly wrecked each other.
They've been going at it all night, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was contact in the 3.
Kevin sent it in, and Justin wasn't ready for it, went to defend the line, and he got a tap in the left rear. That was almost it.
And they lined up nose to tail 35th.
Oh my gosh, Silvestri, 3rd place, just drifted it off turn 4. What a save, but there goes Blake Reynolds. He takes over the 3rd position.
And that was all on his own. Single car drift right there. Oh, man, his right rear's gone. His right rear is on fire right now. And once you lose it, it is almost impossible to get it back. So Silvestri is going to be putting on a drift show here probably these next few laps, trying to cool down that right rear tire. 64 lap old tires for the entire top 10, Blake. So we're getting close to the end of the lifespan for these tires.
We're starting to see the comers and goers here, too.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you.
Well, what? I didn't want to...
Do you want to focus on who's coming or who's going?
I'm going to tee that one up again because I knew how it was going to sound. Anyway, we're starting to see who took care of their tires early in this run and who didn't. Yeah. That's all I was going to say. Jeez.
So a lot of these guys who stayed out the last couple of cautions going to get close on tires. We have a number of drivers who pit on that last caution and can go a little bit further on tires. So this may be another opportunity to trap some cars if we do get into green flag pit stops once again. And Aiden Kirker, who held off Matt Bussa for a long time to stay 1 lap down, unfortunately has lost the fight, but he was up here on the top side putting up a fight for about 20 laps to stay up there. Michael Cosey says, "I respect the fight, sir."
Did he actually say that?
Yeah, he did. Or something about respecting the fight.
Is DT spotting for him?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. It's my pick to win, by the way.
Oh, Justin Champagne is slow. I think he may have blown a tire. He is way off the pace.
Oh, no!
And Anthony Alfredo into the wall.
Bennett, save it, Bennett. Keep it up there.
Alan,
no,
Bennett.
caution. Oh,
my God.
I think everybody missed him.
Except the guy who hit him right square in the door.
I was going to say, no, Adam Martin did hit him.
Champagne does have a tire down, by the way.
Yes, he does. Well, he does now. I think it was starting to go down right before that, and then it really went down after the caution came out. But yeah.
Goodness.
Good timing for Champagne.
Yeah, Justin Champagne had blown a tire, and we can confirm that Bennett Allen has been disqualified from the race. So I think that Headache of the Race award might be there for the 95.
Undisputed at this point.
Can we say who DQ'd him?
It was the guy that made the announcement. At first, I thought it was Ben, and I was like, whoa, that was awfully bold. Then I looked, oh, no, okay.
I said after that last caution, I sent him a private message that warned it and said, one more and you're gone. And, well, that was one more.
Three called looking.
Well, I love the way you were so calm. Like, oh, he's been DQ'd. And then I look, and you were the one who DQ'd him.
We got to try to appear objective up here.
Yeah.
That's just good race coordination. Like, that's being a good promoter.
Well, again, this is a charity race. We're here to have fun. And I've been intentionally lenient on rules. We don't have a cause 2 in your out system. But if it's
6 or 7, then we start. You'll get the attention of the admins.
Yeah. Like flying.
Some would say you were being charitable with him.
And again, let's not dog on the guy too bad. I mean, he caused a couple wrecks in a sim racing charity race, so.
Oh, no, he
nice
had
to
a
name
lot
it.
of great saves, and he got run over a lot. It was not all his doing.
Like, he had some bad luck, got trapped a lap down early, a couple laps down, so I'm sure, not the way you want the night to go, and trying to make it up, just making a couple mistakes, so. It happens to the best of us.
I'm sure Anthony's thrilled about that one, too.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have been kicked 100 laps ago.
I wouldn't have made the race, so.
Yeah, I guess it was wishful thinking for me to think.
I tell you what, though, I
jump.
really wanted to see that play out because we were starting to see drivers dropping like flies, and we were going to see another round of green flag pit stops.
Yep.
Fortunately, didn't come to fruition. Did Cosman?
Speeding.
He didn't come down pit road. He has not pit since lap 162.
I thought he did. What the hell's he doing? I think he was.
I don't think so. I think he was on the lead lap.
He was indeed the lucky dog.
Okay, all right, yeah. So he's letting everybody by it here, and he'll come down pit road this time. Okay. I was wondering what was going on. How'd he get the lead and then give it up like that?
Justin Champagne is still going to be 13th, so that caution really saved him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Perfectly timed. Could not have been better for Justin. Hearing from Daniel Silvestri, he's informing us he had a 12% 12% left on his right rear tire.
Woof. And that's on about 70 laps now. On a run.
But about 15 laps, guys, we'll be halfway through this one.
Wow.
Only got 2 hours left, according to ATVO, if we keep this pace up.
Ooh. See, we'll get out of here by 1 a.m.
Keep in mind, we started 2 hours ago.
I hate it. I felt like 8 p.m. was a good compromise, I didn't want it to be 7 because if you're on the West Coast, that'd just be really tough. But also, this race was going to take a long time, so I wanted to try and get it to where it basically consumed your whole night, and looks like that's the case. Doucette in front of the inside as they're working the kicking the tires restart zone. Green flag is out, and Matt Bussa has finally found his way back to the front of the field. Doucette on 8-lap-old tires there on the inside line. Cosey going to slide into second. Cosman was the lucky dog, so we have started to see we're back to 26 cars on the lead lap at the moment.
Alfredo did not pit, and he is clogging up this inside line here.
I feel like, he's used so many sets of tires, he can't, I feel like, at this point. You got to save him a little bit.
Got to hang on to that race car right now, or he takes somebody out.
Just got to get all you can, buddy. Just hang on here.
Oh, Blake's gone into spotter mode.
Yeah. It'll be all right. It'll come back to you. It'll fall off. You'll be right with them.
In the middle 3.
You're going back to, my God.
Doucette got the wall out of 4.
Yeah.
So right now, Tal Owen in the lucky dog spot. He is way ahead of McCandless. But Owen looks like, at least on my end, he had sparks flying.
Oh, the 13 just got shipped. by
Ellis.
Ellis, yes. But they both saved it somehow.
Ryan Andrew, by the way, the car that flipped, has parked it. He is done for the night.
F.
So that is 3 drivers. So we still got 41 on track, 3 drivers behind the wall: Bennett Allen, Ryan Andrew, and Michael Stroll. So we still got 41 drivers putting laps down here in Rockingham.
Are you saying he took a stroll out of Rockingham?
See, you know,
If I didn't do it, Jacob would have.
No, I wasn't going to.
Oh.
I didn't think about it. It's a good joke, good pun.
Oh, so
Yeah, I
that's
know.
good, but my Rocky race was not good.
you know, I know we haven't
when
been
you
talking
said
too
that.
much about this certain Hall of Famer in this race out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. But he has just been hanging out around the 10th position. Crew Chief Adam Benefield said about 200 laps ago, we're just riding, not even trying right now. I wonder when that flip starts to switch. Or switch starts to flip, my goodness.
Even in the high rock?
I mean, technically you do flip a switch, so.
Oh, man, Toll Owen got the wall.
I'm going lap 350 for when Earnhardt finally bucks it up here.
But yeah, I think you got to watch Dale.
David, didn't you
Thank-
have one like that back in the day? What did you say? Were you hand shoes and horse grenades?
Yes.
That would be. Yes. Hand shoes and horse grenades. Oh, man.
Numb go leg. Or is
Yes.
leg go numb?
I heard a street stock racer one time at Hickory. Ellis is around. Or no, that's Alfredo. Alfredo up and into the wall in turn 2. The wall saved him. Anyway, he was basically vowing payback in an interview, and he said the shoe might be on the other shoulder next time. And still to this day, I don't know what that means.
You know how it goes. When you get mad, you don't think right.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat said it. Rookie Bowl Chili's.
Oh, yeah, that was
Chili
a
Bowl
good one.
rookies. Yeah.
I think my food's here. I'll be back.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well,
Yeah, Kevin Champagne is back to blinking like a Christmas tree once again.
yeah.
Which, if I don't know, he's kind of on his own right now. He's in 9th. So, if he gets to close racing, we may have to monitor that. But at least, you know, and I will also say, I don't think I've seen a race in the last, I don't know, however many years where that hasn't been an issue.
Right, right.
Blinking like a. Thank you, Davey.
Like a what?
I'll let you read it in the chat.
A what?
You know, if anybody wants to talk, you know, now's the time.
Just kind of letting it breathe, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let
Yeah, we
everybody
don't run any commercials here.
We're almost at halfway here. We're 3 laps away this time by.
We are really going to do 500 laps of uninterrupted coverage. That is unbelievable. We should
Live
pat
on what?
ourselves on the back. E-Racer.
I could hear that, Jacob. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I appreciate
Oh,
the
we got
commitment to
trouble.
it.
One on the wall. That's Alfredo. Still green.
Man, Anthony Alfredo, he has been a fighter in this race, but man, he has just had a really rough go.
Oh, man, they are stacking up now.
His right front suspension's broke now, guys.
Yeah, I think that might be a required repair right now for
That's it.
Alfredo.
Just
He's going to
in
bring it
front of-
down, and
He's
I
done.
think
I think he's done.
he slowed it down. But yeah, that might be longer repair than I'm sure he's willing to wait for.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened in front of him, but Brendan Meal had a problem, and Castle and McCandless stacked up into the back of him. They almost wrecked out of 4.
There's a lot going on there. Yeah, that was, golly, that was Brendan Meal again. Who I think he may have hit Chatelain.
Halfway.
We are halfway.
Nice.
Alfredo, 8-minute repair on that 23. 8.5 required, minute and a half optional.
There you go. So, but that is the wonderful thing about this race is that, you know, obviously you're going to lose a ton of laps. You're going to fall way back. But you can still hope that maybe some attrition comes into play. You can get a couple spots at the end, but definitely going to put his bid for a win to rest tonight.
His spotter just disconnected, so I think the writing's on the wall here.
Oh,
I think
man.
they might call it a night.
I call
I bet with this
Yeah.
this track temperature though, you could cook some pasta. It is down to 106 though.
I was speaking better last night when I was drinking the High Rock. Huh?
Well, I
There you
think
go. High
maybe-
Rock, good for your brain.
Yeah. Why did you have to stop?
Well, about 5:30 this morning, I picked up what was left of me and started my day and decided, you know what, I think tonight we're gonna dial her back a little bit.
That's all right. I mean, I heard you liked it though.
I loved it.
Alfredo, 2% on the right rear.
Oh man. Well, after you get wrecked and you don't pit and then you wreck it again, that'll happen.
That'll do it.
So Bussa has opened up quite a gap. 3 seconds to the leader, or 3 seconds to second. You got Cozy, Cabot, Silvestri, who's worked his way back into the top 5, and Blake Reynolds. And you have Frisch, Butler, White, Buttafuoco, and Kevin Champagne when he is with us in your top 10, which is not very often right now.
Oh.
So, yeah. How about that racing?
P3, Cabot and Silvestri.
Hey, we're halfway. We need to make our picks, Jacob. You said halfway.
Yeah, let's do our
Cozy.
halfway drivers to watch.
That's my pick.
Travis?
Well, I picked him now.
Well, Travis likes Cozy. Blake, do you still like Brian Blackford?
You know what? I'm gonna say yes, because all you need to do is stay on the lead lap, and you got a chance.
P21 on the lead lap. Yes, he is. Shieldhouse?
I pick Cozy.
All right.
I mean, I picked him first. This is highway robbery. If I have to change my pick,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go with Blake Reynolds.
Oh, trouble. Cabot just got turned by Silvestri going into 3. He saved it. Oh, my gosh. Cabot was facing to the infield, and they saved it, and here comes Blake Reynolds to pass them all. Whoa.
So they are just all over each other for third on back. That has really stacked them up.
Oh, man, and Silvestri's all over the place.
Guys, we're hearing our first kind of, I don't want to call it an injury of the night, but apparently Blake Reynolds is cramping.
Uh-oh.
I just
That is
picked him to win.
That is well,
My pick, by the way, got interrupted by Cabot almost getting dumped, but my pick, I'm going with the sleeper. Give me Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, real sleeper.
P11.
Don't believe he ever won in his NASCAR career here at Rockingham.
No, did not.
Didn't really get to run at it all that much. I mean, they were out of here by 2004.
Didn't he race here in the Busch Series?
He did. I believe in 99 he had a bad wreck, though. He had a bad wreck at Daytona in 99, and I'm pretty sure in 98 he did it, yeah.
So
Daytona
Cosman
99 he wrecked, and then he wrecked at Rockingham as well. Cosman apparently has blown a tire.
Yep.
He's gotten going again.
And the blinking with Kevin not Kevin McAdams, Kevin Champagne here. I gotta wonder if he's gonna get something, because I mean it's just so bad.
It would be really.
He's there and he's not.
Yeah. And I've been in that situation where you have it is frustrating as the driver, because obviously you can't really control it. I mean, you can see everybody the whole time. They can't see you, but it's just, it is awfully distracting.
Currently P10.
Yeah, Landon Huffman has made his way up into 11th.
Yeah, could just pass Junior.
Philip McCandless has passed Towel Owen and is now in the lucky dog position, should we have a caution. And again, I feel like the odds that we go the rest of the race without one are pretty low. Oh, Jake Pullen is sliding off the corner. My goodness, I can't believe he said that. There's one place you don't want to be out of control at Rockingham. It's off at turn 2.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., 9 starts here at the Rock in the Cup Series. Best finish, P5. An average finish of 24.7, 2 DNFs at the Rock.
Wasn't a good racetrack for him.
Man, this is a great race up here, though, for 5th and for 6th. Michael P. Frisch trying to pass Silvestri on the bottom. I think this is where you're starting to see that high line, is once we've laid rubber down on this racetrack. Butler going to go all the way to the wall, using a little bit of that shadow that we were talking about a little earlier in the race. There's a little bit of a shadow up there by the wall in 1 and 2. It gets larger as the sun sets behind the grandstands in 1 and 2. And there's going to be a little bit of grip up there. And my goodness, is Butler ripping the fence.
Pennzoil car using that Steve Park line up there.
And he's making it work.
Yes, sir.
He's going to go there once again, get all the way up in that shadow, use a little bit of that grip that's up there, turn down, gets the outside of Blake Reynolds, gets tight off at 2, and makes it work. That safer barrier will just reach out and bite you here at this racetrack.
I like I'm biting this taco.
Wow.
What we got on that taco? Or in that taco?
Steak, sour cream, lettuce, and cheese.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah, he got the wall there, but he gets the spot. Oh, he really got the wall that time. He's going to go. Oh, my gosh, what a save.
Oh, 3 wide, 4
wide.
Jeez.
Buttafuoco almost just took him out, and he's going to try it again here off 4. That was close.
I think that right front's really gone on Butler, because he just got really tight off at 2. I wonder if that right side damage is going to hurt him now, because he tagged the wall pretty good.
Only 36 laps, though, on these tires.
You know, maybe that outside's wearing him a little bit. Who knows? They're taking that right front out a little bit. I love these going all the way up there, though. There's a little bit of, there's some marbles up by the wall, especially in 3 and 4, because we just haven't seen that many people go that far up there. So you kind of have to clean off that groove now as the track widens out. We don't see it so much in 1 and 2, but in 3 and 4 we kind of see it. Now, I got to give a tip of the cap to Garrett Smithley, who admittedly didn't have a lot of experience on this racetrack, as Osmer is into the wall right in front of him.
David Brown sent it through the middle. He made it work, but my God, he almost didn't. Now McAdams hung in the middle back here.
This isn't going to work. Arvinitis to the apron.
Hey, that was a smart move right there.
Arvanitis
They were gonna
is 3 laps down and 39th, so he's just going to get out of the way, let these guys race. Smart decision there.
Oh, man, Osmer.
Osmer is hanging on for dear life. McAdams will go to the middle as Osmer blocked low. McAdams and Smithley.
Oh, man, that 55's still loose.
And then you got Cosman right behind him on fresher tires. He's going to be rolling through here in just a moment. But yeah, I got to give a nod to Garrett Smithley because he admittedly does not like this track at all. Hasn't really run this car all that often. He's sitting up here. He was in 16th before all that, and he had to check up for it, so he sits 19th now. But Smithley's done a really solid job putting a race together, you know, and he's kind of known for that.
Oh,
Well,
the 13
trouble.
just fenced Butler. They're up and into
you're
the
still
wall.
wrecking. Adam Martin just got turned around.
Butler's
Oh,
car's
Sean's
broke.
hurt.
Yeah, that car's
Sean's
broke.
hurt.
Oh,
Yeah,
and he's going to have a hard time getting... He needs to get down here.
Buttafuoco drove into the door of Sean and put him up into the wall. That's what caused
Yeah,
that.
that ain't turning. It's
Yeah,
not
I don't...
turning at all.
He's going to have trouble getting that thing to pit road.
I might have to bring a yellow out for him.
He's got a meatball right now. That's going to be 8 minutes required, and that is tough for Sean Butler.
Got to go at least one more lap.
Oh,
He can't turn.
Yeah.
Golly, you hate to see that. Sean loves these cars so much, so good at them, loves this car and track.
He talked about running that high side,
now.
Blake. The danger of running that high side, I think it finally bit him. I mean, it sounded like he got put there, but it started there of his own accord.
He was.
That was 100% Buttafuoco right there. Just
I mean, going
locked up
back a
the
few
left
laps
front.
when he hit the wall himself, and it just
Yeah.
spiraled down from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing he could do there.
No, if you get put in the wall, you get put in the wall, but
Right.
he was testing that high side out. It was working, and then I think it was a very short window for it to work.
Again, he gets stuffed in the fence. Keeps it up there, though, so no caution. We're doing all we can to... I mean, this is kind of 1987 style that if there's not somebody crashed or stopped or, you know, something really wrong in the racing groove, they're not going to throw a caution. They could be chucking pistons out there, and they weren't going to throw a caution in 1987.
God, yeah, you go back, look at some of them old races, things they didn't throw yellows for. Unbelievable.
Yeah, there's debris everywhere. Track's clear, Tower.
Sean, how bad's the damage?
We're killed.
Well, what's on your mind?
Daniel sucks.
Oh!
Oh, fighting.
So before you got hit by Daniel, you were running that high side, one of the few drivers that seemed to be making it work, Sean, and then you caught the wall, and it just seemed to go backwards from there. Was that the start of your issues, or did it have nothing to do with it?
No, it had nothing to do with it. The car was fine. After that, I was just kind of up there testing it out, and it felt fine. And then I just got a little arrow tight behind somebody, and it just kind of ran it up the wall. But it was good. It was pretty fast up there. I think that's what Bussa was doing most of the run to kind of, you know, you can kind of save up there and be good. So you can make some passes there, too. Tires felt fine. I was kind of up there seeing if it would work. Then I kind of fell back in line. It was just chilling, and we got Buttafuoco'd, and then here we are.
I'm sorry to hear that, Sean. You're giving it a good ride.
I know. We were all just sitting there, hanging out, just chilling, logging laps, and Daniel wanted the 5th position very badly and just destroyed me, so.
Are you going to go back out there and wreck him?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you going to go back out there and make some laps?
No, there's no point. It's going to be 10-plus minutes, so. It's just frustrating. Travis knows my history of being involved in shit in these races, so.
Let me tell you, I'll touch on this so you don't have to. Sean Butler might have the worst luck on iRacing as far as the year 2022 goes. How many races do you think you've run on iRacing this year, Sean?
I don't know, probably a couple hundred. I haven't ran all that much, but whenever I do.
How many of those do you think you've actually finished without being wrecked? Not of your doing.
Probably like 20% of them.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. I mean, especially if it's a race like this and we're all having a good time, and I don't know. I'm getting tired of it, Travis. Getting real tired of it. But I don't know. It's a good race though. This was fun. Just kind of hate it ended like that.
All right, Sean.
Well,
thanks for talking to us. And of course, I know you may not feel up for it, but we got a seat in the booth for you if you want to.
It'll be tough, but if it gets to that point, I'll mosey on in there at some point. But I don't know. It's just a rough one for sure.
I feel for you. I really do. You were quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Just had high
There's
hopes
still
of
so
winning
much
it.
race left.
We kept our tires perfect, and we had a bunch of sets for the end, and we set it up, and not going to be able to do anything about it. So what are you going to do?
Based off what you've seen here, Sean, who do you think has a really good chance of winning this?
I mean, if this goes green, Bussa, I'm surprised he hasn't lapped the field yet. So he's been just so fast. But if this is a short run, anyone at the front, I mean, in the top 10 has a chance to win it. Frisch has got trouble now. That sucks. I don't know what happened to him.
Uh-oh.
But he was one of the favorites to win, too. It looks like he's okay. But I don't know. Anyone up in the top 10, pretty much, and a couple guys outside the top 10. David Brown, Kevin McAdams, Ryan Doucette, Landon Huffman's been chugging back up there. So I think any one of those guys has a chance to win it.
All right, Sean. Well, thanks for talking to us.
Appreciate the work, guys. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Sean Butler. Rough night at
dejected.
the office for him. Anthony Alfredo has parked the car. He is done for the night, and he is now in the interview room.
He also rated eRacer, so thank you.
That's nice. We did have a couple of pit stops in there. Kevin Champagne, a couple of others came onto pit road, but here is, well, he's muted, but Anthony Alfredo joins the program now. Here he is.
And what happened?
Everything happened,
Yeah.
David. We got caught with a caution in the middle of pit cycles there in the beginning, which trapped us a lap down, but we did get ourselves in the lucky dog spot there, and we're hanging around the leaders after that restart, hoping for another yellow. We had back-to-back ones, which helped put me in the lucky dog spot, but unfortunately after that we did not get any more, and I finally pit, and then the caution came out again. So I got scammed twice. And then at the end there, I just ended up staying out as long as I could and blew a right rear for the first time ever on iRacing.
I saw you and Ronnie got together at one point. Is that a little awkward?
It is awkward. You know, David, that's my freaking teammate. He is my tire specialist in real life, and we're over there.
Adam Martin, trouble in the backstretch. He saves it, but he was well sideways.
There have been a lot of crazy saves in this race. I hope you guys make a highlight reel of them, because the amount of times someone's called wrecking, never mind, is crazy. But yeah, Ronnie and I were vibing in Discord. He's in front of me. He was 2 down. I was 1 down or whatever. And then I saw him spinning, and I yelled, "No, Ronnie!" And then he overcorrected, slid up in front of me. But he kind of got wrecked there, so there's nothing he could do about it. And then I just so happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, yep. I had a funny feeling that was going to happen going into the race. And of course, in a 500 lap event, out of all the people I could crash with, it's my buddy.
Of course. Looks like
Always
Bussa
how it
just hit
goes.
pit road. That's big right there.
Yep, your race leader.
We've seen a
How long
lot
does
of
Cozy
drivers.
stay out?
We've seen a lot of drivers make their way onto pit road. We've seen a lot of drivers hit the wall here in 1 and 2. I'm starting to see everybody. They may have followed Sean Butler up there, but they are really starting to work in that high groove in 1 and 2, and it's really coming in. Anthony, I'll ask you about that. How did the track kind of change throughout the race? Because this is such a long event. Typically, we're not used to seeing this on iRacing, where maybe grooves can come in or go out in such a long race.
Yeah, I think that was the most fun part about it, was the tire management side. It reminded me of the Myrtle Beach 400. As soon as we took the green flag, everyone was driving as if they were going to the grocery store, just mega saving, going really slow, trying to get as much duration out of those tires, as much life as they could, by running slower earlier so that they could have more pace later, or maybe not necessarily speed, but just be able to get
Jake
more laps
Pullen
out of
locked
it.
it up. Is he going to make it into pit road?
No.
Oh, he's just past the barrels. He's on the apron here, no caution. And he's going to be able to back it in and get in.
He must have made it.
He got in. Well, anyways, Anthony, continue.
That was pretty much it. Just there was a lot of tire management, and I think you've got to take care of them to get some life out of them. But I noticed some of the faster guys, very late in the run. It seems like they get an extra 10 laps or so out of them by moving up to the top when that right front really starts to wear, and just try to extend those runs. You know, the fast guys who are managing their tires well are able to run so long that in this 500 lap race, they're going to have at least one set, if not multiple sets more than the rest of the competition at the end of this event. So if there does have to be a late yellow, there'll be some interesting strategies playing out, I think.
Is Anthony? Anthony, I got a bone to pick with you.
Yes, sir.
You
Get in line. A lot of people.
I mean, I'm upset with you for your post about my truck.
You're upset? Why?
I mean, you called me out on the main.
Darn right I called you out. You said, man, this truck's good looking when she's clean. And I'm like, I zoom in and the wheels are brown. You have black wheels on the truck and they're brown. There's so much brake dust and dirt on them. That is not a clean vehicle.
I watched it like a week ago. I don't know how they got that dirty.
And the handprint
on the brakes or something.
And the handprint really baffles me because I haven't touched them.
Yeah, that's weird.
That'll concern you.
Yeah, that was very weird.
My guess is someone going, it was probably some grown man with a son who saw your truck and he was like, hey son, if your wheels ever look like this, I'm gonna beat your butt because you got to keep your vehicle clean, all right? And he said, look how dirty these are, look how dirty these are. And he leaned down and he wiped his hand across the wheel and said, you see that? Look at the difference.
Well, I went.
Never have a dirty wheel, and that is exactly what happened. I'm telling you.
I went over to the local car wash at 10 p.m. because of that tweet. Washed my truck. Actually, the hose thing kicked on and just sprayed me right in my crotch, so I had wet pants. It was just a terrible.
You got wet at the car wash washing your truck, man. I'm sorry that I got you in that predicament there. I was trying to help out by making sure you had fresh polished wheels, but it's all good, Travis. Listen, there is no harm intended.
Wipes for it.
Listen, there's one thing that is very important to me, and that's driving a clean vehicle. I love washing my car at least once a week, and you gotta make sure the wheels are like, I could wash my whole car in, 30 minutes, and I'll spend 45 minutes just polishing the wheels because you gotta keep those puppies clean, man.
Hey, Ant's got a whip. Let me tell you, Ant's got a whip that he's got to keep clean. He's got big old rims on that thing. It's styling, it's profiling. It's the best looking car in all of Charlotte.
Listen, Travis could probably run me over in his truck when I'm driving down the road in my Volkswagen Passat, but it is sporty looking Passat. I will say that it's clean.
It was a hell of a deal. That's the most important part.
The 23, I hate to interrupt this great conversation, but the 23 has blown a tire or something. He's coming to pit road.
There's been a lot of blown tires. Daniel Buttafuoco blew a tire. He's on pit road right now.
And Landon Huffman lied to us. He's back out on the racetrack. Landon Huffman, Sean Butler. I know who you are.
Anyway, it was tough love. I feel like I'll appreciate it at some point.
It was tough love, Travis. There was no harm intended. It was just I just wanted to.
It's turn. Landon Huffman in the wall. Caution's out.
So is
Daniel
Frisch.
Silvestri just ran over Kevin McAdams.
Wow.
He told Daniel. He called him out and said, "Daniel, I'm pitting." Daniel still ran his ass over in turn 4.
Yikes.
That changes everything.
That took Huffman with him too. Hard hit for Huffman.
That was in the middle of cycles. It looked like too, with some of the leaders pitting there. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, now you only have about 13 drivers on the lead lap. Oh boy, has this really shook things up.
I mean, when you call the guy specifically out behind you to tell him you're pitting and you still get hit, that is just, that's the worst. That is the absolute worst.
And we've seen, how many times have we seen that? That's 3 times, I think, we've had a caution because of the district. We had David Brown and Garrett Smithley. We had that one. I believe we had one more. Now, Rockingham a tough place to get onto pit road because you basically have to run the bottom of 3 and 4.
That's a lot of damage for Huffman.
That was huge.
A hard hit.
His spoiler is, the right side of that. The right rear is not right on that car.
He might get some downforce, but he's going to lose some speed with how high that thing's jacked up in the air.
We need to get Kevin in here when we can because that's I'm sure he's got a good soundbite for this.
And I think according to timing and scoring, we have 10 cars on the lead lap.
Huffman took the hardest hit out of that whole thing.
He did.
Oh, he really
yeah.
did.
How about
Yeah, McAdams
Landon?
if McAdams is still on the lead lap, he might be okay here.
He is still on the lead lap. He just came onto pit road. How about Landon Castle? He's now in 7th on pit road. Because of the caution, he stayed out before it, and now he's inside the top 10.
This is... I couldn't think anything more Landon Castle than Landon Castle just riding around, taking his time, running about 20th, and then all of a sudden you look up and, oh, he's in 8th. It's like, how did he get there? I cannot, that is quintessential Landon Castle right there.
Yeah. And we are
I
going
don't know. I feel like he does better than that this year. Maybe last year.
We're going to have 8 or 9 cars, it looks like, that are going to be in front of the leader here, trying to fight at the tail end of the lead lap, basically. That includes Earnhardt, Gil Chatelain, Matthew Zwack. Okay, a couple of them came onto pit road, but most of these guys have already pitted. Adam Cabot is another, as well as Justin Champagne. So it looks like those 5, Chatelain, Earnhardt, Champagne, Zwack, and Cabot, are going to be at the tail end of the lead lap in front of the leaders here on the restart.
By the way, Anthony, if you want to chill here, you can. If you got to get going, we don't want to hold you here.
He's probably got some wheels to polish, you know. Putting one on a wheel
Easy
being
now.
dirty.
Listen, like I said, I just wanted my friend to take pride in his vehicle. If that picture was fine, you just should have captioned it, "She looks good when she's sort of clean."
Oh my
or
damn.
almost clean.
I walked
But
down
then you cleaned it and you posted again. I was like, done. Perfect.
Well,
Looks great. You're right.
but
She does
you wanna
look
know what's
great
crazy?
washed up.
That was before I watched it. That picture was before I watched it. I had just
Well, that's
pulled
even
it.
worse.
I'm sorry? What was that, Zach Johnson, our producer? Daniel Buttafuoco has been disqualified. And it was his own deal here. Rewinding. I don't know if he drove backward. I'm rewinding and trying to find out. I think he was passing people under caution. He just got disqualified, like, in the middle of the racetrack.
What in the world?
He had a lot of pace too. That's unfortunate.
He was in 12th. He had caught up to the tail end of the field. He was slowing down to let people by, I think, and was on the apron. And then he just poof, he's gone.
Oh, I think what may have happened is, so he got disqualified because he had a flat tire and he was on pit road when the caution came out. He saw the caution and stayed and rode through pit road when the caution came out. So he had he had a meatball DQ and he rode around enough laps under caution before he could pit that he got disqualified.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Talk about a bad beat.
That is brutal.
That is so
man.
tough. And again, that's an impossible situation because we've had guys blowing tires left and right all night, so it's impossible to keep up with, who has a blown tire, who doesn't. So we've just let the game police it. But that is so unfortunate.
Oh, man.
Oh, you learn something every day. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Here
All
comes
right, well-
Cozy for the lead.
Yeah, we got green flag back in the air in the midst of all that. We have about 6 cars at the tail end of the lead lap. We got Adam Cabot, Matthew Zwack, Justin Champagne, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Chatelain. And Jr. is trying to lead the pack to get his lap back.
He's doing it right now. The way these guys are racing, they're going to be wrecking.
Heck, we have a number of them that have really pulled away by quite a bit.
Yeah. And Cozy's got a lot of traffic to get through.
So does the leader.
Guys. Like Sasser is the first one, the 23 that's right there in front of Cozy. Actually, Parker White is the race leader.
Yeah, Parker White's the leader. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Blake Reynolds is right in front of Parker White. Blake Reynolds is 17th, last car in the lead lap on that high side, in that red and black number 15. Parker White stuck there. Cozy with his teammate behind him.
Oh,
Where do you go?
Oh, man. Adam Martin's up by the wall, and he's going to be right in the way of the leader.
I can say from experience, between guys saving their tires and riding, and the difference of the tires guys are on, oh my gosh, the speed difference is insane. This is just super stressful for these guys coming through the field.
I think the question is, how long do the lap cars hold on? Because some of them have about 10 lap fresher tires, some or older tires, some of them are closer to 15. When did Brendan Meal get in 5th place?
He never pitted before the caution. Same thing with Landon Castle. He just cycled up into this top 10 before the caution came out, so he got to pit, got 4 fresh tires, and he got all the track position.
That's playing the strategy right.
So you really have 11 cars who were, I guess, quote-unquote, on the lead lap, and you have 5 who are at the tail end of the field trying and hoping that there's a caution at this point so that they can cycle back around to get back on the lead lap.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, these yellows have been really ill-timed for this race because we've had about half the field a lap down pretty much since lap 120.
Yeah. Nature of the beast, Blake. Nature of the beast.
That's how it was in 87. There wasn't all these wave arounds and fancy lucky dogs and all that. We try to give the lucky dog because we can't race back to the caution, because that would be really cool if we could have like the gentleman's agreement, leave it up to the leader to let people back on the lead lap, which honestly in sim racing would never happen, but at least it'd be cool to have the option.
It's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah. We had racing back to the caution in NR. We should get it in iRacing too.
Well, guys, I'm going to hop off, but thank you for the opportunity to hop in the booth with you, the interview. Thank you for putting the race on. It was a blast while it lasted for me. Look forward to watching the rest of it. Everyone enjoy it's watching.
Thanks,
Thank you
Ants.
very much for joining us.
Have a good
Anthony.
one. No,
Got it.
I know.
Travis, your truck looks great now. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. It
It's
means a
probably
lot.
already dirty, honestly.
Keep it up.
Oh my God. Here we go. It means a lot, Anthony. Thank you.
You're welcome. I meant it. Bye.
All right, there's Anthony Alfredo again. We appreciate Anthony for making his way out tonight. Not the way he wanted it to end, but still a lot of fun to have him out here and running in this race benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation.
How about Parker White? I mean, talk about a journey. Leading the race now, was a lap down, took the quote-unquote wave around to line up on restart in front of the leaders, got the caution to cycle him back around, fought his way through the field, nosed the car into the outside wall in a crash, and he's still leading with 186 laps to go. I mean, that is just, he's putting on a hell of a drive.
And he's lapping Dale Earnhardt Jr. right here, putting him a lap down.
So right now, Jr. takes control of the lucky dog spot, but White has, he's got about 5 cars in front of him left to go. Adam Cabot, Justin Champagne is just up the road as he gets by Sean Butler. Butler's made his way back onto the racetrack 20 laps down.
Now, Daniel Botafuco, he got his DQ revoked and repealed. So he's back on the racetrack. He just had the fastest lap of the race. He's in 39th right now. 11 laps down.
Edge damage has already been done.
Yep.
I'd like to see if we get a caution. I wouldn't mind trying to give him as many laps back as we can, because that's just a screwy thing with the game that it was. A scenario that's probably never been thought of before. It's just tough.
Hey, it's your race, Blake. Do whatever you want.
Well, if we get another caution, I ain't against giving him as many laps back as he can get.
Waving him around.
Yeah.
Or just let him go and then clear the black flags. One of the two.
Can you just artificially add a lap to somebody's score?
That's the one that's chagrin to iRacing, is you can't do that.
Yeah.
With NR. You just have to let him go drive around the racetrack a bunch.
You hate to see it.
Yep.
All right, well, things have kind of cleared up now. We still have 182 laps to go. but we're kind of getting towards the tail end of this thing. In sim, it is 5:20.
6:20.
We're not, or yeah, 6:20. So we're not going to be running into darkness until about 8:45 in the sim is when the darkness would get bad. So we still got about 3 hours.
Okay.
So we should be able to
Drew Parker was asking in chat earlier, and we were interviewing somebody, and I forgot to run that by you, but he was wondering if we were going to run into darkness, because you can notice the sun is setting.
Yes, and I tested it. That's why I was comfortable with a 3:30 start. Was hoping that it was cool enough that the track could cool down, that we could get about 80 lap green flag runs, which we've achieved. But it's really like 9 o'clock-ish in sim is when it gets really dark, and at this pace we'll be fine.
And ATVO says we have about an hour and 20 minutes of race left if we keep this pace up. So we're looking pretty good on that front. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the wall, turn 4. He just drove it on in there and missed the apex and found the wall. Didn't quite have the grip.
Quote, man, I didn't thought I'd have the grip I quite thought I'd have out there.
Well, that's not exactly what he said.
Well, not exactly what he said. It's probably how he said it.
He didn't have that stroke in the middle there like you did.
I've had a lot of those tonight. It's a great way to turn 26.
Yeah, it's just downhill from here, pal. Trust me.
Yeah, I believe you. Oh, one car on the front straightaway. That's Tommy Ryan.
He was bouncing it off of that thing, too. He hit it 3 or 4 times.
So what? The exit of these corners really sneak up on you, and I guess if you get in the wall in the front stretch, it's hard to get out of. I just haven't seen it that many times.
It's more common to see out of 2 than 4.
Mm-hmm. So Parker White up about 0.3 of a second. Michael Cosey Jr. has not let him go. And White still trailing a line of lap cars, 4 of them, that he has not caught. Cabot, Reynolds, Zwack, and Champagne. Dale Earnhardt Jr. still the lucky dog, or in the lucky dog position.
But Huffman's coming.
Yeah, Huffman is making a charge.
Really speaks to the durability of these cars. Landon Huffman, we saw the big hit that he took in that most recent yellow. Got the worst end of that deal, and that 75 seems to be no worse for the wear as far as performance. Lap times are looking good relative to everybody else around him. Even with that crumpled up right rear and affecting the spoiler there, 75 still got pretty decent pace.
I'll say the one thing they did right, or at least they did in these cars, is they made them tanks. So you cannot, unless you lose a wheel, it is hard to slow these cars down with damage. These things are very durable, and makes it fun. You can slide around and beat and bang a little bit, and it's not going to tear it up too bad.
And they use good old-fashioned American steel out of Pittsburgh to build these cars. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but it sounded good.
Heck yeah, brother. Well, down the backstretch, Huffman has caught Junior. Has 12 lap fresher tires than he, and will try his best to try to get by for that lucky dog. And up front, they're pretty close to catching that tail end too, so Dale about to get passed for the lucky dog position, and if Parker White gets up to Zwack and passes him, that puts Zwack in that position.
Mm-hmm. And you got to wonder how hard Zwack's going to race Parker White here, since he knows that Cosey is just a stone's throw away to battle for the lead.
Can't worry about that. From where I'm sitting, if I'm Matthew Zwack right now, I gotta protect myself. I gotta race for myself. If the leader gets to me, passes me, so be it. Then you can worry about moving over for the rest of the field. But you gotta fight hard to stay on the lead lap here. I mean, yes, you could get the lucky dog, but it's only a matter of time before Parker White passes the next guy to put him a lap down, and then all of a sudden you're out of that spot. Look at that. He chopped him right there, but he was there. He can't cover the spot.
I don't think I've ever been more certain that there's debris somewhere on the racetrack for a caution. I just can't imagine why I would feel that way at this very moment.
Well, if Zwack were to suddenly turn left and take out the 95, as here comes Desi Desatel onto pit road. Now, be one way to bring out a caution is Zwack just keeps turning left, but this is allowing Cosey to catch now because they're stuck side by side. He's pinching hard.
Gotta do everything he can.
Yeah, he's making that middle work. That's the one thing I love about when I was testing these cars at this track. Once it gets rubbered up, you can run the high line, you can run the middle, you can enter high and cut low. There's just so many different ways, and Zwack doing a great job right now defensively running and trying to hold off Parker White.
Huffman tried it there in 3 and 4, but couldn't get by Earnhardt. He got the better run on the high side. Earnhardt goes up there again. Huffman's going to try it underneath him. Just that outside line really working well for Earnhardt. Landon Huffman got a better run that time, and Zwack is cleared by Parker White. He's going to try again on the outside, but just not going to work.
You got to wonder the toll that might have put on Parker White's tires, too, being kept down on that low line. That could definitely benefit Cosey, too.
Certainly so.
Zwack let him go, didn't fight him.
But I love what we're seeing here. If you look at the Goodwrench 500 from 1987, this is exactly what you see. Guys running pretty much all over the place. You see Butler up there on the top. You see a little line of leaders running the bottom. Dale Jr.'s running the top now, trying to defend Huffman. Zwack tried to hold White off in the middle. This is exactly what you saw. Drivers all over the racetrack, a bunch of rubber laid down on it, and drivers wheeling the hell out of these cars.
How about Bussa here? Not Bussa, but Bussa. He has caught Earnhardt and Huffman. He just passed Doucette for 3rd place, and he's a-coming.
How about Kevin Champagne up to 5th?
Yeah.
Internet's caught back up with him and found himself up here in the top 5.
It's like Cosey took the lead away from Parker White, too, while we were looking at this battle to put Cosey back to the top spot.
Oh, yeah.
We have missed a lot of lead changes, but at least we've missed it for some damn good racing. Because we have just
a lot to look at.
Cosey's my pick.
Yeah, cute.
Yeah.
You've held that belief since the beginning, right?
100%.
Oh, good. I appreciate that.
Just pulling. I guess he's a little off pace. I don't see anything too different. Like, he seemed fine to me, but
Zach's just trying to create some excitement.
yeah, Zach Johnson, ladies and gentlemen.
Zach stage racing.
Oh, we got a wreck on the back straightaway. Somebody got the back and forths and smoked the outside wall.
Adam Martin.
He got run into. Who was it? That was Landon Castle that ran into the back of it. Well, no, they didn't make contact. He almost did.
Yeah, everything but.
I thought when he jerked it to the right, I thought he may have tagged Castle there, but Landon did a great job of missing him in typical Landon Castle fashion.
No stripe.
Not yet. I think there's going to be a couple of drivers that need some Blue Emu after this race, though. That might be a premium item when we get to about 12:30 on the Eastern Seaboard for these drivers.
And Adam Martin's one of them. He's had a rough go at it here.
I do love Blue Emu products. It's really good stuff. Like, no joke. It's good stuff.
I've never used it, but I've heard it's good.
They sent me a care package like last year, and I finally just used it after I moved here to Charlotte. And that stuff, it's legit. Like, it's actually blue, which I didn't know until I opened it. It's literally the color blue. But it works. It works fast, and you don't smell like anything. It's actually fantastic.
What'd you think? Blue Emu, and you open it up and it's a purple, like purple inside, or?
No, I thought it'd just be like colorless, like white, like lotion or something, you know?
I mean, I am 26 now, so maybe I have to, that's the age I have to start looking at stuff like that.
It's never too early to start preventative maintenance.
They are 3 wide with Ryan Doucette back here in 4th, with the lap cars of Zwack and
Tommy Ryan.
You'd think by now I'd know. We're 340 laps in, and I still don't know. who's in
Remember,
who.
Zwack is the free pass, and you got Landon Huffman and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who are now catching that 55 for that free pass position, as long as Cosey can't get to the back door of Justin Champagne and pass him. He's closing in on that.
Saw Butler head down pit road there just a moment ago. Huffman is by Junior, so is Kevin Champagne.
Oh, but here comes Huffman. Big run on Zwack.
This groove has really widened out, especially off of 3 and 4. Huffman going to put a nose there to the outside, just can't quite hold it up there. I don't think he wanted to commit because it was going to be tough to try to squeeze in. And now Huffman going to the outside. Zwack is drifting through the corner.
Be careful going to somebody's outside on these older tires. That is a big risk.
You know, we saw how it ended out for Sean Butler.
Or Ryan Andrew.
Speaking of, hi, Sean.
It's Sean Butler.
Man, I tell you what, the top in 3 and 4 is ripping right now.
Man, you're stacking up here on this outside line. Just Zwack is the cork in the bottle. Earnhardt's pitting this time. So hopefully in an attempt to not get run the hell over like a couple of other guys have been so far.
You know, I will notice some drivers have called out they're pitting tonight and they get run over. Junior calls out he's pitting, and I don't see anybody within 3 lanes of his car. Everybody runs on the wall when he calls out he's pitting.
That's the smart way to do it.
Now, Blake, you were saying earlier that as the track rubbers up and the tire life sort of extends out to 80 laps, doing the math on this with less than 160 laps to go, what does that tell you as far as the potential strategy here?
Well, I think you have a number of drivers who still have probably 4 or 5 tire sets in the back pocket. I would think that drivers like Cosey, Bussa, some of them that have been up front for that long have done their job saving them, and now you kind of get to rely on that or have it in your back pocket if we get a couple yellows at the end. But that's the other problem with a race like this, is that I'm sure we're going to have drivers that leave 2-3 sets on pit road, and you can't take them home with you, so you're wasting them at that point.
You just turn them back into Goodyear and get a credit.
Yeah, that's it. About the battle for the lead, fellas. Matt Bussa has caught.
Can I use them? Save me a little bit of money here in about 2 weeks. Matt Bussa has just been insane tonight.
He's had the best long run pace out of anybody out there, I think.
Definitely.
It shouldn't come as a huge surprise. He is a Coke Series driver.
As a Coke Series driver, he ran a lot of these races at WNIS when these cars were kind of the fill-in NIS during the NASCAR offseason. And Bussa going to go to the outside. Reynolds is doing everything he can to hold off both of these drivers to, again, keep his spot at the tail end of the lead lap.
Look at all that sparking.
Oh, Bussa, a little slide right there.
A little?
The thing is, so the bottoming out is something that it just randomly appears in the replay, because I've seen it happen to random times. I'm thinking somebody's blowing a tire and nothing's happening. I think that's just a spectating replay issue or glitch. Now, in some cases, we have had people blow tires, but sometimes I've seen sparks and it's just been a visual effect, not an actual damage issue.
Interesting here that Bussa made the pass on Cosey. Bussa's tires are 13 laps older. Zwack is a tire down. Uh-oh.
Gets down to the bottom.
We're in that point of a run at this point. So Matt Bussa is on lap 63 of his tire set.
61.
You know what's incredible is Cosey pit on 301, Bussa on 288, and Bussa is driving away now on 13 lap older tires.
Yeah.
What do you attribute that to?
Bussa saved them better. There's kind of a cliff you hit on this tire model, and you just kind of run the same speed, but you hope you haven't worn your stuff. And clearly, Bussa, when they hit that cliff, he still has a little bit that he's able to save in the bag. And he's done a good job.
Yeah, he's put what, half a second? A little bit more than that on Cosey since he passed him.
Yeah.
I'm looking over here. I don't know if he took tires, but Bussa has pitted one more time than Cosey.
Probably did take tires.
Bussa's
So-
just indicated he's pitting.
Well,
Oh. Well,
See?
and I mean, 63 lap old tires at this point, they've got to be getting a little old. I mean, we saw Zwack, he was on 62 lap old tires and blew one. So Bussa's just a lap past that. Probably doesn't want to risk it.
I think this is setting up for these guys that pit like McAdams, Blackford, Castle. They're going to try to get one more in here where they're going to try to go as absolutely long as possible. They've backed off about 15 seconds from the leader. And I think it's their strategy here to steal one more caution out of this thing and try to trap some more cars a lap down, which is how they got this track position in the first place. I think they may try to steal just one more caution and see if they can't put some guys like Bussa and whatnot a lap down. Ooh, Castle and Earnhardt just about got together in turn 3. Earnhardt on the way fresher tires, and Dale has some words for him.
he said the top safe up there, Landon.
No response from Landon, but that's awesome.
Speaking of, Dale's going to go to the top now in 3 and 4, so he's proving that it is safe.
He has, and like I said, he's been just all over the radio tonight, just bantering with everybody. It's been really fun to chill and talk with him for the rest of the race, and he seems to be having a good time.
I hope
He was very excited about this. Again, if you can recall, when I put the idea for this event on Twitter, I was thinking of doing something astronomically dumb and making it like 630 miles or something. And he was the one that kind of responded. It's like, no, man, just make it 500. And that's what we ended up going with. And here we are, running the Rockingham 508. I did have to go a little bit different. I mean, 500 miles here is 492 laps, so we decided to just round it out and make it 500 laps, which is
Like the Aaron's 499.
Yeah, so the Rockingham 508 was born, and of course, I mean, it's an 8, you know? That's kind of a... If we're racing for the Dale Jr. Foundation, that seems like a fitting number for it.
Man, just don't tell you know who.
Oh, Lord. Michael Cosey, your leader, Bussa, came down in pit, so he's in 16th right now, a lap down. And how much longer can Cosey, can White, Doucette, Champagne's up in 4th? This is the question. Can they get a caution if they're going to stay out this long?
White's closed right the hell in on the back bumper of Cosey, too, as your brother just hit pit road.
And he about got hit. He blew a tire, but he about got run the hell over.
He blew a left front, it looks like. What happened there?
That's what it looks like. It's been tough for Phillip because he was one lap down, and then kind of like Alfredo just got trapped again, and it's just been it's been tough sledding to lose all that track position.
Some of these guys feel like they've been behind the 8 ball for most of this race.
Cabot is on very ancient tires, 65 laps right now.
Oldest in the field right now for Adam Cabot. Actually, no, I lied. Daniel Silvestri's on 68 lap old tires, but Cabot towards the front by far is the oldest tires.
So Matthew Zwack has been sitting here on pit road for a number of laps.
Probably had to pee.
That may have been the case, but his car is just sitting on pit road, no damage to it. But I don't know. We talk about the endurance. Maybe something's going on. They're 3 wide off of turn 2, and Tommy Ryan, oh, there's contact. They don't wreck somehow, some way.
Because Bussa gave him a football field width off of turn 2. He saw what was happening.
And Smithley got nearly wrapped up in that as well. Boy, that was close.
Using that Coke Series experience to avoid the wreck.
And the fresh tires gave him a lot of grip.
Yeah, he knows he's in a great position right now. He's in a fast car. He's on tires. And if this cycles out, he's going to be in a great spot, so no need to push the issue.
This has turned into a typical Rockingham race. Like, if you ever watched one in the real world, you'll see this race just has cars. See the 15 there? That's Garrett Smithley.
Garrett.
Says he got a blown tire. He's still going, though.
Yeah, probably a rear.
If it's a rear tire,
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, it just went straight
it's
in the
right
wall.
front.
Dale's right below him. Let's see how he maneuvers that easily.
Yep. Got to get down. Here we go.
Oh, God. He almost hooked him.
All right, so Smithley definitely going to pit. He's limping it, trying to not run on the apron to not lose a little bit of speed.
He has not called that he's pitting either. So
No,
that's,
he did after he almost wrecked Dale on the back straightaway.
Landon's coming in. And the 97 has blown a tire.
that's Stan Silvestri.
Wow, that's a noise.
Thank you, Travis.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt Sean because I've interrupted him 3 times, but I thought Landon was about to spin out there.
I mean, you made a lot of noises in the broadcast yesterday. I mean, you're picking up right where you left off today.
Landon Huffman or Castle?
Huffman. He's
Huffman.
on pit road now. Yeah.
He's got the second, I guess the second stall in pit lane you saw right there. It makes it very difficult to get into.
He didn't qualify, so because of that, he does get the first pit box.
My God, I just found another car I've been calling the wrong person all night. Daniel Silvestri. I've been calling him Frisch all night.
Yeah, Frisch used to run that car.
Exactly.
And then he said too many people ran that car, so he switched it up. And Daniel didn't.
Silvestri, the first pit stall after winning the Roasted Jim's Coffee Pull Award.
Comes Phillip on those fresh tires by trying to get by the two Altus cars up front, the twins.
Everyone
For the lead.
at Logitech G Altus has to be liking this. Cosey leading, Doucette in second. Representing well.
Is it just me or does it feel weird that, like, Seth the Merchant isn't in this race?
It seems like this would be a track that'd be right up his alley. I mean, Seth loves these cars. Hell of a driver. Don't know why he sat this one out.
Tommy Ryan on pit road, he blew a tire.
Here comes
I'm
Brendan
just going
Neal
to
pitting from
exclusively
fifth.
watch the meatball menu in iRacing.
Ooh, that sounds delicious. A meatball menu?
Doucette to the lead.
Can we cover that in marinara?
Yeah, so they swap.
They got a pretty sizable gap over Parker White. Here comes Matt Bussa to the outside of White, looking to unlap himself. So after
Adam
this is
Cabot
all
has blown a
said
tire.
and done, he should be
Yeah,
resuming the lead.
Way on.
Cabot. He's in.
Cabot last pit on, I think it was 292, so he was on 74 laps.
Ancient.
This is right where we wanted that wheelhouse to be. 70 or 80 laps is where we kind of thought it was a perfect balance.
And most of the leaders now are on 66, 68 lap old tires. The exception is Bussa, who's 10th, trying to get back on the lead lap.
How about your pick there, Blake? Brian Blackford's sitting there in 7th right now. He's been very quiet so far this whole race, but he's just been lingering, and he's trying to put himself in a good spot to be there at the end. So still on the lead lap, top 10, running pretty well.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting. He just wants a caution to trap Bussa, Burns, Champagne, the drivers who are trying to cut this and gain some track position by getting some tires earlier. I think they're just trying to get another caution to try to trap them and see how long they can go on these tires.
As it stands right now, there are, 9 cars on the lead lap right now. Blake Reynolds clinging for dear life to that last lead lap spot.
He has done that beautifully. The fact that he's still on the tail end of the lead lap. He started this restart on old tires on the tail end of the lead lap, and he's still there. That's remarkable.
There's Bussa getting his lap back.
Yep. So he's back on the lead lap now.
He's going to have quite the gap on these, on Doucette and Cosey when they finally come to pit road. They've been giving up so much time to Bussa since he hit pit road. He should have a pretty nice gap once it all cycles out, but of course then Altus cars will have the fresher tires and it'll swing back the other way.
And that's for position right there. Bussa passes Reynolds. That's for 8th.
Man, I'm really jealous I'm not in this race.
It's been fun, man. You hit the setup pretty well. The adjustments made it very fun to drive. You know, I was saying earlier, this looks like a typical Rockingham race now. There are cars at every point of the racetrack right now, and they're running everywhere on the track. High, low, middle. It really is opened up. So it looks like there's a good shot of it right there. Everyone just looking on different lines, making everything else work for them. And I got to say, you did a great job with this whole event, Blake. It's very representative of how Rockingham was in real life.
Well, when I decided to build this racetrack back in 1965,
here we go.
I'm definitely responsible for all of it. But no, I mean the track race is great. This car races amazing on it. This is just typical of this car and this.
Oh, the 939! Oh my God, the 39 just got dumped by the 19. Oh man!
Right in the middle of that
Landon.
cycle too. Jeez
That was
almighty.
right next to Dale Earnhardt Jr. Did the 19? I thought he blew a right front tire, but no, he just.
The 34 took him 3 wide going into 3, and the 19 tried to give him room, I guess, and he just forgot to turn and hooked the 39.
I think he was going to fit in line behind the 39, but the 39 lifted so early that when the 19 came up, he ran into the left rear.
Bailey was apologizing before they were done wrecking. He did not mean to do that. But, oh, man, that could have been a lot worse. They almost got piled into.
So
now, what do you do if you're Bussa here?
Daly was apologizing over the driver's chat. Smithley said, could y'all have done that 30 laps earlier? To which Dale replied, why didn't you do it 30 laps later? So, a lot of conflicting agendas out here.
Differing strategies.
Earnhardt's trapped 2 down.
That really helps the Altus cars and Parker White.
We're going to have so many cars at the tail end of the lead lap.
Bussa is going to stay. No, he's going to pit. Blake Reynolds.
Leon lapped himself, so no reason not to.
Oh my gosh, Landon.
Other than losing a tire set.
Castle and Blackford stayed out, guys, on 73 lap.
Oh man.
What?
Are we going to get Buttafuoco some laps here, Blake, or what are we doing?
We'll try to do our best to give him some laps back, but
yeah.
I just don't know if you can get too many in here.
It depends on how fast he drives, and as long as everybody keeps the high side clear for lappers, we should be okay.
I bet you if you asked Sean, he would say he drove too fast.
Well, Daniel has messaged me and said, quote, bro, sorry, I'm a hack. And then I said, Daniel, it's okay. I'm over it now. I'd like to apologize to him for saying he sucks earlier. That's not true. He was very apologetic earlier. I was just extremely frustrated, but he drove a good race, or still driving a good race. He just got a little overzealous there. It happens to the best of us, so no hard feelings.
Castle and Blackford have just pitted now. So Doucette is going to come out as the race leader, and Matt Bussa and Blake Reynolds took 2 tires on pit road.
Ooh.
Oh.
2 tires.
Oh. 2 tires.
For as hard as Blake Reynolds had to run to stay on the end of the lead lap for that whole run, I'm surprised he would take 2 tires.
Yeah.
Give a shout out to
Sean, what do you think would make him do that?
I don't know. I mean, he really wants to keep the track position. I know that. He's been kind of frustrated. We've been in the channel with him the whole race, and he is not saving the tires as well as he thought, which make this an even bigger head scratcher as to why he doesn't take 4. But I don't know. I mean, we'll see what his thought process is. I mean, he obviously knows what he's doing. He's a Coke Series driver, and we'll see. But if I were in his spot, I'm taking 4 there. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Did he take just lefts? Because I saw the left side of the car jacked up.
That would be even weirder. I think. Hold on. Let me double check this, because it was a 10-second stop. So if he just took lefts, then that's weird.
Well,
Bussa took 2, right?
Yeah, Bussa. The only reason Bussa would make sense is because he just pitted 20 laps ago. I don't know if he took 2 or 4 then, but for Blake, he only pitted once.
Well, you got to keep in mind Blake, Frisch, McAdams, all those guys.
Hold on. Did Blake pit again?
I don't see why he would.
Hold on.
I think he pitted twice. He took rights and then he took lefts.
Okay. I think he pitted back-to-back laps.
So that makes sense, because they all have an extra set on these guys. So Frisch, McAdams, Blake Reynolds, they have an extra set because they stayed out earlier. So that makes sense for them to take 4.
2 lead lap cars on the tail end are going to be in front of the leaders. Frisch and Frisch and Brendan Meal here for the restart. Good luck.
Godspeed. Landon Huffman wasting no time trying to make it 3 wide there.
Where he's been most of this race is bottom 3.
Mm-hmm. Doucette trying to put these guys a lap down. Comes his teammate Michael Cosey Jr. to the outside. Meal to the outside.
Awesomer in the wall. Turn 3. Still green. Still rolling.
I'm hearing more people hitting the wall around the track. I just can't find them.
Mm-hmm. Gotta wonder if that's champagne blinking. That's kind of what I assume if I can't find it.
We were talking about Blake Reynolds earlier. He is mired in traffic right now. He's sitting right behind Brian Blackford next to Garrett Smithley. Landon Castle is right up there with these guys.
Oh, Bussa's flying up the middle here.
Yeah.
Someone has hit the wall off of 4. I think that was Adam Cabot in the 17.
That was right in front of Bussa.
Yeah. Bussa is...
Bussa's been running the high lane pretty much the whole race and saving tires. We have not been able to figure out how he was able to do that, but he is just flying right now.
You mentioned Blake Reynolds currently scored an 8th, but on track about 30th.
Right. Oh, in the wall, Adam Martin.
Kept his foot in it, though.
Yes, he did. Dale just snuck through there, so good. Dale has just snuck through a whole bunch of potential wrecks tonight. He has done a great job of keeping that car clean so far.
He's trapped 2 laps down back in the 19th position.
There's a lot of cars that are multiple laps down that are still running. That's what I love, though, is that you have a lot of guys whose days are not going how they planned. It's going to be tough to get it back here in the last 121 laps, but they're still getting after it. 119, I should say.
Kevin McAdams, P6?
Yeah, he's been up there all night.
When he spun, he stayed on the lead lap and he never pit on that cycle.
Mm-hmm.
You can see Landon Castle back there with Brian Blackford. They're kind of on the same strategy.
Shocker.
Oh man, Matt Bussa has traffic in front of him. Blake Sasser and Brendan Neal are right ahead of him, and he's seeing Cosey, Parker, and Doucette kind of driving away in the front, so you're going to see him try to work around the outside. He's to the outside of Sasser. Neal stays up top. Is he going to make the cut down? Of course he is. It's go time for Bussa now. Approaching 100 to go. This thing, it's going to go by very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one thing I think I could say about tonight. It hasn't felt like it's gone by quickly, but that's the point.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it only seems like a few minutes ago I was at a poorly attended softball game.
Poorly attended softball.
How does that happen? How does it just not happen?
I think a lot of people are at Millbridge again. That's been the biggest issue for the league. Is Millbridge on Wednesdays is popping right now.
It's a hot ticket. I want to go, but I'm never up there on Wednesdays.
Another one in the wall off of turn 4. I think Bussa got a little bit of the wall there. He is driving the wheels off of that thing, just trying to get by Parker White for 3rd here, going into 1. Cosey right ahead of him. There you see on board Zach Johnson working the controller, or whatever the hell he's using, very nicely. PS4 controller, he confirms.
No, it was a Guitar Hero guitar.
Could you imagine someone? What would the joystick be on that controller? The whammy bar? The whammy bar?
Well, maybe the
whammy bar.
The whammy bar. That's what it's called, right? The whammy bar, that little thing.
It is what it's called. Yeah.
It goes meow, 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 meow.
That's what Boost is doing to the field right now. Is
yeah, he's just whamming the field right now. So underneath Cosey for 2nd.
There we go.
Are we going to call Matt Boost a whammy man?
Oh, well, I think that
whammy man. How do you know Whammy Man is taken?
Yeah.
Did you put an email address in there and it came back and said you can't have it?
That's an old.
I don't even want to talk about it. Yeah, I do not want to talk about it. But anyway, man, we've got some battles out here at the Rock.
You know, I tell you what, I know why Boost has been so fast. You know what? He's in a Buick. It's got to be the difference. The great American road belongs to Buick.
It was proven that car is significantly faster than all the other makes.
Actually, that's not true, but
Not what
I'd love
the
to see it though. I'd
not
love
what
to see
the
the
data
support of
says.
the new content.
Tell you what, Cozy's been able to hold off Bussa here.
Because he took his line.
Well, and Bussa, remember,
Oh, he pushed him.
tires. Little bump draft down the front stretch at the Rock.
He sent him a message. Hey, pal, why don't you run in the tire tracks of your teammate? Don't worry about where I'm running.
Quit mirror driving.
Out of my way.
I love riding on board with Bussa here. I'm just like sitting in the cockpit on my replay and watching how he's working the wheel, which lanes he's running. I mean, he just entered on the bottom and diamonded it up way up into the middle. Still exited high. A really unique line, but whatever he's doing, it is working for that 44 car.
We've got the GoPro on board right now. Just looking at the hands, and I don't know about the foot movement. We don't have that yet, but very smooth is the consensus for what Bussa's doing. He enters there, doesn't put any wheel into it until he's about midway through the corner. And I think that's what's keeping the tires on that car for him.
Well, and last time he ran a totally different line. He entered bottom, went up to the middle, still exited high, so he's just been able to get it done wherever he puts that race car.
That's such a badass camera angle.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. Not a lot of neck restraints.
Zach has really evolved lately with his cameras.
Imagine, it's 1987. You don't have like any head or neck restraints and running in an actual car for 500 miles. I mean, golly, your neck just alone would be sore, let alone your arms, your feet, whatever. Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
He got high there.
If you get in,
Oh, he just kissed it.
if you get into the corner there too hot, you'll slide up there if you're not careful. Look at this camera. Can't see anything, but you know it's there. Just kidding, Zach.
It's accurate.
It is.
Yeah.
And now he's to the
Even
outside
worse.
of Cozy.
That's all he needed. He just needed to crack that right rear.
There it
Now
is.
he's got Justin Mons in front of him here on the top.
Oh my gosh, that you can't get much more closer to the wall than Bussa is in turn one there.
I was running this line in practice, enter way high, park it on entry, and cut down, and it is flying through 1 and 2, and Bussa's doing it better than just about anybody out there, especially in 1 and 2. You can enter high, park it, and then just cut way down, and you just get such a run. See if he does it again.
Disposes of the lap car. Justin Mons right there. Back up to the wall riding line. Ducks it down. Doing exactly what Blake McCandless just said. Gets a heck of a run on Doucette. I think it's only a matter of time before that 44 is back out front.
Doucette's right now is like, hey, Cozy, what did he do to get by you? Cozy could tell him he's still not going to be able to do anything about it.
Well, I think Doucette's going to go high and at least force him to try to go to the bottom to pass. And yeah, Doucette's going to ride up with him, give him a little dirty air.
Take his line away.
Yep.
The right thing to do. That's how you have to race.
If Dale Jr. can't win, Matt Bussa might be able to win. I'm going to take partial credit for saying Junior's going to win because the Junior Foundation's on the hood of that race car. How about that?
There you go. Whatever makes you feel better, Jake.
All right, Jacob.
All right, they're coming up on Michael P. Frisch, who is at the tail end of the lead lap. He tried to stay out on old tires, and unfortunately for Frisch, I just don't think that's quite going to work out.
Yeah.
So Frisch will fall back into the lucky dog position. The good news is he doesn't have to worry about anybody else being lapped for a while. Landon Castle is 10.5 seconds behind Ryan Doucette. It's a long ways to go. Bussa going to go to the top, try to build a run off of turn 4. And we're starting to get money time here, folks. We're almost at 100 to go.
Not as big a run, I thought. Bussa was going to hit the wall that time.
That's going to hurt him.
Oh, look at this. He gets the
Look
wall
at this
tap
run.
advantage.
Jeez almighty.
Wow. Right to the back bumper.
Gets the wall and he still gets the run.
And
He's making Doucette drive up to the wall, too, which might force Doucette into an error because he hadn't really been running that line.
Well, if I'm Doucette,
Hands.
I'm doing the same thing every time.
Oh, running that high side. He just can't quite hold it up there. And he's sawing at that wheel off the corner exit.
How old school is this? 16th is 2 laps down.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say there's 10 cars on the lead lap.
Very old school.
I vaguely remember, and Sean, you might remember this too. Back in the S-Rock League when we ran here, Bussa was doing the same exact thing, and that was in the old Cup cars.
He was, and that car is significantly faster than this one. A lot more power to it, but definitely harder to handle. And just like these things, they have a very unique characteristics to them. And Bussa was just wall riding that race too, just able to find the grip so well. And man, this is an impressive run for Bussa. Even if he doesn't win, he has been absolutely dominant tonight. And you can't deny that he was probably by far the best car out here. Looks to the low side now on Ryan Doucette, so he's trying to mix it up. He knows Doucette's trying to hold that top lane, prevent him from getting to his outside. But he's going to make him work for it, that's for sure. Back into 3. They ran the bottom last time by, and they're running the wall again now.
Ronnie Osmer had a big moment down there in 1 and 2.
Osmer's had a lot of moments this
Yeah,
this
he
race.
about wrecked, though.
A lot of smoke there you see in the 1 and 2. Looking back a little further, there's Ronnie right next to Jake Poulin in the Papyrus machine. That's a great looking car.
Love it.
Bussa nearly
Takes it back
had him off
to where it all
two.
started.
Yep.
And he might build a run now. Doucette to the bottom, Bussa to the top. This might give him the run he needs. These guys have been moving all around. Bussa's run the bottom, the top. Doucette's moved around. This is just fantastic. I love how this racetrack is widened out to where you can run anywhere. You can make any lane work right now.
If this race hasn't proved that the 87 is the best oval car and Rockingham's the best oval track, I don't know what will.
This reminds me of that battle from years ago, a few years ago with Kevin Harvick at, what was that, Kansas or Chicagoland?
With
when
Joey?
He was blocking, yeah, just using the air to keep Joey behind him, even though Joey was faster. That reminds me of what Doucette's doing right now to Bussa.
Well, you got to think too. Doucette's been out front for a little bit longer. Maybe he's had his teammate behind him, and Cosey hasn't been trying to pass him like Bussa gets loose.
Oy.
But he's had a chance to maybe keep the tires on it a lot more than Bussa has, because Bussa's had to come up through the field to get to where he is. So I don't know. Maybe the rubber's starting to kind of go away on that 44 car.
I think that sunset too might be getting you if you're heading into turn 1.
Yeah, Breyer says that Ronnie's getting flashbanged by the sun going into turn 4.
Do we have another Zach Johnson sun shot there from the back of one of these cars? No, he's loved his shots with the sun down the back straightaway. There, oh, not quite.
Well,
Maybe next time.
Yep.
There, oh, we got some cloud cover there.
It's a little easier now. Track is cooled down to 96. I think that's another thing that's kind of helped the outside here. You get a lot of grip, and you're able to carry that momentum. And this car, probably more than any other, is just all about momentum.
Well, at this point, if you're Bussa, you know that they've been pulling away from Cosey, Parker a little bit, just enough every lap, even though they've been battling and Bussa hasn't been able to run his optimal line. At what point does he dial it back maybe a little bit and just start to save, knowing he's got Doucette right where he wants him?
I think he might be doing it now.
For Bussa, remember, he's only on 2 tires. The other set of tires are older than Doucette's. So I think the tires might be bouncing off for Bussa, and that advantage that he had that was allowing him to close in is finally wasted away. These tires 32 laps old here on this run.
And these guys are using every inch of this racetrack. I know we've been focusing on the lead for this part, but this is the best battle on the track so far. Both of them right up against the wall.
This is compelling stuff. I mean, this is what we don't see enough
Kevin
of.
Champagne up the racetrack at 1 and 2. He and Tommy Ryan, golly, they're leaning on each other. I don't know how they didn't hit.
They've been throwing haymakers for the last 15 or so laps, too. I'm surprised.
Oh, he's going to throw a slider on him.
Oh, man.
Here comes a crossover, Tommy Ryan.
It's not even for position.
It's not for position, by the way.
And they don't care. They've been racing like this for the last 15 or 20 laps.
Kevin is an
3 laps down.
Are we surprised?
And speaking of not for position, here comes Chatelain right behind him. He's in 21st in the 111 back there.
He's at least 2 down.
They're going to be side by side for the lead here at the start-finish line. Bussa into the wall on the front stretch. Doucette blocked high. Bussa carried his momentum, scrapes the wall at the start-finish line. We just can't keep up with all of this.
Matt Bussa using every inch of the racetrack, every fender on that car to try to get by Ryan Doucette, but Doucette has done a great job of holding him off.
He ran about a lane and a half lower.
He clears Labani, yada, yada, yada.
So if you were going to split this run in half,
he's in the wall. Doucette's in the wall.
no issues. Man, that wall's pretty durable up
That
there.
worked.
Yeah.
That worked. He got
That's
it.
better than 4 tires. They say 8 tires is better than 4. The safer bear is better
Bussa
than
to the
both.
outside. He might have a run on the corner here. Doucette goes low.
He's going to get the run here.
Oh,
He almost got in the wall off of 4.
I don't think he has enough tire left to get the run off the corner like Doucette has been.
Yeah.
Tries the inside now. Doucette's going to have to make a mistake for Bussa to get up there. He's tried
They still
literally
got pit
everything.
stops to make too.
They
like
do.
that's the thing, Blake. I think you were just about to say that they still have a pit stop to make.
Yeah, well, and I was about to say, so they last pit on 374. So if you split that in half, you're going to be pitting around lap 438, 436, probably, to split that in half. So
But if we get a caution before that, that's the whole thing out the window, and they're probably going to pit 2 times then, once for that caution, and they might have to pit again before we get to the end of the race, because at this point, I think we're far enough along where they're going to want freshies.
Well, do you split it in half, or do you take the risk? If you're Michael Cosey Jr., I think maybe you split that right down the middle and hope that these guys stay out, and if it plays out, it plays out. But then again, we've seen time and time again, I don't think once staying out super late has worked, because we've always gotten a yellow.
And plus, you just lose way too much time if you stay out way too long trying to stretch the run out. We saw with David L. Brown earlier in the race. He went, I think, the longest out of everybody on that first run we had, and he eventually pitted, and he came out way behind everybody. So it's a fine line you have to toe on when you pit and when you can be most efficient.
I don't know who that was, but they just hit the wall.
Thanks.
Out of turn
Thanks,
4.
Travis.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, guys.
One of like 30 cars.
Hang on. I'll get to the bottom of this.
5 laps later.
The thing of it is, if you're Cozy, if you're Parker White, if you're McAdams, or really anybody else inside the top 10 that's still on the lead lap, you look at these 2 leaders brawling right now,
Man.
and you're still losing time to them. You got to figure out what you can do to try and close that gap to them while they're fighting.
There's the
I wonder
sun.
if Cozy's just backing off and waiting and letting him duel it out, save his tires a little bit.
Well, that's a good point, because he's running similar times to them. I mean, it's not like he's in the 4s. Bussa and Doucette are in the 4s. And last time by, Cozy was the fastest car up in the top 5, so he might have something to say about this at the end of this run.
He just ran dead consistent lap time, 27.494 back to back for Michael Cosey Jr.
And by the way, that's 0.3 faster than Parker White, who runs in 4th.
Yeah.
So Cosey figuring something out here. Gonna
Yes, he
go
is.
right to the wall.
Oh, Bussa just tank slapped the wall there off of 4.
That cost him a good amount.
We talk about Bussa trying to force Doucette into a mistake. Bussa might be driving himself into the mistakes.
He's forcing himself into mistakes, but we keep talking about this, guys. Cozy just somehow finds a way to get himself in position to win in these big races. The chips just fall right in his lap every time, it seems.
Well, and again, how old school is it that you have one car that's dominant, they ran up front, they clearly had the pace, but what has Doucette been holding back this whole race? Is this maybe the best opportunity for Matt Bussa? Is he going to clear? No. Doucette going to hold on, and Bussa going to slide off the bottom, so Doucette fends him off once again. But I just got to think that maybe Bussa was just willing to push that little bit, but now we're kind of at the end of the race where you need to save your equipment. That's what so much of racing used to be, is how good can you make it at the end. And we're seeing Doucette, now that we're kind of getting towards money time, he's turned it on, and maybe he is faster, if not just as fast as Matt Bussa.
Oh man, they're both dirt
Champagne is in.
Adams is in. Champagne. Dang it. I know who you are.
It's okay, Jake. But let's go ahead and give the props to Ryan Doucette as well. Bussa has thrown everything he's had at him so far, and Doucette has not made a mistake at all.
The bumper.
Exactly. So he's fed him everything that he has, and Doucette has just kept his cool, kept calm, and he's been able to maintain. So shout out to Ryan Doucette for being able to weather the multiple storms he's been thrown at. Bussa, he might be thinking about pitting soon. He's fallen very far back.
They're going to have some lap cars come through and race by them on fresher tires. Ronnie Osmer as well as Brad Kress.
Look how much Bussa lost there, though.
Cozy's catching them, too. And that time he was about dead even with them, but he had been running them down the last couple laps.
Bussa's really dialed it back.
Fantastic run.
I think Bussa realized he was just over driving at that point, heating up the tires too much.
Oh my goodness, Kevin Champagne! Wow. Right
That
next
was
to the leader.
ballsy.
Kevin Champagne just splits
Osmer.
Oh my goodness.
If I'm Doucette, I want to get away from these guys as much as possible.
The bad part is they're on newer tires, so he can't.
Right.
He's got to let him go.
Right, that's what you're saying. Use your fresh tires. Just get the hell away from me already.
Right. Oh, man. Could you imagine if you're Ryan Doucette, you just fended off Matt Bussa and did an excellent job of that, and some lap cars on new tires just fence you and just ruin it?
What I can't understand is how they're on 8-lap-old tires and they can't pass them.
I think they're scared. You see that a lot.
Yeah.
You see Blake, Sean. You guys know you got these guys that they got the fresher tires, but they lack the confidence, so they don't want to ruin anything. Is they end up almost being a bigger hindrance at some point.
Oh, yeah. When I came back after getting my damage fixed from the accident, I was hanging around Dale and all the leaders and Parker White and all them. And I'm like, I don't want to ruin their races, so I'll just hang out here. And once it calms down, I'll pull off and let him race. So you do not want to be the guy that ruins a potentially fantastic battle for the lead here, especially this late in the race.
The gap's just a second between Cosey and Bussa here, guys.
Look at Justin Mons. Justin Mons just try to find a good lane to pass the leader, and it looks like he's going to do it without issue, but that's allowed Bussa to close right back in.
He's within a
Cosey's under a second now.
Yeah, he's really digging. There's Cabot on pit road.
How often has the term catbird seat been used the last couple of days in these races? What are you giggling at, Travis?
Somebody called it highball vodka.
That's what I was like, it is not highball vodka.
You drink it out of a highball.
Yeah.
Do you have another? Oh, Doucette's in the wall.
Big shot.
Wow.
That's a big hit. That's not a little kiss off the wall. That's a big shot. It still helped him go faster. What the hell?
He does have some damage, though, on the right side that is a little more noticeable than it was.
Well, now how does that affect what he does next lap going into one, Blake? Because he just slapped the wall there. Does he change his line, or does he try it one more time?
Don't do that again. That's what he's thinking.
I'm thinking it didn't hurt. Might as well go up there again.
Oh, and he's going.
Check the lap times. Did I go faster? I'll do it again.
I don't think he can leave the top at this point. I think Bussa will blow by him if he does.
Right.
Yeah, he has to just stay on that outside.
He's telling Bussa, if you want to pass me, you got to fence me. Look at that close.
He tried.
Cozy's right there. Cozy is watching this. He is within the camera shot now. Look at the rubber on the front nose of that LeSabre.
Like it's just off the factory line.
I think Bussa's trying to activate the intimidate button here now. Into turn 3. Look at the sun back there. Into turn number 3. To the wall they go. It looks like Bussa's just able to get back to the throttle a little bit quicker than Doucette is, but he just doesn't have enough room to carry the speed off the corners. That's why Doucette's been able to hold him off.
Cozy has half a second and clean racetrack to the back bumper of Bussa here. I think he just got the wall, though, but then he did.
Well, he was still 0.2 of a second quicker last time.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, here comes Matt Bussa. He's door to door with him. Again, Doucette going to go high. I don't think he's going to get the run there on the bottom. But again, all it takes is a mistake. Best he's been.
On exit.
I was wondering if he was going to side draft him a little bit. I know we're not going too fast here, but there is a little bit to try and pull him back. If he could stay alongside off of 2.
Here comes Cozy.
Too hard down there.
Cozy's there now, boys.
This is it.
He is in a Logitech G Altus sandwich.
Oh, Bussa's going to get a big run here.
Doucette gave up the top. Why did he do that? Big run for Bussa now. Is he going to take it?
Oh, man, he's going to take it right to the rear bumper.
Yeah, this is starting to look like Logano, Kansas.
Oh, Doucette.
Both of them scrape it. Now here comes Cozy. That's not going to help.
Look, it looks like the police trying to corner a suspect on a police chase with these guys.
They're going to box him in here.
Just box him in.
Are they going to go 3 here?
Bussa's going to shoot the middle. They're going to be 3 wide out of 4. No, they're not.
Oh, I thought about it.
See how Cozy's just using those hands. Look at the hands.
Matt Bussa is going to be able to memorize what these Logitech cars look like after this race.
He'll be seeing them in his dreams.
Yeah,
But
really.
we've got people starting to pit, so we're gonna have some differing tires out here too.
Yeah. Daniel Silvestri's
Oh.
here we go.
Oh boy, they're gonna be 3 wide for the lead this time. It's gonna get exciting at a 4. Oh man!
Ronnie Osmer has a front row seat to this right behind them.
Matt Bussa to the lead. Can he clear up?
He
Can
is.
he get there? He does.
Did it. Crossover.
Doucette overdrove the corner on entry, but he's got to run exit. He's pitting. He's pitting.
Probably for the best. at
Second
this
he
point.
lost the lead. He's pitting. That may force Bussa's hand.
I like the call.
I do too.
Cozy's going to stay out as well. Got to wonder if he's going to come in next lap.
But now,
All
Blake,
right.
they've got to go 60-plus laps to the end on these tires.
They do, but do
Right
you want
in
to
half.
stay out? If a caution comes out, oh, Bussa's drifting into one. He is flat
Oh.
sideways.
He might have a tire down. He pushed that car very hard. He might have a flat right rear. Oh, he definitely does.
It's driving like it.
It's not flat yet, but it's on fire, and he's going to
coming.
pit this time.
He has
Yeah,
That's- That helps Doucette so much.
Wow.
yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
anybody else, maybe Blake Reynolds, but anybody else, they are wrecking
Yeah.
that car going into 3.
9 times out of 10, that's a wreck.
So that'll hand the lead to Michael Cosey Jr., and he might put himself in the best position because he was saving tires behind those guys while they were battling hard for the lead, so we'll see how long he can go.
Travis,
That's
don't
a
you
good point.
usually have something to say to people in chat if they like what they're seeing?
Oh yeah, put a 69 in chat.
I love what I'm seeing.
Again, guys, if you haven't ran the 87s in official series on iRacing before, please do it. You see what you're watching here, you could be a part of this, and these cars are big fun, especially on tracks like this.
I'm glad you all just
Bussa.
committed to donating $69 to the Dale Jr. Foundation.
Bussa 0 on the right rear, so it was
Yep.
all but flat when he
That-
came onto pit road.
And he's fortunate to be able to bring that into pit lane. I mean, he could have lost a lot more time had he not spun that out, so credit to him for keeping that thing somewhat under control.
Cozy's sitting in a good spot though, because he's still running pretty decent laps.
But look at the gap between
Tires.
Doucette and Bussa from what happened.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
huge.
Brown on pit road.
But if there's no caution, this is going to cycle out to those two guys again, I think, battling for the lead.
Now, if there's a caution, there's only 6 on the lead lap. And boy, would that
Nice.
completely shake this up.
Castle, Blackford, Reynolds, Kevin McAdams, and Cozy.
Big shout out.
Kevin's still on the lead lap.
Kevin, he's pitting. His right rear looks very heated as well, so he's going to bring it in. He's driven a good race. He's been stuck back in the traffic, getting involved in a couple wrecks, but he has kept his eyes forward and put himself in a great spot. So good job by Kevin.
Cozy's in.
Cozy's pitting. He just had a big slide, so his tires are going.
Let's see if he can keep it under control.
Reynolds pitting as well this time. That's going to put the lead in Landon Castle's hands.
Look at Landon Castle. And he's got Brian Blackford right behind him.
Kevin missed his pit stall. Backs it in, and he's going to take service, but he overshot it by just a little bit.
I mean, he's only pit like a bunch of times in this race. You'd think he'd find his pit stall eventually.
And this is the first time in this race we've had a provisional driver leading it, and it's Landon Castle.
Be very fitting if a caution came out now and just ruined this whole big fun race we had for the lead earlier.
So
I mean, I don't think anything could ruin that. That was still a damn good race.
Oh, for sure.
Frisch still has to pit yet. He's back on the lead lap now that the leader pitted. So Castle, Blackford, Frisch is in now.
Bussa and Doucette are back in the lead lap. Doucette's back up to 4th.
Castle and Blackford are the only two on the lead lap that have yet to make a pit stop here close. Champagne's on 22
Cozy.
laps. Kevin Champagne, that is.
Cozy's just now leaving pit road.
Yeah, 20.
That was a long pit stop.
That wasn't long. 24 seconds for Cozy.
slow. Wonder if he had damage.
Someone's going to get fired in that camp for causing them that much track position on pit road there.
Oh, Desi Desitail up and into the outside wall. They save it.
Oh, man, would that have completely change the complexion of this race.
Yeah, really.
Justin Champagne is in. Frisch is in.
The gap.
Well, he's out now.
Seconds about between Doucette and Bussa. Actually, it's much more than that. It's like almost 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's a big gap. That one slip up by Bussa when he blew the right rear. But I'm more curious about Cosey. What do you have, Bubba Wallace's pit crew down there? What the hell happened?
I have no idea. It was a very slow stop for Cosey. Fortunately, he's just able to unlap himself right there, passing Landon Castle.
He's 8 seconds behind Doucette.
Oh my gosh.
Landon Huffman is a flat tire.
Now, Parker White pit well before Doucette and has about a 6-second gap on him. Now, that's shrinking. But Parker White right now is kind of the lead of this cycle, aside from Castle and Blackford, who have yet to come down pit road.
Yeah.
I wonder, could Landon and Brian maybe, and again, I'm thinking crazy here, could they maybe make it on fuel to the end? I know it's 125 laps. We haven't really even been talking about fuel strategy because we've been wondering if tires can last that long. But if they've been saving enough, could they even think crazily enough about making it about 125 laps?
They won't win, but they can try. Like, Parker White's already 9.6 seconds in closing on the leader. Like,
Yeah,
they're
'cause
going to catch these guys in a hurry.
Tires are so much more important than fuel is in this race, and especially at this stage. So they can maybe try, but
Oh, the 41 just backed it into the wall.
Caution!
In turn
Caution!
3.
Oh my gosh.
With him.
Frisch
And that-
Justin Mons, and Mons got run over by Frisch. He just kind of stopped in the straightaway, and Frisch had nowhere to go. Wow.
Remember, Cosey
cars on the
unlapped
lead
himself.
lap. Blake Reynolds will get the free pass, and Kevin is trapped a lap down. Now what do you do?
Well, okay,
You
so
can lock
Parker
it in
White-
and rip the knob off because this is about to get good.
Parker White in third only took 2. So did David Brown. So now that they're stacked up, do you consider taking 4 here? How many sets do you have left? If you saved them, this is what you needed them for.
Landon Castle and Blackford bring him down. If everyone stays out behind him, they're going to have 10 lap fresher tires than everybody that pit before them.
That couldn't have worked out better for Castle and Blackford if they had tried, honestly.
Excellent break for both of them. Castle gets into a stall. Blackford comes in. Cosey stays out.
Well, he had just pitted. I don't have an issue with that. Look at what Parker White did with 4-lap older tires. He was just fine. Cosey will be fine.
Dale Jr. pit, I think, 3 laps before that caution came out. That's the second time that Dale is immediately pit and the caution comes out right after he gets out on the track. So now he's 3 laps down.
Frisch, yeah, just runs over Justin Mons going into the corner. Frisch got the worst of that, it looks like. It's another angle of it here. Frisch, that white and purple car.
Damn. I mean, first had a hellacious run off of turn 2, but yeah, I mean, just didn't give enough room for the braking zone, it looked like.
I don't know.
Wild. We were due for a caution. You just were wondering how and when it was going to fly, but that really sets up for an exciting last, 60 laps or so? 50 laps?
So Michael Cosey Jr. is your leader. Blake Reynolds second. Landon Castle and Brian Blackford third and fourth on the freshest tires.
So Blake Reynolds just hit pit road.
So that's interesting. So Blake will bring it down pit road. Hands second to Castle, third to Blackford. Bussa will assume fourth. David Brown will round out the top 5.
Now, what would bring Blake Reynolds to pit road this time when he had just cycled back up to like third?
Blake has had a couple of head-scratching trips down pit road the last couple of times. I mean, I don't know what's going on in that 15 camp. I mean, I can't read his mind or anything like that. I'm just kind of scratching my head these last couple of calls by him.
You could go ask him.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to disrupt the whole flow they have down there.
I can't imagine what this win would mean for Landon Castle. It's been a tough couple of weeks for the crypto community. I think this will lift their spirits to see him go to victory lane.
Jeez almighty. Maybe that's what will spike a bull rush in the crypto community is Landon Castle winning this race.
Absolutely.
Gotta get those bears out of here.
Daniel Buttafuoco is the lucky dog. He passes everyone on the
we're waving
outside.
him around because of that glitch.
Yeah, he's not the lucky dog. The lucky dog should have gone to Blake Reynolds, and it did.
Matt Bussa giving Daniel a little bit of a hard time. That was close as he was going around everybody. Full song on the outside.
All right, guys, here we go. 50 to go on the restart.
So
What a
Cozy
race.
on old tires, and you got Castle Blackford, and then of course you get Bussa. Man, this is going to be something.
David Brown, Parker White, Kevin Champagne, Ryan Doucette mired back in 8th. Blake Reynolds and Kevin McAdams rounds out the top 10. Kevin is the first car 1 lap down.
It's a ballsy call by Cozy here to stay out, even on 8 laps.
Got 11 cars on the outside, the rest of them on the bottom. It's going to get good, folks. In the kick in the tires restart zone, green flag is out, and off goes Michael Cosey Jr., who controls that restart, and there are a bunch of hungry drivers behind him on those fresher tires. How are they going to make their move? When are they going to do it? But Cozy out to a huge lead off of 2.
Oh, they're stacking Landon Huffman, Michael Frisch, David Brown, 3 wide going into 3. No one's backing down there. Huffman very loose. They're still making it work.
3 wide. Huffman.
They're
Almost
4.
4.
Oh, they were thinking about it.
Matt Bussa up to 2nd already. Or excuse me, up to 3rd. He's gotten around Brian Blackford.
He's hunting after Landon now, and he is a-coming. Good luck holding up that 44.
Cozy pleading with Landon Castle to try to do anything to keep him back there, but Landon's not going to impede his progress.
He's going to force him to the bottom. That's impeding enough.
It doesn't look like it. Landon not able to do anything with Matt Bussa.
I don't think anybody's been able to do anything with Matt Bussa through this whole race. Cozy goes to the middle lane.
I just don't think Cozy's going to be able to hold him off. Bussa's just catching up so quickly. That was a tough call by Cozy, but I don't know how many. Again, we don't really have a way to track how many tire sets are left, so it's tough to gauge.
I'm surprised that Landon Castle's not closer to these guys with the amount of, fresh rubber he has, but to the lead, Matt Bussa.
He's not clear yet. Yeah, he's
Cozy in the wall.
That's it.
That'll give it to him. So Cozy up there. And I'm right. I'm surprised that Castle has now a little more pace. He almost just got turned by Huffman.
Landon on Landon violence.
And Parker White right up in the trunk of Landon Castle as well. I think Castle just playing the long game. I mean, we do have 50-something laps to go.
Now 45 this time.
Yeah, you're going to want to
Parker
save.
White, I don't know. If Parker White can get up to that 44, we might have a race between those two. I don't know if anybody can hold with that 44 the rest of the way, but if I had to guess, it'd be the 95.
The only person I've seen hold with Bussa has been Ryan Doucette, but he's mired in traffic back in 8th.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to go 3 wide for 2nd. Castle backed out of it, but thought about making it up the middle. Not going to be able to do so. So Parker White looks like he's clear to go by for 2nd. Cozy on those Allen tires, just nothing he can do to hold off Parker White. So White goes by. Castle is likely next, if not Huffman.
Remember, Huffman's a lap down. 3 laps down.
White ran down Bussa quick. He's right there.
That's why I was like, he had the speed early on where he could keep up with Bussa and maybe give him a shot. I don't know if he's got the long run speed, though, to hold with him for 43 laps.
He beat him by 3/10 that last lap. He is there. Parker White trying to take it to Matt Bussa for the race lead here late at Rockingham.
Problem is, Matt Bussa can run fast and save better than I think anybody in this field. He's demonstrated that tonight, so he can still save and run this pace. I don't know if Parker is able to save quite as much if he's trying to run that pace.
I tend to agree with you there. I think Parker's going to try to push Bussa and make him speed up. Does that help Landon Castle, though? If Castle's sitting back here saving a little bit, he needs these two to race up here.
Yeah.
Bussa still holds it. 41 laps to go. Man, this is a good race. I wish Doucette was still up here, but man, this has been a good race the last 150 laps or so.
He might have a chance to get back up there. This group with Landon Huffman, Kevin Champagne, David L. Brown, all these guys, they are racing pretty hard. Brian Blackford right there as well, looking to the inside of Cosey. That'd be the battle for fourth.
Oh, Cosey is dirt tracking that thing, man. He's got no grip.
Cosey needs one more caution, I think, to get some new tires on that thing to maybe give him a shot.
I think everybody else probably has a set left.
Well, at least. Well, Cosey has pitted only 7 times, so he's definitely got the tires sitting in the pit stall. And my guess is, if he gets a caution in maybe 10, 15 laps,
oh, jeez,
he might be able to drag enough guys down to the pit road with him where he's not going to be too mired back in traffic for pitting for 4 freshies.
I'll tell you, he was running the absolute piss out of Blackford there.
Oh, Blackford goes on the wall down there in 1 and 2. And he hit it hard.
Reynolds, yeah.
I think the car's okay, but he hit it a couple of times.
Yeah, he's still got it right front on it. He's turning into the next corner, so.
It's a good sign.
At least it's good. There's still 36 cars on the racetrack right now.
It's insane.
And they're using all of it here. Cosey's still trying to hang on to what might be a top 5. Somebody just slid through 1 and 2. That was Ryan Daly. He nearly looped it.
Parker White gained a little bit more ground on Bussa that time, so not a whole lot, but it's enough. So he has found himself right back to the rear bumper of the 44.
I think he realized he might have been overdriving it there.
I thought Bussa was going to step out a little bit, build up a little bit of a lead, but Parker White keeping him honest.
I think if you're Bussa, you see Parker White dial it back a little bit, you dial it back a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm. Just so you keep on saving.
The thing is, though, with Bussa, he's been so fast and been able to save, running exactly where he is right now. It's been baffling us the whole race how he's been able to run the wall like that and keep the tires on it as well as he has. So this is almost like a final boss scenario for Parker White. He's gotten to the final level, but the boss is on the highest difficulty with the most damage. So he's got his work cut out for him to get around that 44 for sure.
I mean, tell you what, the swings and lighting in this is insane.
Mm-hmm. Yep, one end of the racetrack is in shade, the other isn't.
You talk about the journey of Parker White. Remember, earlier in this race, he was a lap down, did that wave around thing, stayed out, got his lap back. The journey he's taken, you talk about the final boss, is like he's been playing Elden Ring, and he's finally at the end of that one.
Man.
And everybody back here that's further on back, I mean, they're racing for something. We have, well, I think 9 drivers who are 3 laps down.
Cosey and Doucette are right by each other again. David Brown got really loose off of turn number 2.
Oh, Champagne nearly around off of 2.
Which
Justin
one?
saves it.
Oh.
That one.
Again, he's one of those drivers we were just talking about, battling 3 laps down. He is racing for position with Jake Poulin right there, or excuse me, Aiden Kirker.
Speaking of a Champagne racing for position, Kevin Champagne is looking under Brian Blackford. That's for 4th.
Justin just put Kirker up by the wall.
The Champagnes are just making stuff happen here on all ends of the speedway right now.
8 tires work better than 4.
Saw some smoke on the front straightaway right now. Can't really see where that was coming from.
What a run for Kevin Champagne. I mean, he was getting ragged on for his connection at one point, and here he is up inside the top 5.
He's been warned numerous times about his connection.
David Brown's right on the back straightaway.
David L. Brown, that's right in the middle of the racetrack, and Kirker misses him.
No caution. Oh, my God. They're still coming at him. He's going to get hit. Oh, my God.
How?
There's no caution for that?
One car.
Are you kidding me? He was
How many cars did he almost get drilled by?
Now
the
it's
caution
out.
comes out.
Oh, Lord, Hoots was asleep.
Blake McCandless
I
takes
thought he
it
was
upon
going
himself
get
to
absolutely smoked by somebody.
I don't think anybody communicated this, but Ben Easterday is no longer in the Discord, like in a voice channel.
Uh-oh.
I think he went to sleep and didn't.
Oh, that's problematic.
Oh, brother. That
yeah.
or his computer exploded.
Yeah, I
one of
think
the two.
Easterday, is he
Oh
connected?
no! Now he's back. Now he's back. In the,
All right,
in
so
the
yeah,
Discord.
Easterday had an internet issue, so...
Oh, brother.
That explains it.
All right, so...
Never has that issue in Moon Car.
Good call, Blake.
We also don't run 500 lap races. So.
We are running into the wee evening hours here, boys. We are losing daylight.
Wow.
Take a look here. What happened to David Brown? Kevin McAdams gives him a little bump off of turn number 2. They got crossed up a little, and
Kevin Champagne stayed out.
He did stay out. That's
wow.
So Kevin's going to get the free pass.
A lot of drivers, even if they're a lap down, are going to be at the tail end. So this is really going to shake up the end of this race.
Spencer Burns, Toll Owen, and Danny Thompson, who could have gotten to the tail end of the lead lap, but because Champagne stays out, we'll see if he pits this time around and just wanted to stay out for a lap. But
If you stayed out, you're staying out at this point. Your bet's made.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin's been one of the most aggressive drivers in the field. Both he and Justin, hell, they were bouncing off each other earlier in the race. So
Kevin
they're going to have to
Champagne,
go through him to get by him, that's for sure.
25 lap older tires.
He won't
than
be able
the
to
guys
stop him on
pitting.
those tires. No way.
Landon Huffman update in the chat. He says starving. So I guess
Well, he
Yeah,
didn't
I bet some of these
plan,
drivers got to
so-
go to the bathroom at this point. They just wanted to get over.
Hell, I've peed twice during this race.
I've gone in my fire suit a couple times in the car, so
And everybody behind Champagne stays out. That was a lap down.
I mean,
He is
Cozy
on
was
an
on what?
island.
4 or 5 lap older tires, and he got blown the hell away. What do you think's going to happen to Champagne here?
Upside down. I think we're going to get our second flip of the night.
He won't go down without a fight.
we've seen
You may not have a chance to fight. Tires that old, you can't do much with that.
both of the Champagnes are known for being very aggressive in these type of situations. So we'll see what kind of defense he can play. But Ryan
So, wait
Doucette,
a
Landon
sec.
Castle, Blackford are all on fresh tires.
Why is Doucette second and Bussa 7th?
Did Bussa have an issue?
Well,
No,
Doucette took 2 tires.
Hold on. Bussa took 2. I think Bussa spit on pit road. Yeah, he's dropping back.
Oh, he
Bussa's
did.
Wow, Matt Bussa.
Oh my God.
bad. Are you kidding me?
The one time you cannot do that.
And Parker White is back on pit road again.
Wow, this just
I think did White speed?
Well, the good news for Bussa and White, if White sped, is we'll probably get a quick yellow here. There's only 10 of them on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Wow.
Danny
Well, Parker-
Hamlin has entered the chat.
did Parker come down and take rights and then lefts?
Well, no, because he was in the box for 28 seconds here. But yeah, he only took lefts on this pit stop.
So yeah, he came down on lap 472 and took rights, and then he came down the next lap and then took lefts.
He's not the only driver we've seen do that. Blake Reynolds did that.
I think he did it earlier tonight as well.
What's the deal behind that? I don't know why.
I don't know.
Temperature, tire temperature?
I don't know. I don't think that'd be enough to have any say in that.
So Bussa has
They
to
are
8th to 1st in 26 laps pending any cautions here.
don't count him out. I mean, we need to have a separate picture-in-picture to watch Bussa and how he navigates through the field here. But nonetheless, Kevin Champagne, the race is his right now. Pace car's off.
Look, Landon trying to anticipate it.
Oh boy.
Green flag is out. Champagne gets a good jump. Will he make it through 1 and 2? Here comes Doucette. Cosman Yornishu is right down there in the 84.
Oh my gosh, Doucette's all over him.
Oh, big checkup.
Where's Cozy on the bottom 3-1? Oh, he gets into Burns!
Cozy's in it. Oh, Dale!
Oh, Dale!
Oh, Justin Champagne's in it. 23's in it. Oh, there's Phil Reckon down there. Garrett Smithley's in it. 28 did a hell of a job getting through there.
You know who that saves the most? The 44 of Matt Bussa.
Yeah.
He had to start tail end of the field, not just lead lap. Oh, we got one upside down. Is that? Oh, that's Cosman.
The fender bender flip count put it to 2.
He had to start tail end of the field, not just tail end of the lead lap cars. So he had to start behind all of that lap traffic on that restart. Now he gets to start in line with everybody else on the outside.
Him and Parker White too.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a bone to pick here.
Oh, and it was Osman that sent Cosman up and onto his roof.
Who do we put this on? Because
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, Cozy definitely hit Burns, but Cozy was off of him by the time they got to the corner.
Yeah.
I think Burns just anticipated Cozy being
it's
on
like
him still.
It's like a Philip McCandless situation from last night. Like same thing.
I don't see any contact between Cozy and Burns, though. Like, it may have been some net code, but I don't see any.
And then Cozy just finishes off Spencer there.
Regardless of who it was bound to happen somewhere through this field.
What in the world?
Cosman. Oh.
Yes, since
That's
Landon Castle's in
unfortunate.
here, we can call that a hucklebuck and then flip right there. So Cozy, Spencer just anticipated Cozy would send it in there, and he tried to give him room, but then that just sent him up into everybody else, and nobody could react in time. There's Garrett Smithley right there in the 15 involved. Jake Poulin in the 21. Oh man.
This helps Doucette so much, though, that he was able to get that lead.
And we get to do this all over again.
We might be seeing a few iterations of what we just saw there. It's time to go. If you got the run, you ain't lifting at this point.
Davey Davis says Cosman doing the Romanian rumble.
Nah, they don't teach that to just anybody.
Dale's car, he got hit, and then it got damaged, and then the damage popped off again.
Yeah, he got
typical
into the wall.
I mean,
and it just looks fine.
That's the board of directors button right there. The board of
He's got
directors
unlimited quick repairs. Yeah. He can take a quick repair on the track. Must be nice.
Slipstream says Nim saved him. Thank you, Nim. If you've been in here the whole entire time, Nim, to see if Dale
Nim's
gets in
sleeping
trouble.
at this point. Are you kidding me? He went to bed.
I'm shocked how many people. This is obviously at least from what I'm looking, this is the most people we've had watching all night. I'm surprised it is 12:30 a.m. on the Eastern Seaboard. These guys are hungry, they're tired, they're thirsty, they're mentally exhausted, and yet you all are tuned in for it. This is great.
Did that give Kevin the free pass?
Kevin got it the lap before. This was Toll Owen that got the free pass this time.
Okay.
Bryce, I'm not doing a Hank Hill impression. It is not the time.
Especially for one bit.
I know.
He's worth more than that.
Spencer Burns in the driver chat says, my fault. I thought I was getting dove and hit Cosman, so our suspicions were correct.
Yeah.
This sets up so well for Doucette, though, who's got a little bit of a buffer with Kevin Champagne between he and Landon Castle. That's going to be huge for him to be able to control this restart.
Matt Bussa is still in 8th with this, so you see the front 10 on the left side of your screen. All of those guys, pretty much everybody on the lead lap, I think, has a chance to win this thing. You never know what's going to happen in these late race situations, especially with the amount of cars that we have on the tail end of the lead lap trying to get back in. So this thing is far from over.
How about Toll Owen in 11th on the lead lap?
Yeah.
He's been
Great
there
run.
the whole race.
I know. What a good run.
How about two cars, one lap down, and then 14th to 25th is within a lap?
Here we go. Green flag.
Great launch from Doucette.
Hell of a start for Doucette. Landon Huffman.
We've
a lot
got
of black flags.
Oh,
They're all getting cleared.
Yep.
Landon
Kevin
Huffman.
Champagne is the cork in the bottle right now for second on back because Landon is a lapper battling the leader. And where is Landon Castle going? Track's this way, pal.
Surprised how well Kevin is holding up.
Yeah.
Not going to hold up too much longer, though. Castle's going to have to go to the middle or just cut low. Champagne washes up.
Got Chat Lane right there. Got to get by him. Here comes Cozy behind.
Cozy's going top to bottom. I mean, Cozy is hauling.
Yeah. He's got Dale right behind him. Shades of the firecracker right here.
Oh, Blake Reynolds 3 wide with Kevin Champagne and David Brown.
I don't think Blackford's happy with him.
Hey, man, it's 20 to go. All bets are off.
Here comes Bussa up the middle behind these guys as well.
Ryan Doucette is driving away.
Oh, my goodness.
Parker White up into the wall behind him. Still green. He's good.
So how about your race leader? Ryan Doucette has a huge lead, but Landon Huffman is trying to get back to 2 laps down, and Doucette, actually, he's just going to let him by. He's not even going to fight him.
That's the right move to do right there. With that kind of a gap behind him, no reason to fight.
Cozy to 3rd. He's already all over Landon Castle.
So is Doucette on 2 tires?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
He's the only one. Him and Bussa are on 2. Everybody else is on 4.
Well, Ryan Doucette is praying that Landon Castle puts up the fight of his life.
Look at Men's
Bussa up the
Bussa.
middle. Oh my God, it worked.
He's lucky.
Oh, jeez.
He's lucky the Buick is the smallest car out of the 87s because that thing wouldn't have fit if it wasn't a Buick. Bussa through the middle, Parker White behind him trying to follow him through.
16 to go.
Oh, White!
no!
What a save!
My God.
They got one up and into the wall up there. It's the 111.
Gilles.
He saved it too.
Yep. We're good.
Guys, Landon Castle was almost a 10th faster than Doucette last lap. He is closing.
Oh boy.
Landon Castle on the 4 tires trying to steal the win here in the Rockingham 508.
Doucette, I think he's lost a little bit of pace behind Huffman. He let him by, but that's giving him dirty air. That's not helping him.
Yeah.
Landon Castle comes in here with barely any practice on eRacer with a chance to steal one. Into turn number 3. He drives it in there so much harder than Doucette does.
It's about 3/10 last lap. What's it going to be this lap?
Well, we saw what Doucette was able to do to defend against Bussa.
Between the 3 of them.
Doucette's going to have to get real creative on how he defends against Landon here.
Cozy might just do the same thing he did when it was Bussa versus Doucette earlier. Just kind of sit back, watch them battle, and maybe then pick his spot to capitalize.
Cozy,
but how long do you wait?
He was the fastest guy in the top 10 that last time by. He's a-coming.
Guys, we're working to 13 to go.
He's a Kuman.
Again,
By
that's
the
70.
way,
Blake Reynolds!
What a save!
Oh, man.
I'm not so
And here goes Bussa around the outside.
Can he
He's
fit
in
in
there.
there?
He wrecked him.
Oh,
they
he
saved
didn't
it.
crash.
That's it for Bussa. He's toast.
Man.
He's done.
I ain't so sure we're not done wrecking, though. We'll probably get us a yellow with the way these guys are racing back here.
Castle within a car length of Doucette. He's getting there. And boy, this is a good time to remind, there are no green-white checkers. This is 1987 rules. If we get a yellow at the end, the race will end under caution. We're going 500 laps, and that's the distance.
Cozy to the outside of Landon here.
You got to think that decision to let Landon Huffman by Ryan Doucette, how that's affected him. He's getting all the dirty air from that 75.
Huffman hasn't driven away from Doucette. That's been killing him.
Cozy hanging on the outside of Landon Castle, and he's going to be able to make it stick. Cozy to 2nd.
Castle tried to push him up the track going into 1, and it didn't work. Cozy gets the launch, and he gets the spot.
Is Michael Cosey Jr. going to win another big event here on eRacer?
He's got 10 more to go to catch his teammate and try and make it pass for the win.
He was my pick to win.
Again?
Yeah.
So now Huffman has ran off his tires, so Doucette going to try to pass him. How much of a fight does Huffman put up?
Huffman's got to get the hell out of the way from these guys. He is affecting this race right now.
It's not like he's back on the lead lap at this point.
Oh, no,
Right.
Parker White got into Blake Reynolds, and Reynolds saved it. Jeez.
Shocking. There goes Landon. Huffman gets the heck out of the way, lets these guys battle it out.
In for Landon. That's a gentleman.
Wow, Bussa caught back up. Whoa, oh my God.
I'm telling you, these guys are throwing haymakers back here. They are trying to wreck one another, and they can't. I mean, they just knock the hell out of each other every lap.
You said Bussa was toast. He just caught and passed Blake Reynolds back.
Well, he's not going to win.
So Castle backed off a little bit, had fallen back. Now he's running back to the leader's pace. Doucette going to go high. Cosey down low. Cuts through the corner. Makes up a lot of ground, but Doucette will carry that momentum off the top. But Cosey inching in bit by bit these last few laps.
This is the same struggle Bussa had.
He gave him the top.
Cosey drives it into turn number 3. He's going to get the run off.
Oh, he got tight. Oh, he
I
messed
can't
up
believe he gave
there.
him the top.
What is
Doucette's best bet is to protect the top.
Man, Tommy Ryan just about wrecked out of turn 4 that time. He got sideways, took the thing all the way down to the grass before he got it straightened back out.
Just 7 laps left in the Rockingham 508, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. Doucette, Cosey, Castle, your top 3. Castle's fallen back. But does Cosey have enough on 4 tires?
Yeah. Well, and Doucette was a 10th faster that time almost.
Doucette's been so good at defending from that top lane. We saw him do it against Bussa. He's doing the same thing to Cosey.
Yep. Doesn't matter. It's a teammate.
Hell no. Not at this point.
Gonna race him the same way.
Oh, to the top goes Doucette in 3 and 4. Takes Cosey's line away. That's what he needed.
But Cosey, I think that was the best 3 and 4 he's had in the last couple laps.
5 to go.
Almost a 10th quicker that last time is Cosey. Here he goes.
Just washed up
the
too
middle.
much.
If I'm Doucette, I'm going to put Cosey in a position where he has to go low, and if he roughs me up for the win, then that's on him.
And that
Oh,
could open
but
the
he
door
gave
for
him the
Castle.
top.
Yeah,
And Cosey went to the middle.
He's loose.
He's also
loose.
got
He's not gonna
also
get
got the dirty air off of that car too. I think Cosey might have heated his tires up too much.
Parker White just about wrecked again off of 4. He and I don't know who that was, but he and the 23 got together.
I think we're at the point of no return now, guys.
Yes, we are.
Now it's over.
Yeah. When
If you're
start to race
Doucette, you're
control,
praying.
then If we can keep the track clear with a wreck, we'll do it. But if there's a caution, it's 1987. There's a caution, so that's how it'd end.
Here we go.
3 laps to go. Here comes Cosey, another run.
Oh,
Cosey in the fence, but
Still
he
there.
gets the run.
Oh,
Cosey
no.
side by side with Doucette on the back straightaway
Oh,
for the lead.
He's going to have to
Send it.
sail her off in there. He's going to have to sail
Send it.
her off in there. Oh, and he did too.
Trying to make the bottom work. Here they come. 2 laps to go. Doucette hanging on. Cosey trying to pull him back with the side draft.
Get him back at 1.
Oh my God!
Man, what a sin that was. Not enough. Oh, but he's still going to have a chance. We're coming to the white flag.
He's gonna
Get to the bumper.
He can't overdrive it too much here in 3. He's got to save it for the last lap.
He's got one more shot to do it. White flag in the air in the Rockingham 508. Is it Doucette, Cosey, or Castle?
Cosey's
All about the run off the 2 here.
I don't know.
Doucette.
I think Doucette's got it.
Doucette sitting in a good spot. Does Cosey
go.
send it? He's going to try to get to the back of him. He checks
What a
up.
move.
Doucette going to hang on. And off of turn 4, Ryan Doucette is going to win the Rockingham 508.
What a masterful job of blocking the entry to 3 to
Parker
take that
White
move
just
away.
wrecked big off of turn 4. He crosses the line, but his luck finally ran out. Oh my God! His luck finally ran out.
What a damn race.
Driving under cars.
Can we do another 500? That was awesome.
Wow. They
It's
are
a-
still wrecking.
The awareness of Ryan Doucette to take that line away, knowing Cosey wanted to do that, unbelievable. That won him the race right there. Hell of a job.
Well-deserved burnouts coming up for Ryan Doucette. An incredible job all race. We all thought this was, It did. We all thought this was Matt Bussa's race, but Doucette proved that he was just as fast as those guys, and he was able to play the best defense we've seen anybody play in this race to keep his position. Well-deserved win for Ryan Doucette. A well-deserved top 2 for the Gialtis guys. Great job for both of them.
Yeah, imagine the content they're going to be pumping out after that one.
Man.
I'm so impressed by Ryan Doucette's awareness to take that low entry, because he'd been running the top, but he knew Cosey was going to throw it in on the bottom, and he put Cosey in the spot where he had to jam on the brakes or hit his teammate. And that was just so smart to do that. Very clever.
And Ryan Doucette, $150 richer after tonight's race.
Parks it right in victory lane, too.
Perfect.
Here comes Cosey joining his teammate there in victory lane. Gives him a little good job. Tears the extra grass up. He's got to foot the bill for that one. What a race.
Doucette was so good at defending. He had done it twice against 2 really talented drivers that were faster at that point in the race, but just a masterful job of defending, and that won him this one. Great job. That was so damn fun to watch, man. I swear, the best races happen on eRacer. Blake, hell of a job putting this thing together. You should be pretty proud.
Can we do it again next week?
That's what I said.
Well, man. Yeah, the weekly 500-mile racing series, I guess.
Heck, I'm up for it.
Just replaying for it to be.
Which actually, before we get caught up with Ryan Doucette as he's making his way into the Discord, why don't we catch up with? He finished 19th, 3 laps down, but we got Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the booth first. So Dale, first off, you just ran 500 laps at Rockingham. How do you feel right now?
Worse than I thought, actually. That's pretty tough, and it's really difficult to drive the cars and the tire wear and everything, and just trying to take care of the tires. And there was like a big, long stretch in the middle of the race where I was just overdriving the entry for some reason. It's funny because some runs you do really well with the tire, and then some runs you wouldn't do well at all. And you didn't know really who was saving, how much they were saving, and what really tires they were on. So really fun race, really great idea, and a pretty smooth, clean race. A lot of good long green flag runs and tire strategy. You might want to take a set or 2 away, but it was great. I really enjoyed it, and I think everybody involved should be committed.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard to know exactly where that number was going to be, because I don't want it to be staying out too long, but nevertheless, you sound pretty winded, though, at least from what I can hear.
No, it's not easy to sit there for what was that, 4 hours?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just a long time.
4.5.
So you're
4.5.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're using pretty heavy concentration. It's like sitting there doing an exam for 4 hours. I don't know. It wasn't easy. I knew it wouldn't be. I mean, we weren't even halfway, and I was like, good Lord, we got such a long ways to go. And I know I was thinking about you guys. I'm like, man, what a long race to work. So, because I know a little bit about that, and I really, you guys had a lot going on and a lot to talk about, and a long stretches to stay on top of the strategies and so forth. And I was wondering how difficult that must have been for y'all. But I think it was, Blake, really the number of sets really wasn't part of the math problem. It wasn't really what you were focused on. It's kind of like how far you could go.
Yeah.
You needed to go, like, some guys were going to do 40. We saw that at the start of the race. A couple of them tried to go 40 laps and realized, that's not going to work. Everybody else was trying to go as far as they could while remaining competitive. Nobody, at least I didn't know about the high line and how to run that at the end of the race. I really didn't figure that out till late, how to use that on old tires and find a little pace. But just a fun track, great racetrack for this stuff. So good job.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we're working for your foundation here. Would you mind maybe interviewing our winner, Ryan Doucette?
Not at all. No problem.
All right, let's pull him in. Ryan Doucette, you're talking to Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Hey, Ryan, congratulations on the win, man. I, just kind of tell us about your race, where you started, what was the ebb and flow of your position on the racetrack, and how did the strategy work out for you to get to the front at the end?
Well, before I say anything, I want to thank everybody that put this event on. Blake, you, Dale Jr. Foundation, everybody that donated. It was an amazing event. But yeah, I started off pretty good. Started fourth, ran up front for the first stint, and burned my tires off with that fresh track state. And some point during the second stint, I fell back and I kind of got stuck in the back, and I didn't get back up front until after halfway, like within the last 200 laps, and that's when I finally started. I followed Bussa up to the top, and it was just rolling. I didn't realize how fast it was up there. I thought it was going to kill the tires. It really didn't. It definitely burned my right front off a little bit, but it was rolling, and it made it really tough to pass, and ended up with track position at the end and made it work.
Yeah, we saw Bussa dominate most of the race. Seemed like he had a pretty fast car. Who else out there was a strong competitor?
Well, my teammate Michael Cosey, or my Logitech Altus Esports teammate Michael Cosey, was also pretty quick there at the end. Like I said, Bussa, Parker White was pretty quick. But yeah, there was a lot of really tough competition.
Yeah, Blake was asking me about how I felt. So I guess, after 500 laps, I don't know how many long, races that you do in your iRacing career, but how do you feel after this one?
Aside from a few Coke 600s and NIS, I think this is one of the longer races I've done. And with the setup as hard to drive as this, with maintaining your tires and everything, I'm exhausted, and I gotta wake up again in 4 hours for work. But it was amazing how much the track changed throughout the race too. We went from running obviously the bottom in the beginning to the top at the very end. The top was extremely fast, and just the track cooled down, and it became easier as the race went on to maintain your tires, thankfully. And I guess that played a part in me winning in the end.
Well, hell of a job. And it's not easy to hold that concentration and be mistake-free throughout such a long race with everything else going on around you. So good job, buddy.
Thank you. I definitely was not mistake-free, but we made it work. We had the track position at the end with the two-tire call there in the last pit stop, and just held them off for the rest of the race.
All right. Well, Ryan and Dale, thank you for catching up with us. I know we got a couple of drivers here to talk to. I know Michael Cosey Jr., somebody that we always know is right on the edge of winning another one, and damn it, Cosey, you about took another one.
Oh, man, I was trying so damn hard. I'm telling you, after 500 laps, everything I had, I gave it all. I didn't want to use up my teammate there. But I wanted to keep it as clean as I could. I don't even know if I was allowed. Dude, I like bounced off the wall somehow, and I was able to get up underneath though. It was crazy, and I was hammering it. I think I used up my tires too much getting around and landing there at the end, and I knew he was on two, but I think he saved just enough. And by the time I got there, it was super tough to get around him. But man, I'm so proud of this damn team, man. 1-2. I don't know how it came out to us two there at the end, but oh, man. What y'all think, man? Was that an awesome finish? I was trying my ass off, man. That was so much fun.
You were my pick to win. I also got Taco Bell during the race just to support you, so I'm still proud of you.
Thank you. Man, I tried. Man, if it wasn't my team, man, I probably would have moved him a little bit. Maybe not a lot of bit, but I'm proud of Ryan,
I want to ask you about that, though. Going into 3 on the last lap, did you expect him to run the top, and then all of a sudden he slams the door on you because going to the bottom would have been your only move?
Yeah, see, I was running Alpha 2 top, and I guess I probably thought he was gonna run top, and I just sent it off there at the bottom. That's exactly what I did. I was like, whoa, let's try not to just run the hell over down here, but I tried to at least still kind of like get up in there and get a run off the corner. But it was like I said, he just played so good a defense. I think the only way to really pass him was to probably move him, and I wanted to finish it clean and settle it that way. After 500 laps is about the only way to do it.
You can get some Taco Bell to celebrate?
Man, if we're still open, I got to take it, dude. I'm drenched in sweat. I got to change. I got to take a shower or something. My goodness gracious. But, man, I got
24 hours, ain't they?
Dude, if it was 24 hours, I'd be a little wider. I'd tell you that. They're not 24 hours. But I'm going to check tonight. We'll see.
All right, Cozy. Well, thank you for catching up with us. P2 is Michael Cosey Jr. And, well, how about this? Our highest finishing provisional driver, Landon Castle, brings it home in third, and you about stole one, Landon.
Thank you, man. Wonderful event. Great job. Awesome car and track combination. I mean, this was a lot of fun. And I did not expect to run that well tonight. But, I ran the whole race with Blackford and Discord. We called the race together, had a little bit of help. And, we felt like we just had the strategy right and saved our tires really well. And it was kind of a slow and steady day for us. But, at the end, I mean, these guys, Ryan Doucette, Michael Cosey, I mean, these guys are real drivers. They're real racers. Just watching them adapt to the racetrack changing, jumping up to the top, protecting the outside. That's some professional level stuff that I was learning from myself. I didn't try the top the way that they were running it until the very end. I wish I had ventured up there and given it a try. But those guys are pros. It was cool to race with them.
Landon, I got to ask you, we spend a lot of time in the booth for the Firecracker and LCQC watching these guys race. You find yourself out on the track with them this time. What was it like having that different perspective and getting down in the battle, especially up there in the podium spots and the closing laps from these guys that we've watched so many times in these big races?
It was cool. I mean, it was, I got to see some guys that I've talked about a lot, but haven't raced with a bunch. I mean, obviously we've done, prelim, we've done our streams and stuff where we race with these guys, but not, really under the gun and under pressure. So to be able to race with Doucette and Cozy and, Bussa, I think Jill Chatelaine, I raced with him a lot tonight. I mean, just a lot of really good drivers that are all part of the e-racer community and racing the Firecracker 400. It was a blast racing with them.
So speaking of, when's the next e-racer event?
Soon. Yeah, soon. You know what? Maybe it's time Parker and I and Josh and the rest of the team all get together and set the date and get this thing going. I know a lot of people have been asking. This car is so awesome, man. It just races so good. I got to thank Dale Jr. and iRace, everybody at iRacing, but Dale especially for pushing this car ahead and the community for supporting it because it's just a lot of fun to race. It's so authentic and it's just so great to drive. And I tricked myself at the end there. That last pit stop, I thought I wasn't gonna put fuel in it since we only had 20 laps to go to the end. Brian was like, I don't know, I think we're gonna be too tight if we don't fuel it. And I wanted to leave the weight out of the car, but I was tight at the end. So great work by everybody at iRacing this car. And I mean, this racetrack is just a whole lot of fun. Gets me excited for the Firecracker 400.
So there is a Firecracker 400 this year.
Hashtag soon.
Hashtag
That's
soon.
all I needed to hear.
There you go.
All right, well, I don't want to keep everybody too late. I know it's nearly 1 a.m. on the Eastern. I got to say, guys, this was about as good of a birthday as I could have wished for. This was a good way to turn 26 was to do this right here. That race was awesome.
This was an absolute blast, from start to finish. The second you announced it, I got so excited to hear about it. Best car on the oval side, best track on the oval side. It was going to produce a hell of a race, and we saw awesome racing throughout this whole event. So big props to you, Dale, the Junior Foundation, everyone that had a hand in putting this event together. This was awesome, and this needs to happen again very soon. Another one of these can't happen again soon enough. So big props to everybody. Thank y'all for putting it on.
Yeah, I want to thank Blake and everybody else involved. I don't want anybody to get this confused and think that I had anything to do with putting this together. This was really Blake's vision and all the folks here, and it's his idea to support the foundation. All that was none of my planning, so just glad to be a part of it. Got some great people in this community, and can't wait to try this again. I'm looking forward to the 400. Landon, great job tonight, and whatever else we come up with. What's the next crazy race that we'll get talked into?
We'll think
800 laps at Martinsville.
We'll think of something, but we'll have the Pontiac by then, hopefully.
That's the plan. I haven't brought that across the table yet at Meyer's office, but it's coming.
There you go. Breaking news right here, folks. Well, all right, for everybody who put this on, I know Zach Johnson down on the production trailer did a heck of a job broadcasting
Round
both
of applause.
races. Everybody, Jacob,
job, Zach.
Travis,
I'm
David,
clapping.
Sean, Kevin. We had a long list of people up here in the booth that made the show really, really fun. And, of course, everybody who did all the practices, gave me feedback, did all of that to try to support this. I can't thank you all enough. And I think when it's all said and done, we've raised over $1,000 for the Dale Jr. Foundation, and hopefully more to come even the next little bit here once I could check and see how much we raised tonight during the race. But thank you guys so much, and that's going to do it for Rockingham for us. So for all my broadcast partners, I'm Blake McCandless, and we will see you later. Congratulations to Ryan Doucette, your winner of the Rockingham 508.